allegedly raped by President Bush. This is the first Bush, not the second Bush. Witnessed a baby being dismembered. Isn't that cute? Let's go ahead and read this. So here we go. I'd like to add a few other points disclosed by my purported victim. While on his yacht, he witnessed an African-American males having sex with white blonde females, all of whom were bleeding during intercourse. He was a victim of the type of ritualistic sacrifice in which feet were cut off with a scimitar, but left no scarring. On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces from their intestines. He was also raped by George Bush the First.
At first glance, one would be like, wow, that's insane. And you would not be wrong. He says it, but with this kind of accusation, you better come with a U-Haul worth of evidence. Because this is a massive accusation. Huge. A huge accusation. You're now roping in a journalist and a former U.S. president into doing some of the most heinous things someone can do to a person. So you better come with a truckload of evidence.
I'm just reading it, guys. Don't get mad at me. I'm just reading this. There ain't no way this shit's real. I mean, it might not be real. I don't think it's like, I mean, again, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. But damn, this is going to require some fucking astronomical evidence. Oh my God. Yes.
It's going to be...
laughing? Because it's ridiculous.
They better have a truckload of evidence waiting in a storage unit.
And so anyway, victim disclosed that he was being escorted to the FBI building by Michael Moore, who's the creator of True Pundit, described on multiple sources as a conspiracy-driven news website that attempts to paint the FBI in a bad light. Moore has a criminal record as a result of the FBI investigation. Let me know if you want to discuss the former FBI agent that called into this head office. Oh my fucking God. So it goes even farther than this. All right.
Yeah. And it gets even crazy. The accusation... I mean, it names a former U.S. president and a high prolific journalist. But it's still like this. Still down a corridor. We're still working down a corridor. This is attempting to blow open the corridor and turn it into a foyer instead of just a small little corridor leading to a door outside. No, this right here turns the corridor into a foyer and then elongates the foyer. Again, even if it's not true, it still pulls a lot of eyeballs in this direction, which is exactly what distraction tactic politics is. It's just how all this works. It's how this works. And and don't get me wrong, I watched this because it was really entertaining. It was very entertaining. And it actually brought me closer to feeling like I knew his mom. His mom sounded like a very misunderstood person. So much so that her son, for the greater of his life, says that her conspiracy theories ruined his life. To me, that's kind of slapping your mom in the face, because you're saying that even though you were able to work past all of the stuff that you just your mind couldn't understand and fathom of what she was saying and how she thought, So you basically created that as like the enemy. And he said many times that his mom's conspiracy theories and the way his mom was growing up ruined his life. And I can understand a child seeing it that way. But you're an adult now. You're an adult now. You're watching your mom's conspiracy theories unfold in real time. They're unfolding in real time. So I would say I don't know if Asmon himself believes in God, but I know his he's surrounded by that kind of support system, a religious support system. I've heard him reference it. I've heard him reference things about religion, but also have heard him completely just like backhand the Bible. I've heard him say, "Oh, here it comes from a book." He's done the same things I've done, and that's because religion is always being used as that one tool to create endless amounts of submission. Because I myself will teeter back and forth between I say God, but I don't believe in it in that term. To me, it's the lowercase g and not the uppercase G. The lowercase g is what I see when I refer to God and gods and all that. Because in my mind, how I see it is it's giving yourself a purpose where you otherwise don't see one. Because again, if you could work your job, your career, and have all these things and stuff and family and blah, blah, blah. But what do you truly work toward? And that's where religion a lot of times does come in for a lot of people, because for them, it's not that they're scared of life. They're just afraid to do things. Taking risks just is terrifying. It's not because of that. It's because in the grand scheme of the cosmos, they know that life has an endpoint. And if they just go through life working toward the endpoint, then what does life even have to offer at that rate? You're just a worker. You're just a drone. So a lot of people substitute in religion because then that gives them purpose. It gives them a reason to trudge down a path that is otherwise wrought with disaster. So, and that's why I get on religion. I get on it. I will get on it because it's not that I hate it and I think it's stupid and dumb. I will say strong things like that. That's just because I try to be entertaining with it, not to be like, oh, you're rage baiter content. Like, no, it's just I like to have a conversation with it. And when people throw or constantly using religion as a weapon rather than using it as a conversation, it grains into my nerves, which is why I kind of try to tune out as much as possible. When somebody starts getting onto the religion thing, I'll disassociate. And it's not like a hard disassociation where I don't hear anything, as well as watching a replay of stuff in my mind. No, what I mean by my disassociation is I'll hear what they're saying, but I'm not letting it go in and cause questions, because for me, they're creating a redundancy. They're just going to create a redundancy within my mind that gets stuck in a loop of the same question not being able to be answered, but still having the same question and keep going back and forth with that. To me, that's insanity. That's one of the main definitions of insanity, is putting yourself through a mental loop. And that's just how I see religion. It's just a mental loop that I don't want to partake in. If I'm going to partake in something that's going to put me through a mental loop, I'm going to watch sports again. I'm going to go watch sports. because it's a literal loop. Sports is a literal loop, and that's it. Well, things change. No, it doesn't. Things do not change in sports. The names do. Sports doesn't. Sports is the same regardless. It's one athletic association trying to best another athletic association and prove who has the better team. That's it. That's sports. Oversimplified, but it's sports. Well, that's a very cynical way of seeing everything. Seeing sports. Well, I mean, I see. You want to know how I see movies? Movies are entertainment, but they're also something to dissect too. Even the simplest films has something in there to dissect. So if I'm going to watch sports, I'm just going to go and watch a movie. Because at least with when I can predict what's going to happen in a movie, there's still that entertainment value that comes with it. Because I can predict the entire ending, but it's a little bit harder to predict how it goes about. You can predict some of the steps leading to it, but you can't predict how the ending is. Unless it's a very, very in-your-face plot line that has really no innuendos, no metaphors, no similes. It's like, it's just straight up, here's the story. All about how life got turned upside down. And that's just how I see it. It's sports, religion. These are things that were put into place, in my opinion, so that it gives people a purpose. Because if you don't think so, probably should do some research, because people will kill for sports as much as they will for religion. And as a matter of fact, some people that call themselves religious have found themselves on the opposite side of their religion because they've allowed themselves to be pushed beyond the breaking point to doing something that goes completely against their religion, regardless of what it is. Pick one of your 10 commandments. I guarantee you, every single one of you break it every day. Break one of those 10 commandments get broken every single day by a Christian person. The same with every other religion. You all can't say, I'm God's child. I do nothing but the right things. No, you don't. No, you don't. You wouldn't have to surround yourself with that religion and make sure that everything else is drowned out if you couldn't easily be swayed away from your religion. That's why a lot of people surround themselves hardcore with their religion and don't do or talk or say or be anything else other than their religion. Is because they know that they're so easily swayed that if they were to pay attention to anything outside their religion, they would fall prey to it. They would fall prey to it, and in their mind, their religion would denounce them. I can't agree with that kind of stuff. Human beings, we are an amalgamation of scientific experiments, the longest scientific experiment, the most successful scientific experiment in the history of existence. And the reason I say we're the most successful, what other creature has been able to evolve in the manner we have? Some creatures we have on this planet their species has been around since prehistoric days. So why is it that they have not been able to evolve to their point? That's because they don't have the ability. Like, our DNA structure is built off of millions of years of pollution. This planet was polluted in the OG days of it. Dinosaur farts, dinosaur shit, planet farts, planet shit. Where do you think the those greenhouse gases come from? That's the fart clouds of the planet itself. That's the planet passing gas. And what do you think we are? We're the turds. We're the turds pooped out by this planet. Same with the dinosaurs, the same with everything here. This cup is a turd from Earth. My rabbit, a turd from Earth. Human beings, we're turds from Earth. We are poop. We are Earth poop. We are part of the digestive system of the planet. The planet itself didn't need us inside of it. So when we die, we do offer it quite substantial amount of nutrients. But we are a byproduct of this planet. We are a byproduct. It churned up pollution for millions of years during its own evolution, and down inside a cave and stuck in a puddle was the amoeba. And that's why I say that we possibly could have become what we were long enough into the future. But I really think our progression, human progression, happened the moment the moon smashed into us. The dust from the moon, again, why can't we go and take samples from the moon and bring them back and then create new life? Because then it's tainted, it's polluted. You've literally soiled the sample the moment you pull it off the planet, off the moon itself. So in order to actually get OG evolution like we had back in the day, we'll have to lasso the moon and pull it back against us. To me, that's how human beings came about. That's how the mass amounts of evolution that happened during that time. And that's what I learned in my astronomy class. You learn the science of all of that out there. You learn how planets form. Learn how they come to form. Learn that if two planets of equal size are in close proximity to one another, one of them will be absorbed by the other. What does that sound like? That sounds like twins in a womb. A lot of twins in the womb absorb their twin. So planets do the same thing. So that's why I can't come to believe the finer details of religion, and why it's more or less it's a good structure to start with, but not something I believe following. No, not at all. You take pieces, and it's not even, you're not taking whole books either. You're taking stuff from each book. And again, it's stuff from the books that can be translated back into what's happening in reality. All that feather dusting you guys got going on in there, no, that's just crazy. Get that out of here. Like, I can write just as good stories. Give me enough time. As a matter of fact, I've created a whole universe. I have a whole universe up in here. A whole different universe where human beings do exist, but we don't originate here. We originated somewhere else because of some other circumstance. But I use human beings and what we are, like how imperfect we are, how misunderstood we are. And you can't say we aren't. We misunderstand each other constantly. So you can't tell me that human beings as a whole are a misunderstood species. Another species comes down here and starts trying to communicate with us. They are lost. They're like, what the f are these retards talking about? And then they're trying to teach us their language while we're trying to teach them our language. I have a universe up here. And since the books that I had it written down in have been stolen, I have to keep it up here. I have to keep it up here. Because I'm not going to chance writing it back down again and that stuff end up missing for a second time. Though I do have other things written down in places. I do know where one of my books is, where my, I think I created 4 different types of life form. And it's in one of the, I actually found the book. It's stowed away in one of my totes in my closet. But I haven't really gone super deep dive into my totes. I was just able to find where my bigger notebooks are, because the one book that has everything in it has everything. And it's not just that story. It's like, that book has everything in it. Like, so many different types of stories, designs, all kind of stuff. I didn't do any of my animatronic stuff in there, thank God. But that's all on my phone, so it's already stolen anyway. I created I drew up blueprints for an animatronic Oogie Boogie. He's my favorite character from Nightmare Before Christmas. Oogie Boogie, baby. I love singing the song too. When my voice changed, and first time I ever learned that I could do new voices, because when I was a kid, my favorite thing to do, because I had a squeaky voice, very high pitch. I don't know what they call the higher. Baritone is the low. The voice down here, that's the baritone. When you get up here, it's a different, it goes through a whole scale. There's a scale of tone. My voice used to be like the polar opposite of what it is now. It used to be up here. I used to sing all the squeaky songs, the girl songs, I could do Frank Sinatra a lot better. The first song I ever sung was New York, New York on a karaoke machine that I got for Christmas. Because I had this way of speaking when I was a kid that everything sounded like I was singing it. So everyone assumed that I was going to grow up to be a singer. Like, everyone assumed that I was going to grow up to be a singer, but I was more into doing impressions. I could do all of Jim Carrey's impressions, all of them. He was my favorite actor to do impressions of. Bill Murray was my favorite actor, but Jim Carrey was my favorite actor to do impressions of. And that's all I did as a kid. I would do Jim Carrey impressions. I was super young when Ace Ventura came out. As a matter of fact, the opening scene of Ace Ventura confused my whole family. And when they rented the movie, because it was the whole thing. Ace Ventura came out. My whole family rented the film. We sat and we had like a little family gathering, and we all watched Ace Ventura. But the opening scene with the sex, it freaked all the parents out, and they're like, "Oh my God, get the kids out of here!" Because they thought we were going to see. Because then they're like, "Oh my God, this is going to be not one of those films." So after they watched it, they realized that there wasn't really anything in there that kids can perceive as adult. Like, there might be a couple things, but for the most part, a lot of the jokes were written where only a kid that's been subjected to adult stuff would really know what's going on. So we didn't know anything was going on. It was just a hilarious movie. The way he acted, it was just top notch. And I fell in love with it. I fell in love with his acting style, the way he did things. And then I saw him in interviews. I'm like, man, he's really like that. He's really not. But that was just his way of being himself. Like he entered the world as a character, so he wanted to play that character. So, Jim Carrey. I used to do all of his impressions. And then when I learned about the in living color stuff, I started trying to learn how to do the the rap song, the Jamaican rap song. I don't know if I'll be able to pull it up without getting copyrighted off of it, but I'm going to anyway. I don't care. Jim Carrey, in living color. Imposter. Imposter. And man, they gonna kick your white ass. Imposter. This is my shit as a kid. His name's Snow. Imposter. I'm just a middle class worker from Toronto. I love how I sound. Single one platinum bigger than Marley and Jimmy and Yellowman, but I'm not even mulatto. My reggae's watered down. Hear me on the radio, think I could not be blacker. But on my video, you see I'm really a cracker. Pretending I was a rasta since I was in jammies. I should pay my face and stop betting out Mary. You can criticize me all the way to the bank. My single #1 and Shabba don't rank. Time wanna kick Dicey off the label for this in the cops. They said it just ain't right. When a Caucasian man records a Cupping song, they don't have a problem. Must be an oversight. All the Jamaicans think I gave them a bum scare. But everything I know I learned from an auctioneer. The bidding will start at 7 for this here go gang. 8 do I hear 8, 9, who'll give me 10? I got 10 going once, going twice sold. I can spout gibberish and it'll go gold. I am what I am and that's all that I am. A skitty button bit up, that was my personality as a kid. You need a black man to increase the credibility. When put on the spot, I side with the rosters, cause Sean ain't down with no imposter. Imposter, like Vanilla Ice, the people are sick of me. They put my boom boom down in 4 months. My butt'll be back in Canada working a day job with a burger crown. Would you like fries with that? A hot apple pie with that? Just drive around now. Blue top. Cool running. Ah! Hey man! You wouldn't hit a man with glasses, would you, man? I'm warning you, man. I shot the sheriff. See this? Oh, no. It's just so good. It's so good. And that was me as a kid. That was my personality as a kid. Everything that Jim Carrey did was just so inspiring to me. I loved his acting. I loved his comedy. And it's just how I was as a kid. Everything became very performative. I was a very dramatic kid. Very dramatic kid. So when I actually had a near-death experience, a lot of that drama went away. But no, I think it actually fueled it. When I had my near-death experience as a kid, I think it actually is what kind of like, I don't know. I remember how I was before. I was just like always brave, always. He's not saying that when I had my near-death experience, I'd stop being brave, but I stopped always looking toward the bravery thing. I just wanted to live, laugh, and make people laugh. Like how I felt when I made my family members laugh, it was like the most surreal feeling of joy I had ever felt. And one of my uncles, who is the clown of my family, my Uncle Joe, call him Wilbur. That's his middle name, Joseph Wilbur. Wilbur. He was our Jim Carrey. He was our Jim Carrey. And dude just fucking riot. He is hilarious. He is part of my inspiration to be funny, because I felt when I was a kid, I registered all the ranges of emotion. I knew what sadness was, like true sadness was, heartbreak. I've known all of those emotions since before I should have known them. So when I saw how my uncle was, and like how the laughter fueled him to be funnier, I was like, that's what I want to do. I want to entertain people. I want to be entertaining. Fortunately, I've let myself be polluted by things in life. Let myself become overly worried about things. And it's this kind of stuff that when I started to notice the world and not notice only my place in it, it started to cut into like all of that. It's kind of why I don't feel like I'm as entertaining as I could be. I have the capability of being a very entertaining person. I am the second generation of clown in my family, and not really clowns, but like when it comes to the comedy in my family, I am the second generation of it. Me and my brother will have and put the whole family in stitches. And funny enough, when we're together, he is the actor, the overly performative one, and I'm the more serious one. And that's kind of the characters we play in family settings. I let him do all the performative stuff, because when it comes down to it, I'm gut wrenching funny. The comedy I can do is gut wrenching. The performances that he does, oh my god, he will crush you. He will crush your insides with laughter by the way he don't have to speak a single word, but just what he does in movement and nonverbal communication will put you in stitches. For me, I'm the communicator. Oh, maybe if him and I actually got together and put our heads together, we could do kind of like a Penn and Teller comedy routine, but without the magic. Because even our conversations alone, the way we both interact in conversation would be hilarious. Maybe just us. But again, this is just the stuff that this is kind of what started my desensitization to reality being not a comedy scene and a comedy skit. And again, going back to the religious thing, take religion out of all of this, everyone would be paying attention. Take religion out of every bit of everything, and this is something that nobody would not be able to see. Like, there's no direction you would be able to look with this not being in your face. But people are able to not look in this direction because they cover it up with the Holy Bible. Like, oh God, something's happening again. And they go back to reading their Bible. Well, God says in the Bible, God didn't put a single thing in the Bible. I don't know what Bible you're reading, but not a word in there is from God. all those words in that Bible are from man, easily deluded, easily swayed, sold, signed, sealed, and delivered men. So I can't bring myself to believe the things that men have said as being the only way things go.
Anyone who believes the anonymous tips line also believes the world is flat. Yeah, that's true. But
See, that's an overstepped statement too. You don't have to believe what's in the tip lines to still investigate it and see what's going on with it. And not giving anything credence because it just sounds too insane. That's why things go unsolved for decades. Because we have this kind of mentality about it. He's under there pink. He kept binking like underneath the. He's like, instead of turning his body with his feet are on the ground. No, he's like jumps up, jumps down, jumps up, jumps up, jumps up. He's binking doing that. And I first noticed it in the curtain because it's like I see it shuddering, and then it's like I'm like. I look down, and he keeps binking on top of it. his sideburns, his beard, and everything's just like because of the static. You better not be trying to create you a hovel to dig out the carpet, bro. Because I'll shoo you away from there. But back to what I was saying, like, you don't have to believe this stuff, like, as scripture. But not paying attention to it, not actually following up with some of this stuff. Not actually, you don't have to go and start talking to George Bush Sr. or Bill Clinton. You don't got to go start straight talking to them. You just, there's data and information that exists that can't really, like, it still exists in some form or way. You follow some lines, and if it runs to a dead end, then okay, then it disproves this. But you don't got to go start interviewing people. Like, it really, if that's all it took to investigate something and solve crimes, we would have no unsolved crimes. There would be a single crime unsolved. Because you'd be able to go talk to somebody and get the whole story. So you don't need to interview people. You just start digging up documents, digging up paperwork, digging up newspaper articles. They're high prolific people. You can find out somebody's alibi just by pulling up a news article and seeing that Donald Trump was actually across the world, because here's an article with him in Switzerland. You can prove where Melania was. You can prove where Clinton was. You can prove where these people were at those times. And if they're unaccounted for during a window in which this happens, that there's a little bit of a flag there. So I'm going to revisit that, because we have some alignment going on. When two things that are seemingly different but happen to align, that starts to become a pattern. So the next thing you're looking for from there is a reoccurrence. And when you find the reoccurrence, you start looking for more reoccurrences. So this can't say, oh, this is all gobbledygook. Meh, that's doing a disservice to the justice system in general. It sounds crazy. Just go do some research. Go do some research. I'm not saying that do your research. I know this is all true. No, it's just like, it sounds insane, but you can easily follow up with doing research and finding out where Clinton was in the year 2000, where Donald Trump was in the year 2000, where Melania was in the year 2000. where Bill Gates was in the year 2000. You find out where Michael Moore was on August 27, 2019. And it, oh, heaven forbid, you got to go interview somebody. Time to do your job. Then that's what it takes. It takes you going and sitting down. I couldn't find anything. I mean, you're a high prolific name, so I was hoping I could find something without coming to talk to you, but I couldn't find anything that would account for this time, these days, and this time. Would you mind? This isn't an interrogation. I'm trying to follow up on things that were brought to a tip line. Can you help me with that? I just need to know XYZ. Boom, done. You have your, and even in, well, that sounded a little weird. Even if you have to say that after that little chit chat. There's other lines to approach. If they've only told you something, then they should be able to produce something. If they've produced something, they should be able to back it up with being able to tell you almost the exact same thing. Obviously, memory does things, so it's not going to be the verbatim exact down to the detail of what was going on and happened, but you should be able to pluck and pick. It's credible or not credible. It's easy for you to do this stuff. So you don't have to believe this stuff is real, but you at least say, okay, somebody's saying a lot of crazy stuff. We got to investigate this. We got to at least look into. We can. The bare minimum you can do is just geolocate them. Geolocate them in these named years, and there you go. Then you can make an inference on if it's credible or not.
All of these are anonymous tips. They're not substantiated. It doesn't mean anything is real. But here we go. On Tuesday, August 27, 2019,
he didn't go into the butt, but you know what the butt says. You know what the butt is. When he says that, you know what he's subconsciously following up with without actually saying it. These are all anonymous tips, but I'll finish it for you, Asmon. But you can't just discount it because it's an anonymous tip, unsubstantiated claims and accusations. You can't just discount it just because it's an anonymous tip. That is a disservice to justice itself.
Myself, an essay conducted an interview of a purported victim of Jeffrey Epstein as per referral by a former FBI SA and journalist Michael Moore. Oh, not the filmmaker. Oh, okay.
See, when I came across this, I was mucking about on X when I came across it. Because it was like first couple things in my feed. Only because that's kind of what I follow. Video games, the world, and stuffs. Oh, he's going to jack up. Here we go. Wow. Yep. Not pre-cut. You ain't going to be able to break it if it ain't pre-cut, homeboy. The wood is stronger than people. So again, like I said, when I came over to X, it was like some of the first things I saw. Going around here. I don't want to hear you. And again, this is the kind of stupidity that causes people to look in a different direction. If I can reproduce what happened to Charlie Kirk without any harm to myself whatsoever, what does that tell you about what actually happened to Charlie? Wouldn't the real effect of a real Full Metal Jacket at 30-06 be impossible to reproduce safely? Fucking stupid. Stop lending your opinion in realms you don't know. Who are you? Let's see. I like fantasy games. You created your profile, retweeted a bunch of bullshit, and then now you have some credence to what the fuck you're looking at. Shut up, guy. Seriously, dude, chick, whoever, shut up. You have no idea what you're talking about. You don't even know what you're looking at, let alone what you're talking about. Because how I know you don't know what you're even looking at? Because this is your statement. You think Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck. Full stop there. You think Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck. You're already out of the conversation. You're out. Go back to Dungeons and Dragons. Go back to Maple Story or whatever fantasy you be in. Because you don't be in this one. Because this is actually reality, not fantasy. So your statement is from a fantasy game's mind. So, yes, you have no ability to even conceptualize what's actually being talked about. Because when I dissected it, was one of the first things I said. I made the correlation between the impact here and his necklace shooting up and hitting him right in the throat where Charlie Kirk got hit. And you're still saying Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck, guy. You can't be this dumb. Just delete this, delete your account, delete your opinion off the internet, and go to real life, because you've been logged in way too long. You've been logged in on online way too long. No idea what you're talking about. I wonder if you've ever picked up a gun, let alone know how a gun sounds and feels when it's fired. That would be my question to you. Devianda. Devianda. Whatever the hell, however the hell you say your name. Which was also 5 years ago. Why do I need to follow you? You gave the whole story right there. I could just come through, wait for you to pop it back up. Should have at least gave your little intro here and then a link to the whole thing here.
Now watch this MacBook here. This is, I find fascinating. You can see how much it absorbs the energy as it hits and flexes the design.
If you think the hardware in that thing ain't rattled the hell up after that, nah. Good try though. Good try. You drop any laptop, that shit is done. And again, you think that people are only dropping it from like a half an inch up in the air, an inch up in the air, because it hits. This corner is going to hit at a lower force than anything else. And while this corner will impact absorb most of the impact, that shockwave is going to fire all the way through this laptop.
And this is, now watch this MacBook here. This is,
So no.
I find fascinating.
That right there, that extreme bending like that, guarantee there's a crack in that keyboard. Guarantee that display is going to have busted pixels in it. That's an intense amount of force. But again, where they're dropping it from That's only about an inch or 5-6 inches. 5-6 inches, that's like, that's if you're sitting Indian style on the ground, you get up and it comes off your lap. No, that's not how people use their laptops. They're sitting in chairs, sitting on couches, sitting in computer chairs. They're sitting where their laptop is going to be about a foot, maybe 2 feet off the ground. They're holding it in their hand. They're not to be hovering over the ground with their laptop. Oh, it fell out of my hand. No, it's not how real life works. But even this 6-inch drop, 7-inch drop sends a shockwave through that thing that's going to cause massive amounts of problems. Boom. That right there. Look at that. There's tons of shit in there that is donezo. Is that a disc tray? Yeah. Guarantee that ain't pulling a disc in and aligned at all ever again. And again, unless they made their keyboard indestructible, doubt it, then that keyboard's going to be cracked. It's going to pop some keys. Probably going to break connectivity of some keys. It's going to cause damage to your monitor. So, yeah, it may survive one, but don't do it again. And you better hope it's about 7 inches off the ground. Because if you're any higher than 7 inches, that dude is going to be cooked. You're going to be picking up an actual notebook. Like, well, my computer's done. Because that's what it's going to be. You better hope you only ever drop it when you're sitting on the ground. And you better hope that it's against like something soft on the ground. Because you increase the rigidity of any surface. That computer ain't surviving above 7 inches off the ground, which is the normal position in which people are going to be using it. Like somebody will be like, oh man, that's durable. Yeah, if you're sitting on the ground every time you drop it. But I can guarantee you're not. You're at a table and the thing is about 2 feet off the ground. Or you're sitting on your couch where it's more than a foot off the ground. So yeah, no. Nice try. It flexes when you drop it. Yeah, and all the components inside are not going to flex when you drop them. Just because the chassis flexed doesn't mean the components inside also flexed. I'd love to see a wobbly graphics card on a wobbly motherboard. The motherboard's made with hinges and springs so they can do this. You could be able to fold this thing in half and do all this. No, that dude is done. That's cooked. That's a cooked top. The cooked ass laptop you dropped that thing. I don't even know why I'm over here. So back to this. Again, the original iteration of me seeing this was over here on X, and I saw like stuff like this. It was like this. Somebody had put it up. I clicked into it, was reading it. I was like, "That's insane." They better have a ton of evidence for that. And then I did see you do see the Pizzagate stuff, and they're like, Pizzagate was real. It was proved to be real. Comet Pizza was a child trafficking ring. John Podesta, who is best friends with the Clintons. Yeah, it was all real. So he'll get into it. But now I kind of remember what I was saying about him and his mom. It's sad that he now can't go and talk to his mom, like, and basically tell her, "I'm sorry for thinking you're crazy, thinking you were some conspiracy theory nut that ruined my life." Every child is going to think that because they don't understand what their parents are saying. But when you become an adult and start understanding what your parents are saying, you're like, oh. And in his case, he all he can do is wish and reminisce about his mom. Because he discredited her so much for his entire life that when she's becoming proven right of everything she's been saying his entire life, he can't go and have that conversation with her. Like, I had no idea that anything you were saying was true. I should have just sat back and been a kid, and who cares? My mom's talking about some stuff I don't understand, whatever. Because even though I understood what my aunts and uncles were talking about, I still kind of tuned out and did kid stuff. Like, it's stuck in my mind. It was like, that's some interesting stuff. But I also didn't, I never once would have said that knowing anything that they said ruined my life. Not any of it. Because my family is also the same kind of people. Not overly conspiratorial. It's just like when you're at the bottom for so long, and all you have is seeing what's going on above you and researching the things you don't understand about what's going on. When that's all you have, you become very, very anti-establishment, anti-government, like, mind your P's and Q's, because these people are not good people. Good people become that. Good people get pushed into that. It's not bad people that become conspiratorial. No, it's not. These are good people that have seen something happen that they couldn't explain. So they did what any mind would do. They came up with a theory. And they spent a greater portion of their life researching that theory, trying to either A, prove it right or prove it wrong. Because you think we want any of this to be right? No. I would love nothing more than for it to all come back out with the evidence proving that it's all a psyop. Conspiracies are literally a psyop being fed into reality by whatever. I would love nothing more than that, for that to be the case. I don't want any of I don't want my part of the one of the reasons why I never wanted to have children. I do want to have children, but I don't want to have children. I don't want to have children because A, this is the world that they are going to be growing up in. It's sick, it's demented, and there's a lot of unsavory characters that are running it. And in my mind, I've always been, I'll have kids the day these sicko ass people are gone. Fortunately, I'll probably never have children because it all continues to be covered up. Nobody, you'll see, nobody wants to investigate this stuff because these names are so high profile. They want to just trump it up. Oh, anonymous tip line. If you believe the anonymous tip line, you may as well believe the earth is flat. That's why this stuff never gets solved.
But at 1200 hours, the male identified as one arrived at the C20 office, stated he was unemployed and resides with his mother and her unemployed, morbidly obese boyfriend.
See, and again, when you put stuff in there like that, it starts to instantly discredit what the person's saying. Because now it's like, oh, they're just looking for money because their mom is dating another morbidly obese boyfriend and they're also unemployed. So of course these people want money. This creates a discredibility to them. It's not needed. It's truly not needed. You don't need to say that this person is unemployed and living with their mother and her unemployed, morbidly obese boyfriend. You don't need to say that. You're sowing in doubt early on without even taking down. You've gotten to none of it. You've gotten to none of the accusations, and yet you've created a discredibility for this person by doing this. And then, stated he has ingested mushrooms in the past and other illicit drugs, and he currently smokes weed. Not credible. You're a dopey. You're a doper. You've sewn in instant discredibility without even hearing a single word this person says. Are you on drugs? Or are you on drugs? That's the first question you ask when this person says, I need to talk to somebody about something I was part of without my consent and involuntarily? This is the first question that came about? Do you got a job? Where do you live right now? Who lives with your mother? Huh. Are you on drugs? Oh, you taken mushrooms in the past? Have you done anything else? Oh, okay. Oh, you currently smoke weed? Oh, okay. I guess continue. And then it goes in. You've already sowed in massive amounts of seeds of doubt right here. These two lines are literally say, I don't even want to hear what goes on. 90% of people will see these two and instantly tune out. This person's not credible. They're a fat, dopey, unemployed drug addict who lives with their fat, dopey, unemployed mom and her boyfriend. This is exactly what this does. It sows in that. Regardless if this person's talking out their butthole or not. You've sown in the doubt early on before even taking what they've said. And then we get into what's being said. And this is, again, it's all purposeful. Look what they did to Martin Luther King's legacy. They took him from a man of the people to being just another sinner who just serial fornicated his way to the top. They're literally trying to discredit some of the most purest people in our lifetime. Michael Jackson, another major one. And there are going to be more. You will start seeing more. You will see more. As more of this stuff starts coming up and coming out, you're going to see more of this massive amounts of discrediting these people, discrediting this person. Well, how can you really believe this person? Look what they were always involved in up until halfway through their life when they realized everything was bad. But no, they still did bad stuff. They smoked weed and took mushrooms. Their mom is dating a fat, unemployed person. Even then, this morbidly obese boyfriend who's unemployed is probably could be getting a fat ass check. Who knows? They could be morbidly obese because they got hurt on a job. And the drugs they put them on caused them to gain massive amounts of weight in a short amount of time. I know there are tons of drugs like that, aka birth control. Any woman who's on birth control gains massive amounts of weight. Prove me wrong. Because I can give a call to like 4 women that I know of that are on birth control. And they'll tell you the size they were before and the size they are now after years of taking it. And not to mention it's jacked up the chemistry inside their fucking bodies. One woman I know, she gets a period for a day. Her birth control, period for a day. It's like she's been gutted, but 1 day period. Matter of fact, when we done stuff together, she kind of ghosted me for like a week because she thought she was pregnant. She was terrified because with the birth control she takes, there is a 1% chance that it will not work. And what's insane is that 1% chance stays at 1% regardless of how many times it's failed, and it's failed a lot. But these women still take it because they hinge on that 99%. They really hinge on that 99%. As a matter of fact, the biggest conversation we had was about making sure that both of us didn't have STDs. in which I went and had myself checked. I went and checked for free. I showed her the card and everything. Like, she melted. I didn't know that was an aphrodisiac, not gonna lie. Because the moment I told her and showed her the card, and we didn't go right into it, but she melted. So yeah. You're over here discrediting this shit before you even got started. And it's disgusting. This is why shit don't get solved and people stay with this stigmatized viewpoint of everything. You don't know the circumstances of why this guy was morbidly obese and unemployed. You don't know why this guy was even living with his mother. As a matter of fact, a lot of people, when they go through a huge traumatic event like this, for entertainment's sake, we'll say this is 100% true, real, and there's evidence backing it. They just haven't gotten to it yet. Or I haven't gotten to the releasing of the evidence. Say it's 100% true. This is perfectly acceptable living situation. When somebody has been through this kind of trauma and now has to go through hardcore amounts of therapy since they were 6 years old, now in their 20s, you think they're going to feel comfortable enough to be out in society on their own? You really, really think that they're going to trust in the medications that their therapist is giving them, that they can go out and live a normal life as a human being by themselves? If you really, truly think that, then you don't know anything about people. And you've never even paid attention to people. Because the amount of cases of heavy traumatic events that have happened to people, there are very few roads that these people end up taking. One of the roads that they take is their life. And that is a massively traveled road for people who have lived through deeply traumatic events. Things that scar you to your core and beyond. Irreparable damage scarring. So yes, perfectly acceptable and understandable that this person would be living with their mother, having lived through a massive assault situation that started when they were 5 years old. But again, this person was 22 in 2019. Add 6 more years to that. They're almost in their 30s. I wonder where this person is now today. And it would be truly sad and disheartening to know if they are no longer in the realm of the living. And it would be completely disgusting if they got blown off by people who should have been protecting them, and then they ended up traveling that most traveled road for traumatic event people. Somebody who's lived through a traumatic event. Victims of traumatic events. It would completely disgust me if that was the ending story to this person. Because that right there would show you there is no hope for anybody ever seeing justice for this. None. Absolutely no hope. Because even the law enforcement officials sowed in discourse before they even heard what they had to say. I truly hope this person has been able to work through this and is still amongst the land of the living. I truly do. Because if it's not real, they're a hell of a writer. They are a hell of a writer and storyteller. Messing with stuff, trying to eat carpet.
stated he has ingested hallucinogenic mushrooms as well as other illicit substances in the past and currently smokes marijuana. Reported being raped by his great uncle since the age of 5 years old until 22. Described, you know what this is like? This is like a cutscene in Diablo 2. Really? Holy shit. Oh my god. What the it's worse. Yes. It's even worse.
Yeah, don't worry, I hear
Wanna
you.
vomit? Oh, it gets worse. Get ready. Listen to this. This describes meeting Epstein at a yacht club in who knows where, of his relatives or members, first at age 5 and later at age 8. States he was raped, sodomized by Epstein in 2000 on a large yacht, 9 out of I don't know how many, as well as by former President William J. Clintonian. Uh-oh. States that the current President Trump, along with his wife Melania, were present during the yacht trip. Trump not married to his current spouse Melania until 2005. Reports while being raped by Epstein and Clinton.
Again, attempting to sow in discourse and discredibility. They weren't married until 2005, so this is irrelevant. She was a model. She was a model. Melania Trump was a model. So the saying that, oh, they didn't get married until what's some of the businesses that Donald Trump gets in? Does Donald Trump was Donald Trump ever involved with things that models specifically wrong, the fashion. I was spelling it right. Just forgot one L. So, yes, Donald Trump wholeheartedly could have been seen with Melania Trump in the year 2000. The year 2000 falls between there, right? It also falls between here, right? Again, just because he wasn't married to Melania in 2000 doesn't mean he couldn't be seen with Melania in 2000. So, again, sowing more discredibility in discourse where it doesn't belong.
that he was in heavy drug-induced state. Stated that all above incidents were recovered repressed memories until he began therapy in 2016 appropriately. Offered no supporting or corroborating evidence or witnesses that could be contacted. Appeared to me emotionally unbalanced and intoxicated. At this time, it is not recommended that any investigative sources be expended concerning this claim. So, recovered memories? Well, yeah. I mean, this is, dude, eating the oh my god.
Again,
this is just,
it's one of those things. Even if there is absolutely no evidence, no nothing, nobody to corroborate, you can still do research. And that's what I don't understand about the FBI. Your whole organization is built on research. Like, so you're supposed to be some of the best researchers on earth, but you can't. You can't simply look up some news articles. You can't, you do no investigative work at all when your job has it in the title. Like, your company has it in the title. Federal Bureau of Investigations. When I think about the word investigations, I think about tons and tons and tons of research. You don't got to step your footsies, feetsies, beeps, nowhere. You sit at your desk, oh, look at that. I found a bunch of information. I didn't have to go nowhere. Again, Federal Bureau of Investigations is the absolute worst organization I've ever seen at investigations. I've seen a local police force do better investigative work than the FBI, the entire entity of the FBI. But we solved the Boston bombing. No, you didn't. Computer analysts, video analysts did. People who could do their job without the FBI. And that's the big thing. The FBI can't do their job at all as the FBI, but people who can do the job of the FBI can still do the job of the FBI without the FBI. Yeah, that's why Candace Owens is crushing the FBI. That's why Bahala VFT, Trigger Smart, can't remember his name, Greg, John, I think his name was John, the explosives expert. That's why these guys are making the FBI look like they're idiots. This guy is making the FBI look like idiots. So can you truly sit and throw even any credibility to this FBI agent that's taking down this statement? No. I've seen at least 3 instances of biasness in your statement. The 4th comes when you say, this is a bunch of hogwash. We're not paying attention to this. You're completely discounting the fact that the person has been living with 20 plus years of sexual assault trauma. Yeah. Oh, they just seem intoxicated. They're drunk. I tried to call a bunch of people in the middle of the night, but nobody answered. No, I couldn't find anybody who corroborates any of the stories. So, yeah, this is a bunch of bullshit. We don't want to listen to this. Again, that's why the FBI sucks. That's why the FBI is the worst of the worst in investigative services. If you want something investigated, hire a private investigator. They will be able to do more than the FBI would be able to do, even if they put their entire organization on it. They've proven that they're the least credible organization for investigations in existence. Shit, I would trust the IRGC.
Yeah, this crazy bullshit spoils the stuff that may or may not be real.
To fucking investigate something better than the FBI.
Yeah, but how are we supposed to know what's real? Yeah, I mean, this is it. I mean, like, I didn't. Thanks. I didn't realize Bush raped him too. Okay, he has more to tell us too. He said. Thanks. I didn't realize. Oh, the president raped him too. Okay, got it.
Again,
Yep, sure.
these are internal communications between FBI agents. They treat people like a joke. I'm all knowing about everything, so these people they're insane, man. They're just all drug addicts and dope heads, dude. Like, I don't know what's going on here, man.
Thanks.
And again, this is why the FBI has no credibility. And Cash Patel, you stepped into the wrong seat, my friend. You should have just went and become a Pilates instructor. Your organization is getting cooked in real time.
Okay. Got it. Yep, sure. So basically, this is what my mom always believed, is that there is an initiation ritual into the leadership.
Your mother is 100% correct, Asmon. Your mother was 100% correct. There is an absolutely 100% proved initiation ritual into the upper echelons of society. And it's not just for politicians, it's for every part. Every person that gets inducted into that society up there, they all have to go through a humiliation ritual. Another thing that's been proven, another conspiracy that's been proven right.
Inside of the initiation ritual, you would have to do something that is like just so like insanely like perverted, perverse, evil, deranged, and awful that you would do two things. The first thing would be that you would have blackmail on you that would totally destroy your life with no chance of ever recovering it, so they can control you and you have to operate within their best interests. That's number one. And number two, it is the basically the refutation of anything other than hedonistic Luciferian desires. So it is the refutation of religion, a higher power, or anything like that. And it's done not necessarily in like because you've got to remember, like, Satanism and Luciferianism, these are like two branches maybe of the same tree, but they're not the same branch. It's different. And so whenever you're talking about this is more about the, you know, obviously, like, yeah, the Illuminati. Keep in mind.
See, Luciferianism, from what I gathered of Satanism, they basically place Satan where God is. To them, Satan takes the place of the God Almighty. Not just Jesus Christ, but takes the place of their one divine creator. And Luciferianism is now these are my opinions on it, what I've read about them. Luciferianism is more like the meaning of Lucifer, what it means to follow Lucifer. And it's more or less like kind of what the Bible, people that follow the Bible do. To me, that's what Luciferianism is. It's following Lucifer's teachings as opposed to following Lucifer. Now, you still follow Lucifer, it's just you're following more of the teachings and the things that Lucifer said and did and talked about, rather than just following Lucifer. They both still follow all that stuff. One just doesn't follow the entity. One follows the scripture. That's the best way I can explain it. Satanists follow the entity. Luciferianists follow the scripture.
Mind, like, what is even the word? Look at the etymology of the word Illuminati, and not same at all exactly. And so this is no, there's a lot to, like, y'all don't understand. Like, I don't talk about this stuff a lot, but I mean, y'all think I spent 25 years on the internet for nothing? Y'all think I just been looking at porn the whole time? No, only half the time. Not evil, just powerful. Well, I mean, it's Lightbringer, right? There's the Lucius Trust, Luciferianism, and then again, like it goes into like the fucking the dollar bill and everything. This is like a huge conspiracy. I'm not even saying that I believe this, but I'm saying that this is the pieces that they put together, right? So yeah, do you believe in the Satanism shit, or does it only matter if they do? Do I believe in it? I think Satanism is a lot kind of like Scientology, where it's an ideology that's built around like metaphysical kind of I'm trying to think like the word for it, like metaphysical philosophy, and not necessarily like a belief system. I know that they have like Xenu,
it's not a
and
theology, it's a philosophy.
Satan, but like it's mainly a metaphysical
That's why I
philosophy.
say Luciferianism, they follow the scripture because that's the philosophy of Lucifer. Whereas Satanists follow the entity itself. They believe in the Luciferianism side of it, the scripture side, but to them, it's the entity that deserves all the credence, not the scripture that the entity that's formed around the entity.
That's different. Like Anton LaVey, who's the other guy? Aleister Crowley.
And these are
like,
the things
guys,
I've always viewed about religion.
Religious, and but it was more than religious. It was a cult, right? Because like you've got to remember, like these guys were part of
and in a lot of aspects, newer age religion, it's really getting very cultish. Like they're being mean to each other because one isn't as radical as the other, and then the other side is fighting against their own side, that side who's part of their own side, because they're too radical. So it's all by design.
The Golden Dawn. This was a group that I think it was Anton LaVey joined. It could have been Aleister. It was Aleister Crowley joined whenever he went to Oxford as well. And no, this goes. It's very deep. And yeah. And again, Golden Order. Look at the the etymology of that. There's a lot of this, right? And so, yeah, dude, this can't be real. Well, I don't think, listen, guys, I'm not saying that it's real, but I am saying that if it is real, if you think of like a 200 piece puzzle and there's 195 pieces on there, this is piece 196. It is. This fits perfectly inside of every other conspiracy. The 4chan founder Moot is on the Epstein files. Look at this.
This was another big
thing. In San Francisco, I met some interesting people. There is a cool guy, kid, that you should meet. Christopher Poole. He is only 23. Read his bio. So, Christopher Poole is the creator of 4chan. Yes.
This is where we get into
Jeffrey Epstein.
This is where we start getting into me watching someone who's seeing for the first time, because we get to watch an evolution of Asmongold, and it kind of starts around here. Because we go in a direction that nobody really expects it to go. To be honest, I had no idea he was heading in this direction. The direction he's about to head in, I had no idea he was about to head in it. And it was like, when he started to head in it, and then I realized where he was going, I'm like, oh, I just got to watch an evolution of Asmongold. He evolved into a new form. Because then he starts to make connections that we've been making decades. Here we go.
Oh my God. And then here we go here. This is the big one, guys. This is the big one. Poll. This is a subreddit that a lot of people are on this subreddit. And those people, I'll say this. If you want to get an alternative view on politics, go to Poll. You're going to hear things there you don't hear anywhere else. You don't hear anybody else talking about shit on there. It's a subreddit. Sorry, I'm too Reddit brain. That's like a, honestly, I feel like that's like a, I basically just called it a slur. I did. I guess calling a board a subreddit is actually basically a slur. Oh man, that's bad. And so anyway, it's embarrassing. Yeah, they hate you now. Does Poll hate me now? I don't know. Should I go on Poll on stream? Should I do that? What do you think, guys?
No,
and, so
no,
anyway,
it's a bad
this
idea.
was in October the 10th,
And
the
that's what the
23rd,
joke is. It's
2011.
an awful idea.
So
You get
3
TOS
days
instantly.
After Jeffrey Epstein, he's
Like the
great.
moment
I
it
have no
loads,
idea
like
who he is.
the moment it loads the first thread, you're like, yep, TOS. It's like you'll get TOS right out. You go over to Poll.
When we met, we talked almost an hour nonstop.
That's stuff that I know not to do. Like there are a lot of places that you won't ever see me go on stream, and it's not that they're illegal. It's the fact that I know the moment it pops up and loads, I would have a Twitch moderator come in and silence me. I've actually had it before. I've had a Twitch moderator come in and send me a message, like one of those messages that only you can see. I've had that happen before. So yeah, you don't go to places like this when you're live broadcasting on somewhere. Well, you're on Rumble. They won't care. They will not care. Twitch will care. YouTube will care. X, maybe not. Most everywhere else, yes. Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, anywhere else. Rumble, maybe not. Kick, maybe not. But your past broadcast might get some notifications.
FYI, he is one of the greatest hackers. So, how did you like Moot? He is very sensitive, so be gentle. Oh my fucking god. So anyway, all this has happened 3 days after Moot met with Jeffrey Epstein. Poll was launched. Key people rape ape? What? That's a little bit of a... What the fuck are we talking about here? Oh my god. Okay, so yeah. Anyway, that's normal over there, though. That's normal. Yes. So it was launched 3 days after. And if you're saying, so Poll, Moot relaunched Poll on possibly the same day he met Jeffrey Epstein for the first time and continued to meet with them and co afterwards. So here's what's really crazy. It gets even better than this. Many people might have forgotten this. Many years ago, there was a leak that showed the amount of people that, let's see here, Poll's archive stats, adding Israel to the top and posting it here as a database leak. Oh, is it not true? Wait a minute. No, wait a minute. It's not true. No, it's got to be true. It's too good to be true. No, it can't be a lie. Because Israel it's fake? No, this conspiracy was promised to me 3,000 years ago. Fuck. Fuck. Oh my god. Why would they do this? This is so annoying. Beware unsubstantiated claims. Well, that's why I look into it. That's why I do it. And we are doing fact checking in real time.
That's what I do.
That's why we get
you
shit
watch
wrong.
me do that
And,
every day.
Poll was a psyop created by a Mossad agent to increase the influence of a dying Republican Party and then have a stranglehold on the American government while fares Israel. Yeah, there it is again. Creator and owner of 4chan, Chris Poole, was in contact with Epstein. Hackers revealed that half of the posts ever on Poll were from Israeli IP addresses. There it is, gentlemen. I don't have the theme song, queued up, but, we could play it. Poll was created by Mossad, but they couldn't control the narrative? Maybe. Yeah, it's like Poll being created by Mossad is the same thing like Yakub creating white people. It's pretty much the same issue because so Mossad creates Poll in order to create like a right-wing contingency group, and then Poll over time just begins to decide that Jews are actually, actually the bad guys, and they're actually the ones that are the problem with everything. And it's the same thing that happened with Yaqub, is that in Africa, Yaqub made white people in a fucking laboratory, and then, everything was fine, but then they just started going haywire. And now the white people are causing all the problems, and they turned against them. Yeah, they bite the hands that feeds. Exactly. And I don't believe that's true. What are you, gay? What are you, some kind of gay? Is that it? You don't think it's true? Is that right? Poll was a psyop. Pizzagate was real. Epstein is an anon. Gillisane was a Reddit supermod. What the fuck is this shit, bros? Can you imagine... like going back in time and telling somebody in 2016 what was Pizzagate again? Okay, so Pizzagate, a lot of people might have forgotten about Pizzagate. So Pizzagate was a pizza shop that was in I forgot where it was, and it was a guy that was involved with Hillary Clinton. His name was John Podesta, and John Podesta, there was
Of course, it would be. All right, we'll just go to this. It's not the most credible, but it's probably going to be the one that explains it the most. Pizzagate is a conspiracy theory that went viral during 2016 United States presidential election cycle, falsely claiming that New York City Police Department had discovered a pedophilia ring linked to members of the Democratic Party while searching through Anthony Weiner's emails. It has been extensively discredited by a wide range of organizations, including the Washington, D.C. police. The personal email account of John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign chair, was hacked in a spear phishing attack in March 2016. WikiLeaks published his emails in November 2016. Proponents of the Pizzagate conspiracy theory falsely claim the emails contain coded messages that connected several high-ranking Democratic Party officials and U.S. restaurants with an alleged human trafficking and child sex ring. One of the establishments allegedly involved was the Comet Ping Pong Pizzeria in Washington, D.C. Oh, yeah. Comet was in D.C. So I was wrong. Good to be corrected. Give out the right information. Members of the alt-right conservative journalists and others who had urged Clinton's prosecution over her use of an unrelated private email server spread the conspiracy theory on social media outlets such as 4chan, 8chan, Reddit, and Twitter. In response, a man from North Carolina traveled to Comet Ping Pong to investigate the conspiracy and fired a rifle inside the restaurant to break the lock on a door to a storage room during his search. In addition, the restaurant's owner and staff received death threats from the conspiracy theorists. Pizzagate is generally considered a predecessor to the QAnon conspiracy theory. It also generated another offshoot conspiracy theory called Frazzle Drip, which included Hillary Clinton participating in the ritual murder of a child. Pizzagate resurged in 2020, mainly due to QAnon. While initially it was spread by only the far right, it has since been spread by users on TikTok who don't otherwise fit a right-wing conspiracy theorist mold. The biggest Pizzagate spreaders on TikTok appear to otherwise be mostly interested in topics of viral dance moves and Black Lives Matter. The conspiracy theory has developed and become less partisan and political in nature, with less emphasis on Clinton and more on alleged worldwide elite of child sex traffickers. Obviously, it goes through the origin. And again, the reason why I sighed was because in every class ever in existence about doing research, WikiLeaks, Wikipedia, WikiLeaks would probably be better for research than this would be. Well, Wikipedia, sorry, bud. Who's there? Wikipedia is considered one of the least credible sources. And if it's said that if you're going to use it from here instead. Use it from the references side. Click in these links in the references side to see where they go and who these people are, and if they're first line sources or secondary sources or whatever. Because if they're not a first line source, then even the credibility of this comes into question. And while, look at all those references and resources and blah, 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 blah. If every one of these links leads to a message board or some blog website, then there is no credibility there. There's no academic editing that's spot checking any of the information. So while, yes, the long list of references and who's going to want to click through 128 links, it's probably going to be more because there's a lot of them are doubled up. So a minimum of 128 links you're going to be clicking. The only people that would do that, people like me. And why do I say people like me? Because part of my job back in the day, or before COVID, was to do things like that. Click all these individual little blue texts and see where all this goes, and see how credible the secondary sources are from it, or primary. Part of my job was to follow links into places, not dive into rabbit holes, but pick myself up by the seat of my britches and toss myself down rabbit holes. It was my job to do that. Oh, it was my job to do that within the automotive industry. But when you're already that way, it's secondary. You don't have to be told. As a matter of fact, I'm the one that created the process in which my company used to spot check our website. I had it written down on my whiteboard in my office. Anybody that came in was instantly confused, like, what the hell is that? Oh, that's the process. That's the process I go through every single day to make sure the websites are in order. I don't check every single website every day because you can't do that. It's unrealistic. You can't click thousands of links within a website and expect to be able to do 7 other websites the same in an 8-hour work period. So no, my work week was that. Starting at one website, each day doing a website. Well, there's 8 websites and you only work 5 days. Some websites were easier to get through and they're smaller. Kia website, smaller website, not as much on it. So you can get through the links a lot faster. Mike Albert Direct, it's a off-lease resale center. The longest thing I've ever had to do on that website was to go through and make sure that the upfitting page actually still worked, because that was something we injected into the website. Me and another guy, Mark, we spearheaded that part of the website, which is actually the most popular thing that Mike Albert Direct does now. Their upfitting department is their moneymaker. That's their breadwinner. And it's all because of me and another guy. Not my boss. Nope. Not my boss. My boss was the one standing in our way. It was a fight to get stuff put on that website. Somebody with no education in websites was trying to tell somebody with an education in websites how to do stuff on the website. But that's what you get when you mess with rich people. When you're directly butted up to a rich person, it's very hard to get them to see reason. And it's the only way I can put that, because it's not really see things your way, it's see things the right way, see things how they're supposed to be done. Because when a rich person's self-taught, they think that their money has literally bought them everything they need to know. So they don't go any further. Once they feel like they're comfortable enough to do it, then they just go for it. They go for it. They expect money to be able to buy the rest of it. And when somebody like me comes in, who's not only learned at it, I'm also not going to back down. You're not going to use your money and your influence, whatever, as a way to get me to back down on what I know to be right and true. And that's kind of what our fight was. And not really a fight. It was just we didn't see eye to eye on most things for the websites because I learned it. I was taught it by the industry and its standards, where someone else only learned what YouTube had to say about it. So yes, part of my job was to do this stuff, to click links and do follow these paths and dive into these rabbit holes. And I highlighted that because it aligns with what I just said about you can click all through every single one of these links, but if they lead you to somebody's opinion, can't really look at that as credible sourcing. It just means that they took something from Alex Jones and pumped it in. Took something from fake news, real violence, Pizzagate, and consequences of an internet echo. Injected in. CNN money. Injected in. Again, a lot of this stuff doesn't hold its own credibility because they're not getting it from first line sources. They're getting it from secondary opinionated sources. I'm gonna get back into this. I'm gonna go grab me a piece of blueberry bread. Yes, it's the blueberry bread from the other day. I do things like that. I have a good immunity. So I can already hear the jokes, but this is what I got from the food pantry the other day. How big that fucking carrot is. It's like literally like gripping my hog. It's a big fucking carrot. Fucking huge. And I have like two more almost exact same size. And I think one that might be a little bit bigger. No, actually, this is the big one. I saw the lady pulled this out of the thing. I'm like, hell yeah, my rabbit will be able to eat that for weeks. he'll be eating on this for fucking weeks. It's huge. It's a big ass fucking carrot. All that carrot. Too bad. It ain't that time, buddy. You want to eat something? Go eat your hay. I actually wanted to look something up. Hey, no, you do not do that. We do not do that. Little shit. You little turd. He's such a little butthead. Okay, so it's more or less a treat. Mhm. Oh, I already do the this right here. The first thing I do when I introduce something new is I like hover over his turds, wait for them to dry, and then I'll grab them, I'll crush them up, and see if they still come out fibrous. Try that. Try this. Try. Try it if you want. You gotta go in there now. You didn't want it. You don't want it as a treat. So now you gotta go in there and try. Now he's like, oh, I want to try now. I want to try. I didn't mean to turn my nose up at it. I want to try now. No, no, nope, nope, nope. You denied it. So now you get to go into your bowls and try it now. You missed the cute moment. You didn't want to be cute. Now he's just sitting down here. Sitting here staring at me like, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to turn my nose up at it. I just didn't know what it was. It's in the bedroom, bud. You can go get it. You know where it's at. Don't pretend like you don't.
There's a lot of people that, and this is something I almost don't want to say this, but it's just the truth, is that a lot of people use pizza as a euphemism for any sort of porn involving minors, right? Because CP is cheese pizza and it's also
Thank you
child
for the follow,
pornography. That's the reason
Bob
why.
Watt Gaming.
And so, and I, you know, I'm just going to say it, right? Just say it. That's what it is. So that way, when you see people saying that, if you see people saying cheese pizza, not porn, literal children, I know. Like, that's what I'm saying, right? That's it. And so, why can't I hear anything? Yes, white sauce pizza, some crazy lore, yeah. And so, again, my mom was totally fucking all researching this, looking into it. She believed everything about Pizzagate. She thought all of this stuff was real. And as I said earlier, if there is one thing, like, I have missed my mom recently more than any other time, and it's not because I'm nostalgic. It's because all of her conspiracy theories are coming true. They're all coming true. Like fucking COVID being fake, the election potentially being stolen,
right.
you know, Pizzagate
And what I was saying
being real.
earlier
like,
about
just
you see
recently more. Why?
You see the evolution.
And so, and
you watch his face.
Can you
You
imagine?
see he's smiling, laughing, and giddy.
Like going
Jokes.
back in time and telling somebody in 2016, what was Pizzagate again? Okay, so Pizzagate, a lot of people might have forgotten about Pizzagate.
So he's
So
still kind of
Pizzagate
comedic.
was a pizza shop that was
But then he
in
starts
some-
thinking
I
about
forgot
how
where it
right his
was.
mother
And
was.
it was a guy that was involved with
And
Hillary
it-
Clinton. His name was
it hits him
John
like a
Podesta.
truck.
And John Podesta, there was a lot of people that, and this is something I almost don't want to say this, but it's just the truth, is that a lot of people use pizza as a euphemism for any sort of porn involving minors, right? Because CP is cheese pizza and it's also child pornography. That's the reason why. And so, and I, you know, I'm just going to say it, right? Just say it. That's what it is. So that way, when you see people saying that, if you see people saying cheese pizza, not porn, literal children, I know. Like, that's what I'm saying, right? That's it. And so, why can't I hear anything? Yes, white sauce pizza, some crazy lore, yeah. And so, again, my mom was totally fucking all researching this, looking
see
into it.
Watch him.
She believed everything about Pizzagate. She thought all of this stuff was real. And as I said earlier, if there is one thing, like, I have missed my
Right here.
mom
You see
recently
it.
more than any other.
That stammer of
right? Because CP is
because
cheese
you
pizza
see
and
in
it's also
real
child
time
pornography. That's
his
the reason why.
realization
And so,
that
and
he
I-
should
you
have
know,
gotten to know that side of his mom a little bit more. And it's not like, well, you missed your chances. Like, no, he realizes that his using my mom's conspiracy theories ruined my life, which is his form of keeping a hold of his childhood. But now that he's an adult, to say that it's doing your mom a disservice when in the next breath you're saying that all of her conspiracy theories are coming true. And that's why I say you can see this realization in real time, that he doesn't wish he could go and hug his mom and apologize. He I guarantee in his mind he wishes he could have talked to her more about this as an adult, because now it's not too late. It's just he's at the point where the things that she drove herself mad over were stuff that everybody should have been paying attention to, and individuals may not have been driven mad over this stuff. And to me, that's what I see in his realization. He's seeing it all come full circle. And that's why I said,
no, I'm just gonna say it.
you just watch his
Right?
face.
Just say it. That's what it is. So that way, when you see people,
And it's
saying
right when
that,
he-
if you see people saying cheese pizza, not
I'm
porn,
trying to
literal
see,
children,
because I
know.
can see,
Like,
I
that's
can
what
see
I'm
the
saying,
odd,
right? That's
like
it.
you can
And-
kind of, it's weird. It's going to be weird for me to say it, but I can see the shockwave in his eyes. Even though his eyes are looking down, in my eyes and my mind, I can see the mental shockwave hit his lids. Almost like a nuclear bomb of truth went off inside of his head.
And so, why can't I hear anything? Yes, white sauce pizza, some crazy lore, yeah. And so again, my mom was totally fucking all
Normal.
researching this, looking into it. She believed everything about Pizzagate. She thought all of this stuff was real. And as I said earlier, if there is one thing, like
Right here.
I have missed my mom recently more.
I see a flutter, like a mild, like it's like he stopped his blink before it could actually do the blink. It started and then he pulled it back. To me, that's what I see in the shockwave, and it's the shockwave in his mind, which is also partly why he stammers on it, because he's trying to figure out the new approach to this perception, this massive perception change he's just underwent in the matter of moments, just walking down memory lane in reference to his mother. I can see the shockwave hit him in the eyes.
More than any other time, and it's not because I'm nostalgic, it's because all of her conspiracy theories are coming true. They're all coming true. Like fucking COVID being fake, the election potentially being stolen, Pizzagate being real, like it just everything. Fucking everything. Like she was sitting there, my mom in 2020 was sitting there on 4chan listening to Nick Fuentes and fucking watching.
The Nick Fuentes thing wasn't what made me decide to comment. But when he started to talk about the kind of person his mom was, that's when I said this. I wish I could have known his mom. She sounds like an absolutely brilliant lady. Regardless of how deep into the rabbit hole for so many years she was. She was a 70-year-old hardcore gaming, conspiracy theory, normal person. And I wish, and these are the kind of people that I surrounded myself with in my earlier years of after high school. Like my crew of people, we gravitated to one another because of a lot of this stuff. We wanted to be the soldiers on the forefront of conspiracy. And we all crashed hard, but we were.
Watching Alex Jones videos all day. All day. She was in there right on the ground floor. Yep, and she was there smoking cigarettes, smoking weed, on oxygen, eating chocolate in handfuls, eating Taco Bell, chugging Pepsis, watching Ancient Aliens, and getting involved in conspiracy theories. 70 years old. That's it. Living like a champ she was, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah. Yeah.
She was. Good way to go out. She did. And the thing is that she went out, like, overall, right? I mean, she never compromised. She never would compromise. And let me tell you something. It's a lot funnier now because back then it ruined my life. But looking back on it, it's fucking funny. It really is. And your father's a lucky man? Yeah. Anyway, a cigarette sounds like college for me, minus the O2. Yeah, sure. And did she predict Trump potentially blowing Bill Clinton? She thought that basically a lot of the people that were involved were, they would have to do some sort of act in order to, basically, this is her belief, is that, Jesus Christ, I should have written a lot of these down. I recorded her explaining some of her conspiracy theories, but like, I don't think you guys can understand this. Let me see if I have an image here that I can just.
In reference to what he's saying, there is absolutely a humiliation ritual. We've seen one of the most recent ones. Now I'm still diving in on the black eye thing, the busted blood vessel thing in the eye. Macron just underwent it. People were saying that they think that his husband beat him up. No, nope. I'm going to say Emmanuel Macron was just inducted. He was inducted. And the black eye is the humiliation. It's one of the things they have to do. And look at, ironically enough, a lot of our politicians, senators, stuff like that. Hey, Jay Leno. Well, Jay Leno wasn't a car crash, but he did have a weird, like, isolated black eye. But again, that black eye thing, now I'm not going to say Mike Tyson was he was participating in his humiliation ritual with Jake Paul. There are some things that there's some things that Mike did that day that they would point to humiliation.
Show you guys. This might take me a couple of minutes. I apologize. But where is the image here? I'm trying to see if I can find one. And what I'm looking for is an image of my garage. And you'll know why whenever I show you. Because the amount of books that we have in our house, for context, that's a ladder. Yeah. Holy. And this is, by the way, there's like 4 of these in the house. Yeah.
Yeah, it's how my mom is.
Yeah, exactly.
My
That's a
mom's
lot
got
of books. It is. That's a lot of books.
She
And
doesn't have her
actually,
books
also,
displayed
after
anymore
we had to get rid
because
of
she's
a lot
got
of
too
them,
many.
too.
But my mom's got tons of books. They're all out in her shed.
So whenever she would explain things, you gotta
And what's
understand,
not
like,
in
this
the
is all
shed
she would do. Like,
is
you think
in
about
her
it, she would
craft
just get
room.
high, play World of Warcraft, and
But
read
the
about
stuff that's in the
conspiracy
shed couldn't
theories.
fit in the craft
And if
room.
you think about it, you know, Bruce Lee once said that he doesn't fear the man who knows how to do 1,000 punches or 10,000 punches, but he does fear the man who's done one punch 10,000 times. Imagine somebody that spends 50 years doing this. It's nuts, man. I mean, nowadays, all conspiracy theories linked to the bullshit with Israel. They sure do. And, yeah, there it is. That describes me. Did you listen to Bill Cooper and Jordan Maxwell? Probably, yeah. And you didn't want a better price for the spell books? Yeah, sure, right? Have a stream going through every single book. Well, anyway, every single conspiracy has turned out to be true. I don't even know what to say. I don't. And so anyway, what did I tell you guys? For years, I said the culture war stuff was manufactured by the capitalist class. And also, by the way,
This is another
I said
thing
many times that I thought...
Here we go. This is another thing that I had no idea he was about to make this connection. And it was when he read that comment that the connection was made. I gotta pee. Be back. I'm going to jump on a different subject real quick. I came across a post about a streamer talking about like how ignorant is people are mad that Burnt Peanut won VTuber of the Year and blah blah blah. And dude made some brilliant points. And one of the biggest points was if you don't like the fact that Burnt Peanut won VTuber of the Year, outperform the guy. If you want to be best VTuber of the year, outperform him. Outperform him. Create a character that's entertaining, and know that you're going to have to be sitting there for 7 to 8 hours and being continuously entertaining. And one of the other points that he made was that one of the reasons Peanut is so entertaining is because the dude has scenes for almost everything he does. Anything he does, switching games, he has scenes for all of it. And it got me thinking, like, it goes back to what I was wanting to do way back when I started to actually build my stream. And that was to, every time I switched my category, back then it was switch the game that I was playing, I wanted to create a custom screen for it. So what I did was I started with GTA, because I was doing GTA RP every day, and that was pretty much, you were guaranteed almost every single day to have at least somewhere around 4 to 6 hours of me playing GTA RP. And so I created a screen for it. Back before AI could do all of it, I grabbed a GTA 5 loading screen, threw it into Photoshop, added a box into it where I could put chat, and then I put above chat, I would have it track my place in queue, which would just basically, it would just be a display capture screen, kind of pulled in and transformed, just showing the 5M queue box, just what my number was in queue. And I would just leave it there and talk with this screen up, this GTA 5 screen up. And I would, the words on it would be centralized around kind of like the role play immersive world. And it would, I think one of the screen was the train, because that was the meta. And on the server I played on, was anytime you logged in to the server or referred to logging into the server, you would just be referring to taking the train in. So that became its own thing, its own innuendo. So so I created a whole screen for when I was sitting in queue and people weren't bored. They knew what was going on, and I was able to just straight up communicate. And that's where a lot of people actually learned who I was. Because I also didn't have a face cam at the time, too. I was kind of still against the face cam stuff. I don't think I'm that good looking of a guy, so the sex appeal was never really a forefront for me. Because I'm dumb when it comes to women, so thinking that I have sex appeal is unrealistic to me. It's just not realistic. So having a face cam was whatever, as long as I was entertaining and I had good content, is what was really mattering. And that's what happened. So what started happening in GTA RP was I started to build up a community with roleplay, and that's where some people they learned who some of these characters were and realized that I had like 3 characters on the server that they had no idea were the same person voicing all 3 characters. I had a nerd, I had a black guy. My nerd became a cop. I created a homeless guy. Then I also went and created a legacy homeless guy for Red Dead RP. But I couldn't figure out the in-game voice chat thing, so I ended up not ever doing that. Yeah, I know. I felt you. But yeah, when he makes this connection, I had no idea he was going here, because this is also part of it.
Occupy Wall Street was the closest thing that we had ever came to having class consciousness, right? And because of that, all of the elites panicked, and they injected the Democrat Party and all of politics with identity politics to keep people infighting about, oh, but you're gay? I'm black. Oh, what are you? I don't know what I am. Oh, that's special. And that's it. And transgender and everything else.
Special.
Because it was always a thing, but it got dialed way up after 2010, didn't it? It sure did. So we have right
This is what
here,
I've been saying.
when did Occupy Wall Street really happen? From September 17th to November 2011. Jeffrey Epstein talks to Christopher Poole in the middle of Occupy Wall Street in October. And then during Occupy Wall Street, Poole is born. Gentlemen, my conspiracy theory that I invented out of nothing is true. This is another point on the graph, and it's drawing the same line. I'm feeling pretty good, guys. I'm feeling really good. Oh, sounds like a Mossad operation. It is. And I feel like it's so fucking obvious, man. I see this, and it's so obvious. Poll used to be a spinoff of New, which came out as /N. /N probably means something different now, doesn't it? And the lizards are watching. I know that. And so there's a lot of data Tim Poole has on the Occupy Wall Street movement. Sure, the Democrats took a liking to the AstroTurf culture war. Someone tell them? They all did. Everybody did. And so they injected everything, politics with identity politics. Everything is identity politics now. Wait, I'm confused. So basically, all right, let me take a step back. I'm going to tell you what I believe. This is what I think happened. I think that everything leading up to, because in 2000s, we had movies like Rush Hour. We had everybody making jokes about being gay. We had people not really giving a shit as much about being gay. You know, you could call people the N-word. You could use the F-word. Nobody cared about what anybody was saying. None of it really mattered. And then we had the absolute pinnacle fucking, canon moment of Tropic Thunder. And Tropic Thunder was the point where nobody gave a shit about anything anymore. You had people making jokes about being gay. You had people wearing blackface. You had people making jokes about being fat. Everything, right? It was the golden age. Everything was amazing. All of the identity problems in America still existed, but they were receding. And it was obvious that they were receding, and everybody could see that. Fast forward to 2 or 3 years later. Tropic Thunder came out 2008, 2009. And then this is after the, because you had 9/11 originally, right? And, this was happening in the 90s too, keep in mind, is that in the 90s, everybody was getting along, everything was good. The 80s into the 90s, people were being very, part of, everybody was the same.
Everything was becoming copacetic.
All the Arabs are bad, all Muslims are bad.
And then 2001.
You're going right back to,
and that's, again, that's me and my friends. Part of our theory on why 9/11 even happened to begin with is because the American government was losing tons and tons and tons of support. Because they were always trying to start some new war, trying to tax everybody out the ass again. They were trying to ruin the entire working class finance world. So in the early 2000s, America was losing support, and nobody wanted to go anywhere to invade any country for any reason at all. They're like, no. I'm just going to go over here and watch Half-Baked. And then the best way to get rallied support behind your government to go and do some fuck shit, you attack. Or somebody attacks you. Oh, we need patriotism now. We're being attacked. The greatest country in the world is susceptible to being attacked. You gotta hate Muslims, though. That's the best. The only way we survive this is hate Muslims.
Is bad. And so then that recovered, right? And by the end of the 2010, a lot of that was a joke at this point, right? You had jokes about it, but people weren't really doing it seriously anymore. And so anyway, yeah, Durka Durka, oh yeah, all the old fucking memes,
Durka Durka, Muhammad Jihad,
and
Durka
everything.
Durka.
That's just a huge thing back in 2000, the early 2000s.
We all remember Team America, World Police. America, fuck yeah. Here we come, save the motherfucking day, yeah. Everybody remembers that shit. That wasn't 2 years ago. That was in the early 2000s. No one really gave a fuck anymore. The only people that did were the slimy scumbags, slime balls in government. The only ones that did. And that's because they needed us to go back to fighting each other so that we'll be willing to just give up every fucking thing for their interests. That's literally what has happened since then. They allowed these bankers to crash our finance market, crash our housing market, then get promoted after doing so. They all failed upward. Every one of them failed upward. After crashing our country's finances, they all failed upward.
It's a massive thing. And so then, after all that, so everybody was coming back together, and a group of college students got together, and they got in front of Wall Street. And there was a huge protest at the time, right? You can see how many people were here. And there was a coordinated mainstream media approach to delegitimize this protest. That one of the biggest, I think, turncoats in it was Stephen Colbert, if you can believe that, because you'd assume this guy, you know, I mean, I think that really, I go back and I think about it, the guy was always kind of an asshole, but, you know, I try to give Stephen Colbert a pass because he likes Lord of the Rings, okay? Like, I'm a little bit biased here, but either way,
I'm a little bit biased
the
to
Occupy Wall Street people. But this was the first time. Look at these things here. Wake up, America! Tax Wall Street. Tax the rich. We are the 99%. Dear 1%, we fell asleep for a while. We just woke up. The 99%. The elites and the rich people in the country saw that, and they said, we've got to put these fuckers back to bed. And so what they did after 2011 is that is whenever all of the identity politics came in. That is whenever all of the tone policing came in. That is whenever woke culture began. And they did that in order to keep, because you can see also, like, you look at a lot of these people, right?
Actually, as a matter of fact, I can tell you when it all changed in real time. I watched it happen in real time. One day I was at work, we were just joking about everything. And literally the next day, same jokes, way different atmosphere. It was almost like overnight, everybody became 100% more sensitive. And I didn't understand what the hell was going on. Because I hadn't changed as a comedic person at work. I didn't get more offensive at work. No, same jokes, just way different atmosphere. Everything was different. And I watched it happen in real time. I worked at BD's Mongolian Grill, watching it happen in real time. One of my friends that worked there, talking about he started up a Twitter, and we were all just making really racist Russian jokes about him. Like, you calling him, oh, look, we gonna start the Communist Party of America on Twitter? Like, we were going at him. And no one was safe. No one was safe. If we heard you had a Twitter account, you got flayed. Like, what do you think, you're some big business over here thinking the world actually cares about your daily? Like, it was not serious. It was just hilarious. Twitter was like the new thing. Everybody was trying to get it going. It became a joke. It became the early days of memes. Because that's how we saw it. Like, you spreading a bunch of propaganda. Because back then, back in the day, it was character locked heavily. Heavily character locked. But yeah, I watched it happen. And it was just kind of scary. Because then I'm like, What does that do to my crew? My crew is so mixed matched of people, and the way we talk to each other, people would think we're fighting. We're in a gang war with one another. And it changed everything almost overnight.
Primarily, like, there's white people here, there's, I don't know, like maybe Hispanic here, there's men, women. This guy's, I think he doesn't look white either. This is a completely non-racial movement. It was not a, you know, movement of any one particular group of people. It was primarily young people, because a big
And you
factor
see
was
American
student
flags
loans,
everywhere.
but everybody was being affected by this. It was. And so
you don't see anybody lobbying for some other bullshit religion or bullshit country and government.
Kanye West, Russell Simmons lends support to Occupy Wall Street protesters. There he is, man. Yep, and look at again. Look at also, this is how it used to be. Look at what he's got right there. American flags. All with American flags. It's kind of a bullshit flag, but it's still an American flag. The GOAT, yeah, they did this. So Kanye was also in favor of this. So all of this happened.
And ironically enough, that's about the time that Kanye started to be looked at negatively. During Occupy Wall Street, Kanye started to be looked at negatively. And it wasn't because the people were looking at him negatively. It's because all the propaganda was coming out against him. It was like tainting everybody's viewpoint on him. See, Russell Simmons can be protected from that, because Russell Simmons, he does have a limelight notoriety, if you will, but he stays out of the spotlight. Kanye stays out of the spotlight. He becomes a regular working citizen. He can't, his finances can't afford that. He has to stay in the spotlight, has to stay relevant. So whenever somebody like Kanye does something like this, they're almost instantly going to get that massive pushback from, oh, sorry, bud. Sorry. Elijah's there. Over here laying down. He's going to get massive pushback from the top side. Because you're supposed to be one of our spokespeople. We hadn't even gotten to get you to do the the humiliation ritual yet, and you're already standing against us? What kind of shit is this? You come from people who are part of us. And they started at him.
Even more extreme, and eventually Occupy Wall Street failed. It did. Wall Street is still not occupied. And so, as he tying a screenshot, well, I'll explain. So basically, it was gaining a lot of momentum. So what they did is they injected the political culture with a bunch of identity politics. Now it's about being trans, being gay, being non-binary, being black, being white, lived experience, and they created all of this vocabulary in order to cause people to divide each other. Because back then, the policy was to just deport all illegal aliens. This was the policy of, Nancy Pelosi, Joe
Everyone's
Biden,
policy. Democrat, Republican, Independent. Everyone's policy before identity politics was, if you're here to do wrong, you're out. And if you're here illegally, you should have just headed out. Because the same awards that were being given to Tom Homan by the Democrats are still the same awards being given to Tom Homan by Republicans. He's not changed as a person. Politics has changed. Identity politics has entered the chat and is now trolling all of us. And again, it's trolling us so hard, we're willing to allow ourselves to be pushed out onto the streets to fight against the one thing that we all agreed on before identity politics. The number one thing we agreed on before identity politics was, this is America. If you're here to do bad, you're here. You chose the wrong country. You chose the wrong country to enter illegally. That's how these policies used to be. They used to be, well, brakes, beep, 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 beep. It used to be pushed out to the public that America was first. We actually, that's why Obama holds the record in deportations right now. Your man Obama holds the record in deportations. And you know who was leading the charge in deporting people with Obama? Who Obama entrusted his deportation book to? You know who that was? None other, Tom Homan. The same man you're calling a Nazi and Hitler and a fascist. The same man Barack Obama entrusted to get illegal immigrants out of this. The same man.
But
the politics are the only thing changed. He hasn't. He's done the same job he's been tasked with since Obama.
Bernie Sanders, Obama, like everybody thought this. And so this was the closest that we have ever come, anybody has ever come, to actual class consciousness. It was. This was the closest that it's ever happened. And you can see here, there's white people, black people,
everybody.
Even celebrities that are there at these events. And all of this happened. And then after it failed, then everything was gay. Everything was trans. Everything was racial. Everything was some sort of identity. It was men and women and rape culture and all this stuff.
And normalizing it all too.
Happened.
And it's not just the introduction of it and somehow the evolution of it. But it's like how it's taken over everything. It's taken over everything to the point where people are becoming okay. Again, like I said, like I've been saying for the last couple of weeks, we've become okay with people being shot in the face, shot in the street. We're becoming okay with that. And yes, I'm gonna make a clarification because it would otherwise sound hypocritical. The clarification is that I do find myself watching extreme violence videos, people getting shot. I do watch that stuff. That is my way of keeping my empathy and my sympathy under control. Because without being exposed to that stuff, empathy and sympathy can become suicidal, become its own thing that'll cut your own head off. But if you leave it unchecked, and the way I check mine isn't by not being empathetic or sympathetic, it's allowing my mind to see this stuff and knowing it is, while that's a terrible situation, this is what real life is. This real life is a flick shooter moment where you can be laughing and happy and enjoying yourself 1 second and no longer exist the next. And not just in a natural form, in the most heinous of ways, the most brutal of forms and fashions. That's why I when my mind becomes too, I feel for you. And that's when I kind of go in and find something to pull that back down. I'm also a soldier too. I'm also a soldier. Whether I'm in the military or not, I am a soldier. The way my mind works it works on a war strategy, if you will.
Happened on purpose. I think this was a top-down initiative that was done.
I've been saying that. Oh, you talking about this? Well, yeah. But identity politics and what we're seeing now is wholeheartedly. And it didn't start with our government officials. No, it starts higher than them. And then, hey, this needs to happen. Otherwise, we can't get this to happen and this to happen and do this. So what you need to do is here's the game plan. Don't forget, Simpsons got to tell the future.
Done top down in order to think Occupy Wall Street. You don't get it? It's a phase? Well, apparently it was. And so it was done, and this is a conspiracy theory. It is. But you know what makes my conspiracy theory a little bit more valid? When during Occupy Wall Street, one of the richest and most influential people, Jeffrey Epstein, met with one of the other people that was running a website that a lot of people were discussing politics on. And then as a result of that, potentially, we don't know if this is a causal factor. It might have been, just a coincidence. But during Occupy Wall Street, Poll was born. You see that? Can you believe that?
And that's happened.
That's nuts.
What's the saying?
Holy.
The simplest answer. Right there. Right there. Just because the line seems too straight, too short, and very direct, it doesn't mean that it's like harder to breathe credibility into it. It's oftentimes the most likely to be correct. That's not 100%, but in instances where you're looking at a problem-solving principle, yeah. What do you think all this is? What do you think all this is? These are problems that have been asking for solutions for decades. And one thing we keep not doing is giving credence and credibility to the things with the fewest assumption, aka some of the simplest answers. It's more of a rule of thumb. Which, again, the reason this is so cut and dry for me is that a lot of the times you arrive at something very quickly. Call it gut instinct, call it good calculation, whatever. You arrive at something quickly. Then you decide, that was too easy. Let me do a dance real quick. So then you dance all the way around it. Come to find out, I was right. I questioned my initial problem-solving ability because it seemed just too quick. There weren't any obstacles in the middle of that. Getting there. So then you start to create this rule of thumb that you don't hinge on the first thing, but you take note of it. You do your due diligence. And then when you get back around to that same point, if you're still holding that, there it is. It doesn't become strict law, but it does become a templated parameter of your thought processes. And if you perform that punch, that one punch 1,000 times, you become one of the most dangerous people in the world. Because then no matter what, you use this, you may as well be making it strict law. Telling the future, be Nostradamus. Be Harry Potter. Hey, I know what you're doing. Hold on. Yeah, I think he's kind of acting like a toddler. When they get tired and they're try to fight the sleep, they try to do all the stuff that they normally do. So he's over there. I think he was pretending like he was about to chew on the carpet, but I think he's about to go in and catch some Z's under the bed, because we're getting around noon, which is pretty much one of his normal nap times. Around noontime, he goes in, either lays under the bed or lays in the kind of hunkers into the corner. Right now, he's just messing about at the cart. Adorable. Yeah. This kind of stuff, it starts to become more solidified as things like your own theories, as things start to be, and it's not being proved 100% right. It's being proved right in the aspect of the main base of your hypothesis is proved. It's not disproven. And that's what a hypothesis is. Something that you can experiment with to either prove or disprove. And that's what you're doing. Us as conspiracy theorists and the rabbit hole divers of them, you think we're just trying to prove it all right? No. I'm trying to prove it all wrong. I don't want to be right about any of it, because it makes the world so much worse of a place if any of it's proved right. And the fact that it's being proved right day in and day out is showing just how damned we are and how damned we've made ourselves. And not in the religious aspects. We've damned our species to eventually go extinct because of the human condition. Let's put it that way. One of the aspects of the human condition, and that's greed. The greed and the jealousy. Because that's what it is. You can't say you're not greedy or jealous whenever you lie, cheat, and steal to be the best. Because a jealous person doesn't like that somebody's better at them than something. We see that. We see that. We see that all through politics, all through the billionaire world. They're all trying to outdo each other. I'm going to space. Why send rockets into space? Well, have you been to space, though? And, I mean, it's obvious of the greed thing. It's been proven more times than anybody can ever count that you don't become a billionaire ethically and morally. You do a lot of shady shit. And it takes greed. You have to be greedy to be willing to do that shady shit and it not weigh on your conscience. So, all of them, they're all greedy. They're all self-absorbed people. And I said it. I've always said it. They're greedy, jealous, conceited in the wrong ways people. Well, being conceited is the wrong way. There's confidence and there's being conceited. Confidence is just you're confident. But confidence can also be taught that to not get ahead of itself. You can't teach a conceited person to not be conceited. That's the whole idea of it. They only think about themselves. It's what am I getting from this? Like, what are you going to give me? You can't change a person like that. You can't get them to think about anything else outside. And even if you do for just a second, it's going to instantly be turned into, well, what about me? What do I get?
Shit. Was Gamergate also a result? Gamergate was a result. It absolutely was. Gamergate was the first really big cultural flashpoint. Because a lot of people, and the reason why is because, again, keep in mind where Gamergate came from. Gamergate was overwhelmingly supported by Reddit. Everybody everywhere was supportive of Gamergate. If you go back and you look at YouTube videos of Gamergate from 2014, every single YouTube video is massively positive about Gamergate.
I was actually really logged off.
It. And so
between 2012 to 2013. Yeah. 2012 to the beginning of 2014, because that's when I actually started working down in Cincinnati. I got at the time, that was my dream job. Working for somebody, doing something I was really good at. My dream job. And that's when I started to tune back in, because I had the money to be able to buy a computer. I had the money to be able to have good internet. I had the money to log back in. And when I did, everything was different. And so I didn't get involved. I had to stay in the back for pretty much up until 2016. 2016 is when I started to come back out with everything that I had observed for those few years. That's when I started to turn it back into something I could be vocal about. And I did. All the people I've worked around and worked with, they started to actually see the real me. So I started to get some, like, people called me Edward Snowden. People called me, one guy who knew about WikiLeaks called me WikiLeaks. Another guy, for a long time, he didn't know my name, but he heard some of the people talking about that I use the Tor browser. And so they called me, like, one guy called me Tor, and then he's like, I know that's not your name, but that's just the only thing I've ever heard about you. Yeah, it was about 2016, 2015. Like, it was early in 2015, around the campaigning, around the time of the Clinton and Trump campaigning, is when I started to clock back in. And that's when I was like, oh, hell no. What the hell did I step into? It's one of the first places I landed when I came back down from the clouds was I landed on WikiLeaks. I've always followed Julian Assange and everything that WikiLeaks has done, all the way back into from the first time I ever heard about him. So I landed it right on to WikiLeaks, saw everything that was happening there. I'm like, oh, hell no, this cannot happen. We cannot be losing this country to this shit. Is this really what me and my friends have been fighting against for the last 20 years? Or at the time, it was like 15 years. And getting between 10 and 15 years. Because I didn't graduate college with my first degree until I was 29 years old. I mean, it's just how long it took me to finally get a degree. I wasn't in school the whole time. Failed, went into real life, failing at that. So went into the military, then failed that, then was failing at life again. And just like some chance, ended up back in school. Don't know how it happened. I ain't gonna lie. I just know I woke up to a phone call. Somebody talking to me about some information I submitted for. I don't even remember submitting any information. But I talked to him anyway. Drove down to Cincinnati, visited the place. Signed up to be a student that day. I didn't have to pay any money. When the finances thing kind of started to catch up with me, they talked about basically canceling my classes and kicking me out. But I was able to sign up with their loan program that pretty much pushed me through school. And then I was paying on it, and all of a sudden I heard from somebody. I told the lady I was talking to, my financial advisor, but no, I heard from somebody else that they were being sued. They were in like a hush-hush class action lawsuit, and to not pay them anymore. So I told her, I was like, I talked to my financial advisor. I've been talking to them more recently because I have a good job and can do that kind of thing now. She was so mad. She's like, well, did your financial advisor tell you how this is going to jack your credit up? I was like, yeah, they actually did. And they said that it would probably be best if I didn't pay you guys anymore. I said, so I'm not going to pay you guys anymore. I said, thanks for my degree. Thanks for the time that I had. And I bid you farewell. And I hung up on her. And then like a week and a half, 2 weeks later, class action lawsuit, shut them down. They were doing predatory lending practices, predatory advertising practices, essentially. They were purposely causing veterans to use all their GI Bill on basic general education classes, and like a lot of these guys they hadn't been in general education classes in years. And they were just getting them stuck in there. And I said, when I had somebody that I was friends with show me the gen ed courses, what's entailed in them. And I could have told them they were all going to fail. I could have told them even the smartest people in the world would fail doing it this way. Because it was all modular. No people, no teachers, no board instruction. All modular. Read a computer screen, answer questions. Pass or fail based on that. They got in a lot of trouble for it. Shut them down. So everybody who got a degree from there, free degree. It's unfortunate if you paid them, but there are a lot of us who I have the degree that was owed to me from my idiot self. I owed it to myself to get that degree. And I got it. And I'm very, very proud of it. It's only an associate's degree. Yeah, and it's an associate's degree that I worked my fucking ass off on. Ask anybody that was in that school with me. Everyone knew who I was. Everyone. Even if I didn't know a single one of them, everyone had heard about me. Mostly because of my art. There are some instances, but they weren't bad. They were just being screwed over by roommates and having goofy roommates and stuff like that. But I was also an RA, so it's part of why everybody knew me. But it was mostly because of my art. Anybody that was already there when I showed up started to quickly learn about me, especially when I took my effective speaking class. Because when I did that class, I went into doing theater troupe. I'm not really an actor. I just have the ability to be entertaining. And I'm a good director. I would have won Best Director if somebody else way more popular hadn't been able to get a hold of 3 plays to direct. I only directed 2. And one of the bigger reasons why I didn't win it was because I cast somebody that I knew I shouldn't have cast. But I was sold by a friend. So I cast him. And I regretted it. But you live and learn. From then on, I didn't cast friends into anything. Not because I didn't trust them, just because I didn't want to have to deal with it. It's just, it's literally a headache that as a director you don't want to deal with. You're going to cast the person whose reliability is unmatched by anybody else. And that's what I started doing. I cast the next play. The other play that I directed was top notch. The performance, everything was just so good about it. And the actress I did cast in the one, she was phenomenal. And it was a treat to work with her. I really liked working with her. She learned really well. The only downside is when it came to do the performance, I was supposed to be the voice, the director's voice, but my instructor wanted to do it himself. He said he recorded it all and had it already ready to go. He was afraid that I wouldn't be able to project because I would be sitting with my back to the crowd. It was just a lot of, to me, it was a lot of BS. But whatever. It hurt me. It really did. It hurt that performance. And I was upset about that. I was really upset because myself and the actress that I had cast in the other speaking role, we had practiced so much on her delivery based on how I'm delivering. And it was so good. Our final day of practice, it was so natural, so fluid. It felt like just a normal conversation, because that's kind of what it was. She was supposed to be supposed to be auditioning for something. Supposed to be auditioning. So she's just talking to nobody, a voice. And I was supposed to be the director's voice, talking to her and doing the back and forth in the script for this audition. And the only time that the director made an appearance was like a very small part toward the end. And the director was supposed supposed to sound like me when you don't see him. But when you do see him, he sounded completely different, acted completely different, and didn't match the voice, which wasn't supposed to throw her off. It was just supposed to, like, she changes, kind of like stands her ground more once she actually sees who this voice is. Because then it goes from me doing the line relay to the actor playing the director, the actor playing the director, they're now relaying the rest of the lines. And it was supposed to be, that was supposed to be the funny moment, was they hear this loud, deep, boisterous voice, and then all of a sudden they see this otherwise sickly looking man, skinny as a rail, doesn't have any inflection to his voice whatsoever, just a very soft spoken voice. And that was what was supposed to be our pop, our crowd pop. Hey, sorry. My floor jack onto the ground. This guy. He's up there. He's over there replacing the entire dining room carpet. I can't afford it. Oh. Now he's just trying to figure out how to get past the floor jack. He's over here. I'm picking up all the stuff, like this big handful of carpet. I'm just talking to him like, dude, I can't afford this, man. And he's over there nosing my leg, nosing my butt, and like his form of apologizing, I guess. I can't afford any of this stuff. We not eat the carpet, bro. You can try to chew on the jack, but like I'm like, if this was my house, if I lived in my own house, I literally wouldn't care if he shredded every bit of the carpet everywhere. I would just come behind him with a broom and dustpan and sweep it up. I wouldn't care. I can't afford a home. I have to live in an apartment for my whole life. Because I'm stupid. I mean, it's nobody's fault but my own. I'm the stupid person that can't seem to get shit together to buy a house. But if this was my house, if I had my own home, I wouldn't care. I would let him chew on everything. Obviously not cables and stuff like that, but I mean, I would let him dig out the carpet anywhere he wanted to. I would let him go into the closets and dig out the carpet in the closets. I wouldn't care. Granted, if I did have my own house, I wouldn't have carpet. I would just have a floor full of rugs. I would have all hard floor, but massive rugs everywhere, small rugs everywhere else that can't take a massive rug. I would give him the room to be able to run around all over the place, but I would delete any possibility for him to dig out a corner. Yeah, I know, bud. You're going on the ground. You want to play. I'm giving you a treat, but it's not to say you're chewing on the ground was good boy. That wasn't good boy. Just you're adorable and calm you with that damn face of yours. But you're not a good boy right now. You're a bad boy. Bad boy tactics get bad boy partial treatment. Well, I love you and still give you a treat. God damn it, I'm a pushover. I'm such a pushover.
The reason why
I'm stern,
changed
but I love
is
you.
because the media intentionally
I was sitting over there. I'm just sitting over there, like just talking to him. Like, look, guy, I can't afford this. I love you. I love you so much. And if this was my house, I would just let you chew on everything. I would just make sure you didn't chew on cables. Such a pushover. We'll see.
led everybody about it. Ferguson came before Gamergate. Well, I don't remember about Ferguson. I don't know about that. Reddit was even against Gamergate. Reddit, no. You don't understand. Reddit was not against Gamergate. The top posts on Reddit, period, were Gamergate posts. It dominated the entire website. It's not like this was part of the website. It's not like, oh, there were some people that agreed with this. No, this was the overwhelming absolute culture. Yeah, Reddit pushed it. Yeah, like whenever somebody, like I'm trying to remember some of the guys that make Grade A, Under A, Keemstar, a lot of those old drama YouTube people, whenever they made a video about it, Mr. Medica, remember him? Remember Jim, right? Jim was a huge one. And so whenever one of those guys made a video, Total Biscuit, this was at the top. Like, this is what I mean when I say the top of Reddit. You go to r/all, and instead of this hot chick, it's actually it's a video about Gamergate. Everybody was talking about it. Everybody was talking about this shit. Jim was the best. I love him. I thought he was
Nothing like 4 divorces and 6 engagements to find out that you're the problem.
His videos. I still remember watching the We Was Gangs video, man. I do. And that's why identity politics was forced into games so hard, because that's when gaming started getting shittier and shittier. Yeah, it was. And Reddit used to be a normal place. It was. And so here we go again. And this is another one. Bill Gates mentioned in Epstein emails. Jeffrey Epstein is a board member for Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Look inside. Epstein introduces Bill Gates to a Russian prostitute, gets STD from a Russian prostitute. Bill is worried that he gave his wife an STD. Bill asks Epstein for help. Epstein gets Bill antibiotics from doctor friend. Bill asks Epstein for help discreetly giving Melinda antibiotics so she doesn't learn he cheated. Epstein gets annoyed with Bill, tells him he's annoying. Epstein resigns from the foundation. What?
That's a hell of a timeline you got there. That shit is like the timeline on that is like, that's good. It's crazy. It's like, what the hell? Let's go back through that timeline. Like, all right, so zoom in. Pencil. Black. So obviously Bill being mentioned in the Epstein files is like out here. But the crazy thing is like Epstein joins the board, their foundation here. And then all through here, this is the timeline. You got Bill Gates being introduced to a Russian prostitute, getting an STD from that Russian prostitute, possibly giving it to his wife, asking Epstein for help, getting help, asking for help to dose his wife. Epstein gets annoyed with that request, and it's like, nah, fuck that, son, I'm out. This is literally how this this timeline goes. Let's put some words on it. Hey, well, that's a big box. That's what she. Jeez, why is it so big? Oh, it's 36. Oh, hell. There we go. Wonder if there was an end in sight. Okay. Oh, you son of a... We'll push it off to the other screen a little bit. So... whoever chose that, kiss my ass. I'm not whoever. I haven't set font in this shit since ever. J.E. joins... That's the beginning. Eight. That's literally here. Like this spoke right here. And it's blurry because of the it's in 128 by 128. Or 173 by 177. That's why it's showing up or showing up pixelated. It's pretty much, it's basically zoomed way the hell in on a very small image. I just didn't feel like messing with it to make it a bigger image. Russian prostitute. That's going to be right there. And it basically goes from there. He gets an STD. Then he's afraid his wife, or he's worried he gave his wife the same STD. Asks Epstein for help. Gets him the antibiotics. Then asks if he can help dose Melinda. Getting annoyed. Resigns from the foundation. So, while there's a lot of in between here, a lot of this in between, you can kind of infer what's going on. Because I did some research yesterday on stream where we went in and looked at I went in and asked about Bill and Melinda's marriage. Not I wasn't making making connections where they didn't otherwise belong. What I was doing was I was looking into essentially a possible correlation of Melinda actually learning that Bill gave her an STD, and that's what started their marriage decline. But Bill and Melinda didn't get a divorce until 2020. But it was after Epstein. After Epstein was already in the process of being indicted. So that's what I was looking for, to see if because again, one of the things that I'd seen, I think it was on YouTube. It was in one of the little side videos over here on YouTube where it was talking about, no, it was on Google's AI. Weird how I follow some of these lines, because what happened was I was in here in Google, I was in the deep dive, and all of its research links were over here on the side, kind of like this. And one that it did have was a newspaper article to where it wasn't a newspaper article about Bill Gates and Melinda Gates and their marriage being over. It was about Melinda voicing concerns well prior to Epstein being taken down. She had voiced concerns that were never followed up on. No, there were no articles written about it. There was nothing produced to say, hey, this famous dude's wife is voicing concerns about Jeffrey Epstein. And that's around when we get this stuff, because it's a few years. I remember. Why not? Why would I have thought that that was gonna work? I thought why did I think that that was gonna work? Of course, Google's suppressing it all right now. Wait, gotta do it this way. Oop, there we go. Bill Gates, Epstein. Yes. In 2013. So yes, it was quite some time before, but it's one of those things that she had already voiced concerns about Epstein between 2013 and 2019. She had voiced these concerns, or 2020, whenever her and Bill actually divorced. Oh, 2021. And she cited part of reason for the divorce were Epstein ties. I didn't read that from here, but when I was going through Google's AI, having them pull everything for me, that's one of the things that it talked about. One of the reasons for their divorce was citing the Epstein tie. But one of the other links that was in there talked about her actually voicing concerns prior to Epstein and prior to this divorce. She had already voiced concerns about Bill's friendship with Epstein. There's always this. Trying to deem someone mentally unstable and unfit. Bill, this tastes weird. Again, it's one of those things. Try to fight against it and argue it away, but all you're going to end up doing is sounding like a pedophile protector. That's what's going to happen. You're going to sound like a pedophile protector. You don't know Bill Gates. You don't know anything about this man. Oh, you don't know anything about him. I know it's more likely that he's a disgusting piece of shit than him actually being a good human being. I know more in that side than I do anything in him doing good in the world. Anything good. Well, Windows isn't that. No, Windows is a fucking shit show. Let's get it fucking straight. Bill Gates ain't done shit for humanity other than hurt it. So yeah, I believe Bill Gates is a true scumbag more than anything in the world. And well, he had consensual sex with an adult. And you think he was talking to a pedophile about adult shit? I'm sure there's other shady people that could have gotten him antibiotics to help deal with an STD. I'm sure there's a ton of other drug dealers around the world that aren't affiliated with PDF files that he could have gotten drugs for. They would have probably kept shit more quiet. He would have been blackmailed and embezzled from. But he might not be roped in with a known pedophile. So, I mean, you can defend Bill Gates all you want, but no matter which way you try to defend him, it's going to be bad. It's going to be bad. And the fact that his wife pretty much says one of the reasons she divorced him was because of his ties with Epstein. She don't go into no detail of those ties, but she says because of his ties with Epstein. Whether that's pure show and propaganda or not is irrelevant. It's the fact that somebody outside of the natural victimhood, the natural order of victims that Epstein kept, somebody outside that blocked him and nobody said nothing about it. There were no articles, no nothings. That right there could have been the start of the whole thing. But no, you have to put these actual victims through hell. Just to protect these people. You're protecting them. You argue in favor of Bill Gates, you're protecting him. He associated with a known pedophile within his circles. Within the upper echelons of circles, these people know about each other. And the celebrities that don't know anything about any other celebrity is either lying or hasn't been welcomed to the club. Because like Asmon said, this shit is just so blatantly obvious anymore. It's
Epstein
like they're...
gets Bill anti-
And again, it's like they're not trying to hide it. No, they've become so old that hiding it is more work than just telling the truth. But they're not stopping them from still trying to hide it. They're still going to try to hide it, but they're going to fail miserably at hiding it because they're old as dirt now. They're just hoping they die before indictments start being handed out, because it's going to destroy their legacies. That's why this stuff is being held back so hard. It's because they're hoping these people would just continue to die off. Right now, they're just probably checking them off of a list. Who's dying? Well, we got thousands of more. Hopefully, we can keep it at bay.
Antibiotics from Dr. Friend. Bill asks Epstein for help discreetly giving Melinda antibiotics so she doesn't learn he cheated. Epstein gets annoyed with Bill, tells him he's annoying. Epstein resigns from the foundation. Reported Donald. Where'd it go? Everyone should consider the possibility that many of them are implicated in serious wrongdoing, that the Trump offered protection or a cover-up in return to loyalty. So that's possible, right? Some people think because Elon Musk is in the files that that's the reason why he supported Donald Trump. This is ridiculous. Oh my God. The FBI citing, oh, here we go. FBI citing confidential human source released in a final batch of Epstein files claims Trump has been compromised by Israel. Take a look at this. And this was in, where did it happen? 2020, right here. CHS believed Dershowitz was co-opted by Mossad and subscribed to their mission. And then we have another one here. CHS advised that this is the real collusion story. Trump has been compromised by Israel, and Kushner is the real brains behind his organization and his presidency. So basically, that random guy that like his daughter married was running the country. I don't know if that's true or not. I really don't. I mean, a lot of these are tips.
I mean,
and stuff
look
like
at
that,
Jared
so
Kushner's
really be sure.
connections.
This is just somebody.
Just look at Kushner's connections, you'll know.
It is. It's right.
And it's, these people don't do anything by chance. It's all calculated. It's been calculated for a long time. Why do you think a beautiful woman like Ivanka Trump isn't married already? Come on. Well, she just turned 18. No, she didn't. That woman is, I'm pretty sure, in her 30s. No, she's older than I am. Well, they've been married since 2009. Oh, and that's so convenient too, right? Come on now. A beautiful woman like this is with a walking wiener, not for money. Come on now. She's the video game character that all gamers wish all the female characters were, or at least part of her. She doesn't have a knockout, drop dead gorgeous body, but she's got the face appeal that gamers would much rather see in video games than what we get now. Sure as hell not somebody that would just randomly sack up with a wiener like Jared Kushner. Dude
right
looks like
there in
a
front of you.
walking penis,
And,
and
Trump
you
says
telling me that he's pulling the bitches? No, his pocketbook is pulling the bitches.
being a pedophile compromised by Mossad. Lol, what the fuck? That's right. That's right. Oh, yeah. And we already went through this one here. And anyway, so it gets even better than this, okay? Jeffrey Epstein. The probability that Jeffrey Epstein called someone the N-word on Xbox Live
Is high.
95% chance.
That's giving him credit. I'd say 99% chance.
95% chance. I'd say guaranteed, maybe, right? I mean, like, look, I wouldn't say 100%, right? But a lot of other people would, and I can see why. So here we go. Notice of permanent enforcement action, harassment, threats, and abuse. This email is to notify you that your Xbox Live account privileges have been permanently suspended due to harassment, threats, and/or abuse of other players. So let me get this straight. Jeffrey Epstein got banned by Xbox Live before he got arrested. Jeffrey Epstein was in there in the trenches in Modern Warfare 2 spamming the N-word. Bill Gates did this to him after he got met. So you think Bill Gates banned Jeffrey Epstein's... Bro. Bill Gates bans Jeffrey Epstein's Xbox Live account after he doesn't give Bill Gates STD fucking antibiotics to secretly give to his wife whenever he was hooking up with a Russian hooker.
That's the funny theory that's been passed around, and that's hilarious as hell.
Oh my
like,
God.
Bill Gates was just so mad he wouldn't help him out. He banned him on Xbox Live. Because he knows he's an abuser. This is just extra. So he bans him. But the thing of it is he may have, there's a 95% chance that he said the N-word as a normal word in his vocabulary over Xbox Live. But he would be part of the other 99% of other players doing it too. So I think that me personally, it's funny to think about that this is more of a revenge thing than anything. It's funnier to think about it that way than to think about possibly he was like not just spamming the N-word, but being completely bad. But the timing, though, the timing is there, because it was 2019. Where did we find that? July 13th, 2018. And this email came out at the end of 2013. Wait, hold on. That's the same year. That's the same friggin' year. This email Epstein sent to himself about the whole thing happened in July of 2013. He gets banned on Xbox Live in December of 2013. That does sound like revenge to me. You won't help me? Okay. You better not say anything bad on Xbox Live.
Wow. Check the dates. Yeah. Where's the dates here? I want to.
That's the first thing I went to. Oh, Asmon, I beat you. Well, this was 11 hours ago, 12 hours, 13 hours ago. But in real time, I did, though. In real time, if he was doing this essentially live or this was he put this up a couple hours ago, I essentially would have otherwise beat him to the punch, because as I've been going through this, I've been talking for 3 hours essentially about this. But the things that the first things that I go to were the dates, and I jacked them up. I thought they were just a year apart, but no, they're within the same year, just a few months apart. And again, I put this video on last night. I started it like here. This is around when I went to bed. This is around the time I went to bed. Because I was just getting really tired. I went offline, sat here for a minute. I think I went in and started to do some editing, and I was just so cooked. I was like, yeah, I turned off my monitors, dropped everything to upload on YouTube, which is why this page is still up and these videos are up like this. And the fourth one that I dropped this morning hasn't even shown up because I haven't refreshed. I hadn't even made it here yet. And the moment I was going into it, the first things I started to look at were the dates and correlate dates. And then somebody in his chat's like, look at the dates.
I want to see this.
Yep, within the same year, months apart.
No.
Oh my God, where's my fucking thing? Give it. Oh, it's so good. It's just too good. It's too fucking good.
No fucking way. No fucking way, dude. It was 5 months later. Sorry, I peeked the mic there. I apologize. Holy shit. Xbox messages and second reply. Well, it doesn't say it anywhere, right? Did it say it? No, it's just him. Yeah, it's the guy himself. And I don't understand this at all. The dots might be making a line here. It's just, Gates is such a nerd. He said, I don't want to hang out with you anymore, and banned him from Xbox. Could this be because he used Xbox Live Chat as a way of communicating about something illegal? No, because he wasn't in any investigation at all in 2000. He was probably just calling people the N-word. I mean, like, let's be honest, right? I mean, his wife's on Reddit. He's on 4chan. He's talking to the guy that runs 4chan. Are you really surprised that he's on Xbox Live calling people the N-word? Really?
I mean, I put it this way. I'm not surprised he's on Xbox Live calling people the N-word, because he probably thought he was safe. He probably was safe, which is why he was able to continue for the next 5 months until more reports came in on his account. And he's like, Bill's like, oh, I forgot about him not helping me. You know what? Banned. He didn't help me, so I'm not going to help him.
I mean, and here's what's crazy about this.
I'm done helping him. All these reports on his account, boom, banned, son.
What's wrong with that? Yeah. I mean, honestly, the thing is, the amount of videos. Let me see here. Jeffrey. Let me see if I can pull this one up. I don't think I can find it. Man. Is this it? No, it's not. Fuck, man. I wanted to find this, but I'm not able to. This is too bad. I really wanted to find a good video. But I was trying to look up Jeffrey Epstein, the Minecraft video. But what I've noticed is that a lot of people, it's so deranged. But like a lot of people are making like fan cam edits of Jeffrey Epstein with AI. They are. Like, I don't know, like, I really think that, I don't know if we can come back from this. I don't know.
I don't know if we can come back from this.
That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT! That's what I'm talking about! That's why he's the MVP! That's why he's the GOAT! The GOAT!
Oh my fucking God. And so my team and I have discovered messages from X. What is this?
Hey, You're just mad because I'll be able to do something with my fucking guitar in hands that you'll never be able to achieve in your entire life, kid. So yeah, you're gay.
Oh my fucking god, bro. Hits him with the Metallica. So yeah, you're gay. Oh my fucking god, bro. This is insane. He moved over to WoW?
What? That's not real. That's fake. There's no way.
This has got to be fake. It has to
That's
be
what I
fake.
said.
This has to be fucking fake.
It has to be
And
fake.
he was a Wrath baby. Look at this. This was, oh, bro, this was right before Cataclysm. Because Cataclysm came out on the 7th of December, 2010. Oh my
He's
god.
in it. And one of the people in his chat said, in your guild. Watch it. They'll say, in your guild. He was, once the person said it beforehand, he was in your guild. Oh. Asmon's chat does scroll fucking fast. You type anything in his chat, it's gone instantly. It's just sucked
No.
up by the ether.
This has got to be fake. It has to be fake. This has to be fucking fake. And he was a Wrath baby. Look at this. This was, oh, bro, this was right before Cataclysm. Because Cataclysm came out on the 7th of December, 2010.
Oh, that's
Oh
hilarious.
my god. Wait a minute. I could have rated. He was an indestructible. He could have been in Jeffrey. This isn't real, right? No, I don't believe this. No, I refuse to believe this. I got it. This is the Department of Justice.
Oh, shit.
My
It's
God.
fucking real. It's fucking
Jeffrey
real.
Epstein played WoW.
He was hunting and WoW. He wasn't playing it. He was hunting. He was hunting.
Guys, this is really big. This is a big deal. The question, so do we know what his account was? I want to know his account. Like terms and conditions.
Oh, goodness.
So,
That's
to
an
begin
official
your
email,
adventures-
too.
So he started playing in 2010. This is right at the end of Wrath of the Lich King. So he probably started playing to get ready to play Cataclysm. Somebody said he played a priest. Huh. You think so? Oh my fucking god.
He played a priest.
And Epstein created Roblox. Yes, the guy's like a virus. He was everywhere, even in games. Bro, how did this guy do everything? This guy, dude, this is insane. So he's calling people the N-word on Xbox Live. He's playing World of Warcraft. He's on 4chan trying to get them to make new image boards for fucking politics. Then on top of that, he's running operations between the CIA, Mossad, and British intelligence, all triangulating things. On top of that, he's got his own private fucking island. He's hanging out with presidents all the time. He's like boys with Bill Clinton. He's like, he's arguing with Bill Gates in emails. Dude.
Over STDs and drugs.
What the fuck?
Like 2026, his bingo
Crazy
card is getting
motion.
insane already.
Has there been anybody in the entire history of humankind who's had more motion than Jeffrey Epstein? Really?
It's surprising they
Bobby
even
was
were
in,
able
yes,
to catch him with all the
Bobby
movement
Kotick
the
was in
dude's
Jeffrey
been pulling.
Epstein's black book. You guys might not remember this. I remember this. Bobby Cockdick, look at this right here, who was listed in Jeffrey Epstein's little black book, promises that he will work to get rid of the rapey environment that he knew about. Remember this? Oh, wow. Bobby Cockdick announced, linked
The
to
rapey
Jeffrey
environment.
Epstein. There it is, right there. And so look with this. Check if he was in your guild. Dude. The thing is that I was on the most popular Alliance server. So if Jeffrey Epstein played one of the most popular, I was on Kel'Thuzad, and there is a good chance that Jeffrey Epstein could have played on my server. Kel'Thuzad, yes, that was my server. He was Horde. I don't know if he was or not. Yeah, I really don't. He was a gooner. He 100% played Alliance. I mean, let's be honest, right? If he played, he either played a Blood Elf, a Night Elf, or a human. I think probably a Blood Elf or a Night Elf. If I had to guess, actually, it could have been a gnome. But, you know, maybe not. I don't know, guys.
Could have been a gnome.
You know? I'm gonna get banned pretty soon. I feel like I've been building up to it. I really have been. Like I've really been building up to this. It's gonna happen. Like count the days, guys. Count them down. Enjoy the streams. Enjoy it while it lasts. You were wrong. He was a degenerate. So a Draenei. Yeah, it could have been a Draenei female too. You're right about that. So anyway, he made a World of Warcraft trial account. He had an Xbox Live account that was actioned for harassing people. This is unbelievable. I don't even know what to say. This is objectively hilarious. Permanently banned, and also here's the other thing too. He was permanently banned in 2013. Do you know what you had to do to get permanently banned in 2013? Like, I'm pretty sure you could have read all of Mein Kampf and you wouldn't have gotten banned. Jeffrey Epstein was down there. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say about this.
He was
This
in the
is just
trenches of
unbelievable.
harassment.
Holy fuck. He was most likely like the Forsaken with the whole cannibalized thing. Well, no, that was George Bush. You've got to keep that in mind, okay? It could be a phishing email, too. I don't think it was. I really don't think so, because it was from Blizzard Entertainment.
Yeah.
A World of
And they
Warcraft
had
trial
their
account created.
they
Yeah,
had their
all
terms
this
at the
is
bottom.
exactly what it used to look like, man. Does this have anything to do with the Me Too movement? TLDR? The TLDR is that Jeffrey Epstein played WoW and he got banned from Xbox Live. I'm not even kidding you. Like, this is all real. Like, it's all real. Everything, the truth is stranger than fiction. I don't know what to say. TLDR, Epstein was a gamer. Go back and look at the Xbox Live email again. It looks fishy. The one right here from, I don't know, it was 2013. They might have had a different email structure then. There's no real way to be sure about it one way or another.
XLCM at Microsoft.com. Xbox Live. Code management. and they're dealing. They deal with enforcing the code of conduct. So, yeah. Yeah. That's it. Ladies' restroom. Got my little guy some mint. Got him some mint and watered my plants. All right. So yeah, it is. It's a real email address.
Permanently banned in 2013. Like, I'm pretty sure you could have read all of Mein Kampf and you wouldn't have gotten banned. Jeffrey Epstein itself. Oh, really? By 2 shotgun shots to the back of the head, right? Like this is unbelievable. I World of Warcraft trial account. He had an Xbox Live account that was actioned for harassing people. This is unbelievable. I don't even know what to say. This is objectively hilarious. Permanently banned, and also here's the other thing too. He was permanently banned in 2013. Do you know what you had to do to get permanently banned in 2013?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure you could have read all of Mein Kampf and you wouldn't have gotten banned. Jeffrey Epstein was down there, like, that's crazy. I don't even know what to say about this. This is just unbelievable. Holy fuck. He was most likely like the Forsaken with the whole cannibalize thing? Well, no, that was George Bush. You've got to keep that in mind, okay? It could be a phishing email, too. I don't think it was. I really don't think so, because it was from Blizzard Entertainment. A World of Warcraft trial account created. Yeah, all this is exactly what it used to look like, man. Does this have anything to do with the Me Too movement? TLDR? The TLDR is that Jeffrey Epstein played WoW and he got banned from Xbox Live. I'm not even kidding you. Like, this is all real. Like, it's all real. Everything, the truth is stranger than fiction. I don't know what to say. TLDR, Epstein was a gamer. Go back and look at the Xbox Live email again. It looks fishy. The one right here from, I don't know, is 2013. They might have had a different email structure then. There's no real way to be sure about it one way or another. I don't know. But yes. And here's another one. Take a look at this. This is crazy. Basically, okay, let me read it. Okay. So basically, a vast global child trafficking network constantly used pizza in every single one of their communications as a clear code word for something much more sinister. But this one time in Washington, D.C., when a random pizza shop owner, who was named one of the 50 most powerful people in D.C., was doing the same thing and using the same language with Obama and the Clintons, they were actually just talking about pizza and hot dogs, and it was a coincidence and a red herring, and then a street camera that, since its inception, had been pointed at the pizza shop was suddenly pointed in a different direction on the same day that a random guy in a random act of violence fired a single bullet into the pizza shop door, which destroyed the hard drive on the pizza shop computer, and then he was killed in a traffic stop, and then every mention of the pizza shop was scrubbed from the internet.
Yep. That's the Comet Pizza thing. I just looked at that earlier.
Oh my God. I wish my mom was alive to see this. I do.
That's what I said. He's seeing it in real time.
Fuck, man. Fuck. This is old news? No, this is new. This is crazy.
No, it's old.
And then the security camera killed itself? Oh, really? Like 2 shotgun shots to the back of the head, right?
The security camera
alert.
killed itself.
Send pizza to Bobby. May I bring your slice of pizza to you? Respectfully, Daphne. From 2015.
Just such a weird question.
Oh my God.
You had to email that?
The pizza shop incident? No, the pizza shop, but it got memory hold. It did. It got totally memory hold. And so what the fuck is a red... Oh my God. Under 9, U9, we don't know what U means. U9 Red Pizza Party. Hi, Ben. Great game today. Wanted to check and see if you might be available for a pizza party next Saturday after the friendly Darien game we're having. It's been difficult to find time the most people are available to participate, but it seems like next Saturday is the best for most. Please let me know. Thanks. Sent from my iPhone. There is a good chance that all of it is real.
There's a high chance that it's all real.
U9 is typically used for sports? Right. Yep. That's exactly what they meant. Besta Pizza was located close to Comet Ping Pong. While Pizzagate was being exposed, they changed their logo. Oh, God. This is deep. This is this right here. Okay.
I
So,
found something else he likes to do.
basically, this image right here, this triangle, is a covert symbol that is meant to indicate, weird pedophile stuff.
Yes.
The pedo
Yes.
triangle.
Yes. Now we're on the good stuff, Asmon. Now we're into the real rabbit hole. I didn't get this far. And now he's diving. Oh, buddy. If he's really diving into this hole, he is not going to come out very happy. He's not, and he's going to come out very scarred if he is actually diving into this hole. That's insane. I wasn't even paying attention. Holy shit. Is he really going to dive down this hole with his 4.33 million subscribers on YouTube? 756,000 views. We might be seeing history in the making, or I might be. Nobody else is watching, but I am.
Yes. Symbols matter? Yes, they do. And so this is a high level. Like crazy. See, people don't even know about this. Nobody even knows this exists. Oh, yeah. Please go check on it yourself. Men Loving Boys Association? I don't know about that. I'm just saying this. Yeah. What the fuck, man? That's right, bro. What the fuck? Alex Jones is eternally vindicated. Pizza. Oh my God. Pizza means cocaine. Really? It does? Oh man. It's still there. You can have a slice, play a little Pong, a great place to take a date to. Yeah, it's insane thinking. Holy fucking shit. Something like that, yeah. Not a huge fan of Martyr Maid, but this tweet storm about Pizzagate is pretty good. Holy fucking shit. So, I gotta
There it
look
is.
this is so spicy. I'm gonna have to scroll it up on screen, okay? Just a minute.
You're watching
Okay.
history in the making.
That's fine. This is fine.
You're watching a
It's
whole
deranged, but it's fine.
a whole new layer of the millennial generation and the Gen Z generation entering chat. And you wonder why millennials are the way they are, Asmon. We've been seeing this for our whole lives.
This is a lot, guys. This is a lot. I did a podcast about the origins of Pizzagate conspiracy theory. During the episode, we mentioned art and other visual materials relevant to the story, which I will present here for reference. Warning, extremely disturbing. Pizzagate hit public consciousness when a man armed with an AR-15 showed up to Washington, D.C. pizza parlor called Comet Ping Pong Pizza. He was looking for a hidden chamber used by a satanic pedophile cult involving D.C. elites. It all began when the emails of John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's 2016 campaign manager, were released by WikiLeaks. While most were picking through evidence that the DNC or Clinton had screwed Bernie, others were sleuthing in another direction. I only want to add visual aids for the podcast here, so I won't go into all the details.
Matter of fact,
line,
there were like 4 women in the building I worked at when I worked down in Cincinnati who were actually voting for Hillary Clinton until I started showing everybody the WikiLeaks emails. I didn't show them the other side because I didn't, well, a couple people. I showed a couple people the other side. But I mostly showed people the Clinton screwing over Bernie. And that turned a lot of people against Clinton. Because it's, regardless if you say, well, that's not that big of a deal. If that's what you want out of your politician, then we are really in a bad shape. We are really in bad shape. Oh, goodness. And we're going down the line with this lady. Oh, goodness. He's doing it. He is really, really doing it.
People found what they thought were coded messages referring to pedophilia. That in hand, that they were looking for confirmation in the archive. Among the emails was an invitation of John Podesta and his brother Tony to the performance by Marina Ambervik. Everyone was excited about her upcoming art installation called Spirit Cooking. Here's the lovely lady. Spirit Cooking is a black magic ritual themed dinner party installation, I guess. The guests eat off of mock corpses. They drink libations they're supposed to pretend are blood, breast milk, and semen. The walls are scrawled with messages written in pig's blood. With a sharp knife, cut deeply into the middle finger of your left hand, eat the pain. Fresh morning urine sprinkle over nightmare dreams. Mix fresh breast milk. Wait a minute. Didn't something like this happen at Blizzard? And Bobby Kotick was on Jeffrey Epstein. Guys, this is insane. It's actually fucking insane. Like, what the fuck is going on? It all makes sense now. What the fuck? Ouroboros type shit, yes. I don't even know what to say here. Yeah, say that again. I don't get it. Good. Wow. Fresh sperm milk, drink on earthquake nights. Copying. Crying.
That's Lady Gaga.
Oh my god. And these are all fake, by the way.
Yeah, but it's
Celebrities
the
and
symbolism.
Power players are big
Remember,
fans of
symbols are very important. In a world created, or in a society created and revolving around symbolism and symbols, might be fake, but the symbolism is there. Lady Gaga, Gwen Stefani.
Abramovic. Here are the scenes from other Spirit Cooking events. Oh, what the fuck is this? These pictures are old? Yes, I know that. We're building, obviously this is from 2022. This guy, this random, dude, what is he saying today? What is he saying today after 3 years later? Oh my god. Wow. He's talking about Iran now. Oh my fucking god. This is insane. He's not random. Well, I don't know who the guy is. I'm not familiar with him. I don't mean to downplay him. I'm just not familiar with his content.
And that's what,
so
and that's what you. I hate when people go into the semantics of certain things. Like in the gamer world, when somebody says random, it doesn't mean an actual legit random person. It means somebody that is not known to me in my circle. That's what random is. It's not necessarily meaning some random person off the streets. That's literal. That would be literal. when gamers and people who have brains say random, it means that somebody I don't know. I'm not aware of them. They're random to me. In my mind, they come out of nowhere, so it's random. People like to get overly hung up on dumb shit.
Next,
Get hung up
people
on the
found
right
many
shit, not the dumb
references to
shit.
Comet Pizza Ping Pong, a DC joint owned by James Galifianakis, who, despite being a humble pizza salesman, was named one of the 50 most powerful people in Washington, D.C. by GQ magazine. This is it. Galifianakis is an interesting character. He is the former boyfriend of Media Matters founder David Brock. His Instagram avatar at the time was a picture of Antoninus, the boy lover of the Roman Emperor Hadrian. He was the one that built the wall, Hadrian's Wall. And there were pictures of other people's kids that seemed strange without context.
Why are her hands taped to the table? Why is she standing crotch level to a guy?
They sure do. They sure do seem strange, don't they? Fake? I don't know. Alphanatus is a common Greek name, but oddly enough, the name James Alphanatus reads very much like the French, I don't know how to say this, which means I like... What? At this point, someone remembered the words of Andrew Breitbart several years later in a tweet that seems like a dare for Podesta to take him into the court for discovery. He publicly accused him of running an underage sex slave operations.
Damn.
How Paul Guru John Podesta is in a household name as a world-class underage sex slave op cover-upper defending unspeakable dregs escapes me. And this was in 2011. And then
Damn.
when did Andrew Breitbart die?
2011, with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the back of his head.
A year later.
A year later?
Yeah, a year later. He wasn't killed? I don't know. But that's 2011 seems like a pretty crazy year, huh? How about that? And Breitbart was the first to accuse the disgraced congressman and husband of Hillary Clinton's top aide of sexting with underage girls. Wait, is this Anthony Weiner?
Yeah,
Was that
so.
it? Discussing his vindication on Red Eye, he and Gutfeld had a knowing exchange about ping pong.
Adrenaline coursing through my veins. It's the most surreal experience. You have no perspective when something like this happens of this epic level. I haven't looked at the internet to see the comment section. I haven't retweeted any vile hate against me.
Which is actually a relief.
Right, in 48 hours.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm jonesing for some hate.
Well, the interesting thing, it's hard to play ping pong when you don't have any opposition, because normally the people that tweet you hate are not tweeting because they've been humiliated. I don't see anything.
Why did you change the subject to the sport of ping pong?
I don't know.
Yeah, you're weird that way.
I am. I certainly am. I want to talk about the extra.
He got real skittish about ping pong. He got real skittish about ping pong. It's just a game, man.
Oh, man.
It's a game. Why did you change the sport to ping pong all of a sudden?
That's crazy.
You're weird like that.
That really,
That was very uncomfortable.
you know, like, I don't get it. So he used ping pong as an example of going back and forth, but ping pong could also be a double entendre for Ping Pong Pizza, which was the place that the sex operation was being operated out of. You see? Man, the double meaning, exactly. So, wow. Letting him know that he knows. On the air in front of everybody, and nobody knew it. So Breitbart was first accusing Ping Pong Pizza advertised itself as a place for kids, but hosted musical acts that were inappropriate for children. Well, you could just say they were ahead of their time. And one was called The Sex Stains that happened to have a music video on YouTube. Twitter apparently does not want me to post the next one, so let's try it this way. Featured in a prominently throughout the video, which takes place in a nursery, is a simple result resembling a triangular spiral. Okay, this is the spiral. Now we're finally back to the spiral part, okay? Because this all is building up to
The
the
massive
spiral
rabbit
part.
hole.
And so
That's what I said.
anyway,
Is he
resembling
really
a
about to go down this rabbit hole? It's a huge, huge, huge rabbit hole. Like, this rabbit hole isn't just some tiny little thing. This thing has got structure. There's so much evidence holding it up that this is the longest and deepest rabbit hole in conspiracy history. This shit keeps going. It keeps going.
Triangular spiral. It is also featured so prominently that the shot of the black woman holding her hands out towards it is how the video ends. And this is the image right here.
Why is she made to look
This
like
right
a
here.
child?
And then she even has her hands right there at it at the very end. It turns out that the triangle spiral symbol was a well-known to the FBI Child Sex Crimes Unit as a sign pedophiles use to identify each other. And this was the original pizza logo, and then it was changed. And it gets even more. 2 doors down from Comet Pizza Pong was another pizza place called Besta Pizza. This was their logo until the info hit the internet, and then they changed it. Next, people discovered that John Podesta's
Even the name play on that Besta Pizza. Besta Podesta Pizza. The best of Podesta Pizza. To me, it's weird wordplay. It's weird in its connection of how it fits so well. Some random pizza shops called Besta Pizza with John Podesta's pizza shop sitting down the street.
his brother, Tony, who
Besta
ran
Podesta.
what for years was probably the biggest Democrat lobbying firm in D.C., with John originally, was a big art collector. In 2014, his home and some of his art was profiled by Washington Life magazine. I don't know if I want to show the image, right? I don't want to keep it. It's just art, but I don't want to take any risks, okay? Although Bourgeoisie created the piece after the Dahmer case was publicized, there are sketches that before that, so it's not what that's at least to the artist. I can't speak for the purchasers, but here are two of her other sketches. Note father and son in the black one. It's just art? Yeah, what the Bro, why are these people so weird? Here's what my opinion is. This is a black pill opinion, so it's just like all my other opinions. I think most people, not most people, but I think that like 1 in 5 people are probably like this. Maybe 1 in 10, more than 1 in 20. I think that they're actually so sick and deranged, it would make you just totally uncomfortable to be around them if you could really read their mind. 1 in 2? I think it's a huge percentage.
1 in 2.
Now, they might not all have the same sickness,
He said 1
but
and
they're
2.
all sick.
1 and
There's
2.
a spectrum. So the difference and the reason why, so think about it like this. Why is it that in media, entertainment, and politics, there are so many of these bad actors and terrible people involved? The reason why is because those are the positions that people have so they can exploit their fantasies. That's the reason why.
There you go. You got the money, the power, and the opportunity.
I'm sick? Oh, it's going to get worse than this. Society awards the cutthroat? No, it's not that at all. What I'm saying is just by sample size. Like, think about how many streamers have been exposed to be sexual predators, weirdos, freaks, pedos, anything like that.
Yep.
Like, you've got to admit that, like, this is a pretty high fucking ratio, isn't it? Like, damn, it's a lot. And so,
And that's
how
the
does this
scariest part
happen?
of it all.
It happens.
It's filling every space now. Every space is being filled with this shit. And then it's not just being filled with it. It's people are trying to normalize it as if it's just no big deal. We are doomed as a species. We are doomed.
It's because there's a lot of other people that are like this too. That's the reason why.
We
Most
are
likely
doomed.
1 in 5, it's not all the same sin. It's the 7 deadly sins. I think there are evil demons like this everywhere. Normal people just don't have the power to fulfill their wishes. Well, I think that they do in some cases, but they're not able to do it at scale. So, for example, like, you know, like, you ever watch like those true crime documentaries where it's like somebody has like 2 sex slaves and, you know, they've had them in their basement for 20 years? Like, that's just your basically, like, that's your, you know,
Run of the
that's your
mill.
budget Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah.
But he could
Timu
be
Epstein.
in your neighborhood. It is. And, like, I know, by the way...
And if you give that Timu Epstein's money, he becomes Epstein. That's just how it works. These people, their opportunity, they're taking advantage of their opportunities because those are the ones they have. You give them more roads to opportunity, yeah, they're going to take them. They'll be politicians. They'll be movie moguls, business moguls.
Talk about this stuff, and I use...
It's just resources and opportunity at that point.
It's the worst metaphors. I say it straight out, right? This is your great value, Jeffrey Epstein, everything like that. And I know people get mad about me talking about it like this. I want you to get mad because I think it's funny to read the tweets. I don't give a shit. That's it. I'm going to keep talking about it like this. Yep. I just want to let everybody know that. So, torture files. I'm still waiting and watching the... So, this is what Jeffrey Epstein said. I am still waiting and watching the melted cheese drip. Chilling screenshot from Jeffrey Epstein files shows Epstein in a multi-person video call, likely Skype era, with 2 heavily redacted participants on the left and the right. Overlaid BlackBerry message with a contact labeled torture. I am still waiting and watching the melted cheese drip. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Damn. God fucking damn. This is brutal.
Yep.
Of course, and
Yeah. Possibly be watching and dripping blood or in their final moments before death. Yeah, and I feel like yeah, the fuck is melted cheese? It could be they could be burning them alive or something like that too. There could be other ways that they're approaching it. I don't know. But yeah, it's probably something that's deranged. I can definitely guarantee that.
If it's Epstein, it's definitely deranged.
Yeah, this is insane. Look at the celebrities that joke about pizza.
So that's where Clooney lives. George Clooney lives.
Yes.
And Jen and George are friends. So
Sure,
you
sure.
went to George's house?
yes, of course. And him and his wife and all these nice people were there, and they invited Jen and me. I know George back in the day too. So we went there, and you take a boat. You get on a boat. You cruise down. Went over to their house. They made us homemade pizza, and it was an amazing time. I sat next to Bono. It was a good day.
That is a good day. She likes to. She's busy all the time. I know she's the greatest host, but
I don't think this doesn't sound like coded language. It just doesn't.
I'm like I'm going to bed at 9. I can't come over. Your thing starts at 8:30. So
Yes, she can handle it. She
Yeah,
can handle it. And
she
her
can.
parties are incredible at her house.
Oh,
too.
no,
she does have good parties, and she makes good pizza as well.
She makes great pizza.
Wonderful,
yes.
wonderful pizza. All right, just y'all are all like, whatever.
They don't sound weird, and then
Why
that
does your
starts to
set
sound
look like
weird.
Epstein's Island. No, this is fake.
No, that's actually her set. That's actually what her set looks like. No, it's
Dude, they're not similar, dude. You don't think that they're similar?
symbolism,
Really?
man.
I don't know. I think
Literally,
they're similar.
literally been talking about it the entire time.
Yeah, I mean,
Symbolism.
I think that's pretty, I think it's similar.
Boom. It's.
I mean, I'm not saying like, look, guys.
It's done its job. You see
this
the
is the
similarity?
way-
Boom. Anybody that's in the know would be in the know.
That I look at it, right, is that it's not necessarily about one thing. It's about all the things. Really, and it's not like, okay, well, I mean, because you understand, like, there's one thing, all right, yeah, who knows? But, like, damn, man, there sure are a lot of coincidences, huh? All the there's a lot of these.
Yep. And
Look
they
at
don't
the
stop
colors,
coming.
man. It's obvious. Yeah, I mean the blue and white and everything. It's.
The blue, the white, the
I mean, guys,
horizontal stripes,
I don't know how people aren't
palm
seeing that
trees
this is very close to being the
coupled
same
with the
thing, man.
stripes.
And I get. Look. I get there's plausible deniability, but man,
It looks really bad. It's
You
hard to
gotta have a lot
deny
of
something that
deniability.
looks really, really bad. Looks that bad.
These circles of friends that you guys have. You told a story about going.
And another thing is he didn't go into it, is with the whole Ellen DeGeneres Wayfarer thing. Well, where they were selling furniture that just so happened to have the same names as missing children, and the markup for these items was like 1,000,000% higher than products of the same exact type. Then they tried to play it off as if, well, there's just a better quality, blah, 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 blah. And then the next day, the names are changed, the prices are changed, and the ones that originally showed up weren't showing up anymore. Some of because there was a toy chest, a low-sitting toy chest that sits at the end of a kid's bed, right next to another toy chest listing. These two listings sitting next to each other. Basically identical. The only differences were the designs. And one was dark, one was light, blah, blah, blah. Not enough to say this one's worth like $20,000 and this one is worth like $1,500. That was the markup. And there was nothing in the description that was saying that it was produced with so much better quality, a longer process to make sure it was perfect. None of that. It basically read as a copy pasta job. And that's also what was floating around Ellen DeGeneres, because she was also pushing those products. She was pushing like a $10,000 pillow that just so happened to be named the exact same name as a child that was missing. Well, that's just a coincidence. Names or things. These products had people names. They had names of people. It wasn't like a Little Katie dinette set, because that's the name of the Kate is the name of the maker of the product. No, it would have been named Katie. The only name that appeared would have been Katie. And another thing they tried to say, well, we were hacked and somebody changed all of our information. I think that was one of the excuses they tried to pull up too, was they were hacked.
Going and having pizza at the Clooney's in Lake Como.
Yeah, that's all in Aniston. It's like George and I would love you to come over for pizza, but
How was the pizza? Was it good?
Oh,
Did he make it
Amal's
himself?
pizza was better
How
than
normal.
Clooney's. They both made.
How-
Everybody made a
how
certain
normal
kind of
she's
pizza.
acting.
There's no pizza we didn't love.
Something that he doesn't
5
do
different
better
kinds.
than
5
everybody
different
else.
kinds or 6 different kinds of pizza that night.
Visibly.
Amal's was the winner.
Thank you very much for this prestigious award. To show my appreciation, I am inviting you all to a pizza party tonight at Jennifer Aniston's house. I'll see you there.
At the end of the dinner party, Seinfeld came walking out. He was like,
Nobody go anywhere. You guys are in for a treat. Tonight, we're going to have some brick oven pizza.
everybody went crazy.
Well, I mean, he did have a 17-year-old pizza before, so it makes sense.
Party. What? Oh my God! Brick oven pizza. What?
One lady was like, how many cheeses, Jerry?
Oh, my.
Jerry was like, 7 different cheeses, 7 different cheeses.
People went crazy. By the way, all these people were white. These are all fucking white people.
Uh-huh.
They start chanting, bop, 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 bop.
Uh-huh.
The fuck is bop, man? Bop,
Yeah?
Bop, bop. What the fuck is bop?
White woman leaned over the table. She was like, it's short for brick oven pizza. I was like, oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, okay, I get it.
Seinfeld had some Italian men walk out.
Man.
They had pizza like
Man.
Bob on. They start passing out the pizza saying Italian shit.
I wonder...
I don't know Italian.
I don't know, guys.
It just dawned on me, actually, as I told that joke. What I'm doing is racist.
Cat
right now.
Williams
I
was
apologize.
right. Yeah.
People were eating the fucking pizza going crazy. Oh my God, I taste the cheeses, Jerry. I taste the cheeses.
I don't know if this is really...
They bought me my piece of pizza. I took
I
it
feel
back.
like the only one that was sus was the interview one.
Yeah.
The other two were
I
harder
couldn't
to
fucking
say.
believe it. Best pizza I've ever had in my life.
I mean, it's
Best
a
fucking
reach.
pizza I've
Yeah.
ever had. Had some type of lettuce on it. I've never
This
tasted
video is
this
a
shit.
reach. It is
Chubby
a
White
reach.
Baby's got some type of lettuce on it. Chubby White Baby's
Uh-oh.
got- Chubby White Baby's got some type of lettuce on it. Wait till you taste the lettuce. This white woman, she leaned over again. She was like, it's arugula. What? It's arugula. Oh, shit.
This is more of this.
To finish, man.
You've been to my house. We've had pizza. Girl after my own heart. Do we love a pizza or what? We love
Yes,
a
we
pizza.
do.
It's so much fun.
It is, I don't know, man. I really don't know what to say. This is very, very odd. And I don't know what the fuck, like,
It is.
I mean, is a pizza fun? Yeah, I guess so. It's just,
I mean, pizza ain't that fun.
you missed the important part.
I mean,
No, did I really? I don't know if
whenever
I
I
did or not.
roll out my own
But,
bread and having
yeah, did
the
you just
ability to
bang
buy
Obama, too?
ingredients.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I make pizza.
And what, pizza's not that funny? I mean, I like pizza.
I don't get
Pizza's
that
great,
into
but,
it.
like, damn, like
It's a
this
lot
is-
of work to make fucking
I mean, I
pizza,
don't talk
homemade
about it
pizza.
like
Get the
this.
fuck out of here. I ain't gonna. Everybody come to a
Was
pizza
this a
party
coded
and brick
message?
up a
And then the
pizza.
generous
Yeah.
resourcefulness
I'm like,
award
hell
show for
no.
celebrities, and then she asked who wants pizza.
That's because my
She then
pizza
brought
is
it in,
actual,
gave it to
is
people,
really
and then
pizza.
even
It's
Harvey
real
Weinstein,
pizza.
the guy who got
It
arrested
ain't
for
being
these charges,
procured from
not
some
back
back
then, of course,
alley.
but then he was told to pay for the pizza.
Because I have this crazy idea that I will order pizza. And so if I do, I don't want it to go to waste. Who will eat pizza if I... Jennifer, yes? Harrison? What do you have, Harvey? 200? That's a start. That's a start.
So do you think this was like the truth in plain sight? Let me know.
I mean, dude, I don't know. Like, this is just look.
No,
look,
now
man,
everybody's
I mean,
memeing.
you see, dude, man, like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I don't know. I mean, the thing is, I don't know. But, like, damn, this shit looks weird, right? Like, God fucking damn. That's a lot of points on the graph. Yes. And here's the other thing, too. I don't really see a lot of things that refute it.
And that's the crazy part, is there's not a lot of evidence that refute any of it.
Yeah, and this is confirmation
Hey,
bias
Ellen
going
DeGeneres
on.
still
You're
got
right about that,
canceled.
definitely.
You could say,
And
"Oh,
all
it
the
wasn't
pizza
because
talk,
of that." Yeah,
What
sure.
the
If
fuck
you
is
say,
going
if
on
you
with
want,
this?
if you want,
I just don't
they
know,
canceled her before.
like,
It could
I wouldn't
be the
surprised if
reason
it's
she
just
got
between
canceled.
her and Dairy Tran. What should we talk
We'll
about
just say
pizza and
that.
comedic but timing, next level arrogance.
It canceled her
exactly
before
There's
she could
much
get
more. You're
canceled
going
and
down
get
the
them all
rabbit hole, man.
canceled.
Well, it's more about, like, I mean, because I remember whenever I've seen this stuff before, I knew about it. That's how I knew it. I
It
knew
wasn't
to
just
look it
about
up.
her being
Like,
a terrible boss.
It's not that. I mean, it's one thing if this is like a conspiracy theory that people invented on 4chan. But it's another thing to find out that 4chan was potentially invented after he met Jeffrey Epstein, and then also all of the different language that they were using on 4chan that they were correlating to people that were being pedophiles were actually exposed inside of the same language that's being released inside of these Epstein files that implicate a bunch of really powerful, rich celebrities, and it's being used in the exact same context in the exact same way. That's crazy. I mean, like, what are the odds that these people that are using these terms just happen to be using them in supposedly, and like, I mean, I think you could, presumably the exact same context that all of the conspiracy theory people thought before any of this came out. Because again, so, and this is what's really weird to me about this, is that initially, brain rot, no, it's not brain rot. Like, think about this logically. What is the probability that all of this language is decoded ahead of time, and then 10 years almost after the fact, 10 years after the fact, information is released by the government, and the language is the exact same? That's insane. Does this mean we'll find Agartha in 10 years? We might have already found it. The chance is really high. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, what is this? And bro, I'm tripping out. This is so wild. Coincidental until facts. It's all coincidences, but there sure are a lot of coincidences. So why would you trust anything the FBI sat on for 20 years? Well, because it
it's
lines
called,
up with everything else.
again, that's actually, it's a smart question, but it's an uninformed question that is smart. It's the fact that it's uninformed is why it's smart. Why would the FBI sit on this for 20 years? For one, there's a reason they do the classification, the file classification, classified, secret, top secret, president's eyes only. There's a reason they do those. Because of the amount of security it breaches if more people know about it. High profile things, that's why it's like the little meme about the president's book. The little president's book that once one president leaves, they hand it off to the next president, and it's got all the stuff in it. That's why that stuff exists, because there are files, there are things that only the president of the United States can see, outside of certain members of the National Security Council. So the FBI sits on this stuff for 20 years, not because the FBI sits on it, it's because the FBI isn't even privy to a lot of it, because it's vaulted until its statute of limitations it expires. Because all those, the declassifications of files, those somewhat happen naturally. There are natural NDAs with some of this stuff that do naturally expire. And the naturally expiring just means that no one can be held liable. No one can be investigated. Now you can go into it and create like hunting Hitler style TV shows, but you can't go through and just start arresting people and using it as evidence to convict people of crimes. And that's essentially why the FBI sits on stuff for so long. Because one, the main base of FBI doesn't even know that a lot of this exists. And two, is because they don't want anybody being hemmed up by it. Because let's say they do release the Epstein files. All the perpetrators are unredacted, victims redacted, bad stuff redacted, taken out. But we know who all these people are. I mean, we know who everyone is. There's not a person that's hiding. And let's just say they're all still alive. That you will see moves start to be made to depose all of these people. All of them. Overnight, every one of these people not only lose their power, but if law enforcement doesn't pick them up beforehand, the public will. The public will pick them up. That's why these names in these files are being fed to us through a cheesecloth. Because they know once it's out, it's it. It's out. It is out. And then you got to deal with the public from there. And they know they don't stand a chance. They don't stand a chance against the public. Because they could say, well, we got the military. Do you, though? You got to remember, they're soldiers. An overwhelming number, more than half of the soldiers enlisted in the military are also calling for the Epstein files to be 100% released, only redacting victims. They're soldiers currently enlisted within the United States military in all branches. I would venture to say that there are more than half of them that want those Epstein files released months ago. Matter of fact, we wanted them released the day Epstein was picked up. Because we knew it was bigger than that dude. Don't get to look like this. And somehow be the ugliest person on earth as well. Because he's not a 100% ugly dude. Like an uninformed woman would fall victim to him. She would fall prey to him. An uninformed woman would fall prey to him. And he would be able to do that over and over and over again. Using the money, the influence, the protection, using all of it.
It's observable in the public. Like, here's the timeline, right? Okay? Like, I want you to understand this. So, you have, this is 2008.
Our timeline grows.
Okay? 2008, Jeffrey Epstein gets arrested. 2011, 2013, 2016, 2020, and then now. Okay? So, this is 2008. This is 11. This is 13. This is 16. This is 20. And this is now. Okay? So, what are the odds that things that were captured inside of this window of time were then exposed inside of this window of time? Actually, let me make that bigger. Inside of this window of time. And then ignored for like 5 years. And then after this, new information comes out. The information that came out today is exposed that is a one-to-one reference from the original information that was exposed in 2016 and 2011.
That's exactly what it is.
That's crazy. Especially when both of these were arrived at completely independently. This was all 4chan. And this is the FBI. What's the conclusion? I don't even know. I have no idea.
The conclusion is what I've been saying and people have been saying for a while. Stop trusting them all.
Does this seem suspicious to you?
Stop trusting them all.
This is insane. There are no coincidences. Coincidences happen all the time, but there are a lot of coincidences here. There really are. I mean, this is, and also like...
Again, what's the saying?
And then on top of that, you have these videos that have been coming out. Like, when did this video come out? Let me read the comments. This was a year ago.
The explanation with the fewest assumptions is usually true.
A year ago that it happened. I mean, it could have been
We're arriving at a lot of coincidences.
This was...
AKA a lot of assumptions.
Let's see here. This was 1 year ago also. 1 year ago also. Oh my God. Celebrities talking pizza 2 years ago. I mean, pizza is a really popular thing to eat in America, but like just the way that they're using language to describe it, it's just a preponderance
it's almost
of
euphemistic.
Coincidences. Yeah. They're smart because if you explain it to a normal and reasonable person, you will sound insane. That's how they get away with it. Coincidences happen all the time, but how many coincidences until it's mathematically impossible to just be a coincidence? There's a lot of them, huh?
I think it's when it starts to become a pattern. Is when it goes away from being a coincidence, a naturalistic coincidence.
I don't know. I'm trying to think.
It literally, it's when it starts to become a pattern. Is when it leaves the world of naturalistic coincidence and jumps into the realm of conspiracy, because that's all a conspiracy really is a thought-provoking question experiment based on something, usually patterns. So I mean, when you have, again, like I said, when you go from like 3 or 4 coincidences to a pattern, a recognition of pattern of coincidences. That's what it has become now. It's become evidence of a pattern. Oh, it's a coincidence. Oh, it's a coincidence again. Let me guess. Another coincidence? You start get to that point. Like, oh, what a coincidence. Oh, how convenient. It's another coincidence. Like, is this really a coincidence this time? And the next time it's like, now come on now, it's becoming a pattern. This is the natural evolution of stuff like this.
Is there anything else I know about this, right? Because like, if there's something else I can connect to it. Because I haven't really thought about this a lot, but now that I'm looking at it, wait, isn't it true? Let me see. I remember hearing something about people that were like sex predators in America that if they were Israeli, they got sent immediately back to Israel. I don't know exactly like what the context for that was, so I'm not really sure where
it's actually happened like 2 or 3 times over the last 4 years,
true, isn't it? Yeah, something like that.
It is 100% true.
Something right? Yeah, I don't know. It's called Return to Home Law.
There, yeah. I was just about to look it up.
It's a foundational Israeli law passed by the Knesset in 1950. It grants every Jew the right to immigrate, citizenship, current status.
Regardless.
Cases involving a serious record to endanger public. Grounds for denial, approval rates, and trends. Sex-related offenses have lowest approval rates for Aliyah applications with criminal records. So 20% of them do. No automatic bar. high-profile controversies. Numerous media reports and advocacy groups, example Jewish Community Watch Survivors Organization, have highlighted cases where accused or convicted sex offenders, often from the United States or other diaspora communities, attempted to use the return to law to relocate to Israel, sometimes succeeding initially due to incomplete screening or loopholes. Notable examples include delayed extraditions or initial grants of residency later revoked under public pressure. Critics argue enforcement has been historically inconsistent, allowing some to game the system as a haven, though denials have become more common in recent high-risk cases. Oh. I don't think this really says a whole lot.
It doesn't, but if you go and you search a few of them, those people weren't.
Doesn't say that.
I would love to find out if the two that I know of were extradited back to the United States to face their crimes, because one was being accused of rape of a minor.
Let me pull this up and read it. Leaving India, not my favorite place. You would hate it. You never have to apologize. I fully understand. Okay, that's fine. Epstein, okay, so let's see if I can find, where is it here? Epstein worries, this is the one I was going to show. Code words, strange phrases in the Epstein files. Go for pizza and grape soda. No one else can understand better than a Chinese cookie.
That sounds bad.
In the hall, Ghislaine says she was beautiful. Not it was. She was a beautiful girl. I heard her. Where is she? Why did she stop whimpering? She was born. I heard the tiny cries. I can't do this anymore. This is out of like a fucking horror game. Close your eyes. Don't speak. Don't speak. She doesn't talk. I can't stop shaking. It's been a week. The decision has been made and I can't tell Jeffrey. These things happen. Why didn't I close my eyes fast enough? The doctor was different again. I think from Israel. He had kind eyes, but he didn't speak directly to me. This was different. A shot in those rod-like things had a hook, so much pain. Ghislaine said to push all the pain away. I don't understand. Blood and water all over the bed. She was right. Like feeling when your tummy hurts and you have to put...
He was having a baby, yes.
Oh my God. What the fuck is this?
It was, I think this is part of the story of the maternity home where women go and have children, and this place was accused of basically stealing the children from these women. I can't remember what it's called. Oh, I think Candace talked about it recently as well.
Oh my.
And that's what this is. That's what this is from. It's from that.
Well, I'll read it. Fuck it. I'll read it. Who cares? Like feeling when your tummy hurts, you have to push. She said to close my eyes and put her hands over my eyes, but I didn't close them because of these tiny cries. I'm so lost. I saw between her fingers this tiny head and body in the doctor's hands. It reached its tiny arm up and had a tiny foot. I closed my eyes and no more. In the hall, she was beautiful. Why did she stop whimpering? She was born. I heard the tiny cries. I can't do this anymore. What the fuck? Jesus. Abortion's murder? Yeah, this is brutal. Oh my God. Okay, next one here.
And what it was, one of the biggest things was about this whole scandal was that these women were being told that these children were dying. There were failed abortions or miscarriages. And one of the ladies that spoke out about the whole thing was, which is this lady right here, was one of the ones that was talking about the fact that she heard her child was not born stillborn, because that's what she was being told, that her child was stillborn. And that's why she was saying, I heard the tiny cries. I heard the cries. Because that lady was being told that her baby was stillborn. And I'm almost positive that's the transcript of the conversation that Candace had, or the conversation that Candace played from a lady on stream. I'm almost positive that that is the transcript from that conversation with that lady. Now I got fucking chills, dude. I didn't even get here. I did not get here. I was in bed sleeping in my own nightmare land. Man, and it's going to be not that long ago. I have to find it. What the hell is that goddamn thing that Ian uses to where he can go in and it pinpoint, literally, it's like the best research tool on earth. Let's ask Google. What is the research AI tool that Ian Carroll uses that's not Fire? Not Fire app. No. Find me. So Owens. Plays a lady talking about a clinic where they say, I want to say stole, where she supposedly gave birth, baby taken, told it still. Perplexity AI. It's able to tell me what episode. No, it's not. Nope. Candace also talked about it. This might be
Welcome back
one of them where he talks about it. But there's an episode with Candace. The episode I'm Jeez. I don't care about the tool now. You know what? We got to do it the old-fashioned way. We're going to go back. Not an interview. Project look.
Or evil per se, but rather towards
Newfound talents. Transcript button. So, the bad thing is, we're
Now, why is this all just feeling so the opposite of godly, almost satanic? Yeah, welcome to politics. And speaking of satanic, and I mean literally, speaking literally of satanic, many of you were emailing us regarding a certain board member at Turning Point USA, right? We kept discussing this element of militant faith. Oh, these pastors happen to be in the military. Oh, it's kind of weird. Background in high-ranking military members. People using Christianity for ultimately what looks like militant aims.
Not it.
Nick Fuentes, he's been kicked out of all these events. Why do you take time to do so? Because not only are they delicious, but if you're in your head like I did immediately when I thought about that, I was like, wait, wasn't Erica on a show randomly? What's the show called Summer House in 2019? Interestingly enough,
it's
I
want to find
took
it
over
because
MGM, became the chairperson.
I'm almost positive that that's the transcript from that. Nope. That one either. Basically going through
Speaking
anything.
literally of satanic. Many of you were emailing us regarding a certain board member at Turning Point USA, right? We kept discussing this element of militant faith. Oh, these pastors happen to be in the military.
That's the one we just
kind of weird.
Up from that, Project Looking Glass, so Snapper writing for Tuca. Oh, I gotta use the restroom. I gotta pee. I'll be back. I gotta pee.
By golly, I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. You better believe that. I'm gonna find it.
All right, you guys, we have a lot to unpack today. So I, for weeks, was working on a pretty strong tip, something that happened online, which I would say is third-party information. A person stationed at Fort Huachuca who claimed publicly that they had seen Erica at Fort Huachuca. They were
I
certain.
think that's pre-snow. Oh, no, it's not. He said it wasn't, I mean, it was a while ago, but the story was that. Something is wrong, or her series on the business baby. She interviews. Okay, so something is very wrong. 182. What? It's not that old. It's not that old. I don't know. Don't know. Oh my God, forget about the perplexity thing. What the fuck, Google? I forget about the fucking perplexity thing. I forgot. I haven't told it to stop fucking thinking about it. We're up in 280s, hopefully. That's called All the Kings. Oh. Was it really that long ago? 248 and 241? Not that long ago. It's not that far ago. I think it would be closer to this.
Happy Monday, everybody. Today we are going to discuss, or rather, I'm going to introduce to you psychological strategy that I refer to as David Hagen. Somebody, you guys remember David Hogg of the Parkland shooting tragedy? Of course you do. Well, it seems like Turning Point USA is now engaging in this strategy of David hogging the public. And I wanted to be clear that it is downright manipulative, and I've really had enough of it. Frankly, what happened over the weekend is that their TP Action COO, Tyler Boyer, went on a little bit of an X binge. I don't recommend it.
I can't find it.
Which was then highlighted.
I've already been trying to do all that. I probably got to pay it money. That's probably what it is. You pay them money, they get more access. It's how it is. It's a pay-to-play model. But anyway, it's already been talked about many a times by many people, and I feel like that is actually that.
Holy
that
shit.
Is the transcript.
Chunky, I forgot about that. What time do you want to get pizza and grape soda tomorrow? Pizza and grape soda. Very interesting.
And why so specific though? The crazy thing is like, if you're wanting to actually just go grab a bite to eat with somebody, you're just gonna say, hey, you want to go grab lunch? You want to go grab lunch at such and such place? Why do you have to be so oddly specific about it? I forgot about that. What time do you want to get pizza and grape soda tomorrow? That's just weird to say. And if dudes are really talking that way about actually going to eat food, no wonder you dudes don't get laid and you got to pay for it. You got to steal people away to get it. Stop talking like this and you might get some bitches on your dick.
Hey man, would you like to go get pizza and grape soda with me?
Hey, you want to go grab a bite? Hungry as hell. And even if you're a criminal, dude, why would you be this weird? This is just fucking weird, dude.
So they raped the children born to the children of the children and used them? I don't know. I think they might have killed them, actually. I kind of assume they killed them, but who knows? Oh, my God. Well, it's code, yeah. I mean, this is pretty common. Like, they did this, this is common in a lot of places where, like, you have female prisoners and they get repeatedly raped. And so then they have children who become born as prisoners, like Bane in Batman, right? It's like this happened in Syria, for example. Somebody mentioned Pinochet. I think he did that also. I mean, like, obviously, like, what do you think happens? Really, like, I mean, let's just think about this logically, right? What do you think happens with a bunch of guys that are guarding prisons full of women? What do you think happens? the obvious thing happens. Duh, of course. So really all that goes into, and we sacrifices, yeah. And so what do you do with the kids, right? You either beat them until they, it basically forces an abortion, right? Or you have the kid and then, sometimes they kill the women too. That's another possibility. Yeah, and the deed, exactly. And so code word for drugs. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, that's it. Both in the same act, maybe, right? This is all pretty disgusting. Well, this is what people do. I mean, I don't know what are you surprised about. What do you think people do? People have been doing this for thousands of years. 1,000 years ago, they did this. 1,000 years before that, they did this. And you know the worst part about it? Is 1,000 years from now, they're still going to be doing it. Yep. This is what people are. They're disgusting animals. Get used to it. There are multiple manifestations of this evil in humanity. This is only one example of it.
Yeah.
This is an extreme,
This is just
emotionally
our current
charged
example of
it. But you think about, systematic, Holocaust, right? Or something like that. All of these things, I don't think people understand how bad it really is. They don't get how bad it really is. It's worse you can imagine. Modern interpretation of Dante's Inferno? Yeah, I guess so. And people are evil and need moral restraint? Yes. Looks just like Nazis? Definitely. And anyway, so let me see. I'll go to another one.
Yeah, I think I'm going to make these smash runs.
Open image. Oh, this is better than a Chinese cookie. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand. You know another thing? In all of the images of Jeffrey Epstein, I never saw a single image of him eating pizza.
They talk about pizza so much, but
Isn't
you
that
never see
crazy?
him eating pizza.
I mean, I never seen a pizza box even around. Because you think about with them talking about all eating this pizza and shit, right?
Even
Or
if
grape
it's
soda, yeah.
it's a
Like,
brick
if
oven
I'm talking
pizza.
about eating
Even if it's a
pizza,
brick
you
oven
probably
pizza,
hear me
you're
like
still
this.
gonna. You'll see if it's that big of a deal. If it's that great of a pastime for them, you would see copious pictures of them working on pizza at the brick oven, making pizza, having parties actually at the brick oven. But all this pizza talk from all these celebrities never once shows them actually eating pizza. It's just a bunch of talk, just words coming out of their mouths about how much they love eating pizza, but you never see them even eating pizza. The only instance in which you saw them actually messing with pizza was when Ellen did her whole skit, probably after Pizzagate. The weird thing is that skit on that award show probably happened after Pizzagate, when they're like, well, we gotta embrace it. Just hopefully us turning it into a joke gets them to forget about it. Again, of all the amount of talk they do about pizza and have done about pizza, you don't hear them talking about pizza now, or do you? You don't hear them talking about pizza now because it's become synonymous with that. So why are they going to talk about it now? They're going to come up with another code. They got to be able to talk about it on screens. Unfortunately, that's their thing. That's part of the requirement, is they have to find the nifty and weird ways to actually put it out in front of the public.
It's about a box of pizza in the background or something like that. It's just normal. But like, they're not talking about this shit at all. This is the average person in Old Testament times. Yep, you're right. That's the way it is. So this is so you got even more of these here. A Chinese cookie. Wow. And so here it gets even better. No, Goyim in abundance. J.P. Morgan execs, brilliant wasps. White Anglo-Saxon Protestant, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So they're trying to make the Jew club. Oh shit. Break out the goy beam? They're gonna have to at this point, right? And goyim everywhere. And goyim in abundance. Oh, this is good. Is it gonna be a 100% Jew night? Evan Perlman on Yum Yum has some goyim. I'm getting my media elite. Dude. This is like every fucking... It's like every conspiracy theory is true. It is. Like every single one is true. Like, this is it. Read that. Wait, the subject, it said yacht slut. What the fuck? Oh my God. Wow. This is crazy. So let me read. I'm getting my media elite list fed, X'd out for Saturday, and we'll email some names. What about Charlie Rose? I love him. What about Jane Fonda, my new best friend? Nothing like an ex-Jew hater with a Jewish boyfriend to mix it up. Peg from Peggy. Wow. How'd they use Gmail for this? Well, I mean, if they know the guys that run Google, so they just do whatever the hell they want. Like, that's the real reason why. I mean, it's just that simple.
It's not rocket science.
This is just nuts.
It's just how you know that Google, somebody in Google, high up, is also part of it. Guarantee there's some blackmail material out there for the heads of Google. Bet. This is just
also
too good.
Why Jane Fonda's been extra terrible lately. She's always been terrible. Good. Didn't she give away names to people that were prisoners in Vietnam or something like that? This was like fucking like 50 years ago or something, but my dad told me about it. Yeah, she did.
Jane Fonda's not a good person.
I'd have put that.
I don't believe
she
would.
I'm gonna be honest. I would have done that instantly.
Pretty sure she's dead now.
Get rid of her citizenship. People put up with that shit. And so yeah, and my dad told me about that. That was a long, long time ago. And anyway, she helped torture prisoners. Yeah, it's just nuts. And so I can't believe that it's really just that extreme.
No,
man.
she's still alive, I guess.
What is this? Oh no.
She's 88.
Oh my God. Bro. I'm just reading these. These are a Forge has 2020. Oh, dude. Dude, the Crown Princess of what the
Crown Princess of Norway was asking Jeffrey Epstein for parenting advice about showing her 15-year-old son naked women. November 2012, Crown Princess Marie emails Epstein, "It is inappropriate for a mother to suggest two naked women carrying a surfboard for my 15-year-old son." Like you have the talk with your child about safe sex. Don't get involved in his sex life beyond that. This is just weird.
I'm gonna go through. We're going through everything, okay? We're going through everything. So just be patient.
That's why this bitch is 2 hours and 40 minutes.
I'm just scrolling. That's all.
Former CIA torture plan.
Oh wow.
What that Brett Ratner said? Yep. Yep. Oh, they released that the other day. Yes, the other day. More distractions. Go figure.
Oh, wow. Here's what's been found in the new Epstein files so far. Jeffrey Epstein gave Bill Gates STDs through a Russian victim. Jeffrey Epstein got permanently banned from Xbox Live because he was insulting people in voice chat. Jeffrey Epstein was watching Yuri Hentai and Five Nights at Freddy's Food-a-Porn on 4chan. Jeffrey Epstein met with the 4chan owner, and shortly after, a poll was created. Ghislaine Maxwell was a high-ranking moderator on Reddit. Elon was in close contact with Jeffrey Epstein. George H.W. Bush sacrificed a child. Confirmation that Trump was bought by Israel. Pizzagate is probably real. Jeffrey Epstein viewed Goyim as cattle that can be mistreated. Jeffrey Epstein watched torture videos. Jeffrey Epstein worked for the Mossad. Oh my god!
What the hell is happening?
And here's the thing. This is only the second batch.
Yeah.
You got to keep in mind, it could get worse.
It's
This
going
could
to get
actually
worse.
Keep getting worse. Oh my god. Goyim means cattle. Oh, does it really? I don't know what it's what the Jews refer to as non-Jews as. I don't know what that actually means in like Hebrew or whatever. And yeah, I have no idea. Hope what's worse, it'll get worse and nothing will happen to anyone implicated? Yeah, of course not. Why would anything happen to them?
No.
And
they're going to keep distracting us.
the James Alefantis kill room. Oh yeah, this looks fun. Just rinse it off when you're done. What the fuck? No way. No way. No way. No
Casually
fucking
explaining
way.
that Jews...
This is the way the Jew... This is from Jeffrey Epstein. This is not me saying it. It's not Nick Fuentes saying it. It's not Sneeko. It's not Hassan. It's Jeffrey Epstein saying it. This is the way the Jew make money and made a fortune in the past 10 years. Selling short the shipping futures. Let the Goyim deal in the real world. Oh my fucking God. Just every stereotype confirmed overnight. Holy fuck. Play the music? God.
Play the music.
Play the music. That might be too much. I don't know if I'll be able to do that. I might get in trouble for that.
I mean, I think you could do Myron.
If there was no TOS, I'd be playing it, okay? Like, just keep that in mind. I can't break too many rules. Not all in one day. And so, yeah, I can feel it, guys, especially just after Hassan got in trouble. I feel like it's coming. I feel like it's coming. I'm gonna have a vacation kind of soon. I've got a feeling about it, right? And play it while the email. Oh my God. So, oh my, what? In this entry, a young girl talks about how she gave birth. She was terrified of how much blood there was on the bed and the floor. She was allowed to hold the baby for a few minutes.
This is what I was
before the
talking
baby
about.
was taken from her. And while there were horrible girls in the car waiting, an old woman promised the baby would be safe. After letting go of her baby, she said she felt dead inside.
I guess she wasn't told that it was stillborn. It was just taken from her. Straight taken.
So
this is it. This right here is the transcript from that.
all these babies,
Not from that
nobody
lady's
knows
phone
what
call,
happened
but
to
this
any
is
of
what
these
that lady was
babies.
talking about.
But there's
The lady that was on Candace was talking
George
about this
Bush
right here.
eating the... There's actually... So are you telling me that there is a possibility that there is a satanic pedophile elite that's raping young girls, forcing them to give birth, and then taking the babies and then sacrificing and eating the babies?
Well, when you put it like that. Well, when you put it like that, it sounds really bad.
There's it.
They'd be burning kids where they'd have a big steel oven with the hands of the god. You take your...
Hold on. They got the idea. It's not their idea. I don't know where it is. There's a book called The Devil in the White City. That's not their idea. That's not their idea. That's a recycled idea. Read this book. The Devil in the White City. The Devil in the White City, Murder, Magic, and Madness at the Fair That Changed America is a 2003 historical nonfiction book by Eric Larson presented in a novelistic style set in Chicago during the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition. It tells the story of the World's Fair architect Daniel Burnham and H.H. Holmes, a criminal figure widely considered the first serial killer in the United States. Leonardo DiCaprio purchased the film rights in 2010. The concept has since been in development hell. The Devil in the White City is in 4 parts. The first 3 happening in Chicago between 1890 and 1893, while part 4 of the book takes place in Philadelphia circa 1895. The book interweaves the true tales of Daniel Burnham, the architect behind the 1893 World's Fair, and H.H. Holmes, a serial killer who lured his victims to their deaths in the elaborately constructed Murder Castle, or otherwise known as Murder Hotel. Me personally, I think the American Horror Story season, the hotel season, I personally believe that is also a callback to the Murder Castle. While it's also being referred to as being representative of another business like this, that was basically just straight up torture business. But me personally, the connection between this and having read this book, I've read this book like 3 times. And this H.H. Holmes guy was an absolute nightmare. Because I'm pretty sure he was also a doctor. He was, I believe, a dentist. Okay. Burnham ran into many challenges when it came to the World's Fair, including a fire, difficulty engineering the buildings to be safe, and lack of funds for the fair. H.H. Holmes was responsible for multiple murders. His dungeon was equipped with secret rooms, torture chambers, and he had access to a big furnace to cremate the bodies of his victims. Holmes was also known as a charming man who had the ability to seduce his victims. In the book, he mainly targets women. Other subplots include events such as the assassination of Chicago Mayor Carter Harrison III by Patrick Eugene Prendergast mere days before the close of the fair. The book was a really, really huge appraisal to this book. I have to check that out. Makes me wonder what killed it. Yes, but anyway, we're digressing, like down another cavern of this hole. Read this book. Read that book. It will also tell you in there how he was caught. And it would be this, it's the stupidest thing it's the stupidest way you'll ever read somebody being caught. So read The Devil in the White City, a fantastic piece of literature. So we're back one.
They'd be burning kids where they'd have a big
But I am going to go and
with the hands of the god. You take your baby
pull
up
out some
with a
ingredients to start
500-degree thing and watch
cooking, because I'm going to be
fry.
taking a break here soon. So because
You
I need to
fry
make
a
some
baby on
food.
a
My
basically
stomach
outdoor
is on
barbecue
fire.
pit and eat it. Watch the priest.
So I
pull
need
the leg
to
off your
go and
baby.
make some food. So I'm
If that
going to
was
mute my
in
mic,
the Mediterranean.
pull my headset
Or
so that I
if
can
you
hear
were
it in
in
the kitchen.
England, Albion, they would come a lot of times demand the king give up his son. Oh, it's the time, the priest class, we want your son. Oh, we took your other son to be part of the priest class, but no, this son, we're going to slit his throat and bash his brains out and throw him into a peat bog. Or throw him on a bonfire, so you term bond fire. And it was a pure exercise of priest taking hallucinogens, then interfacing with entities that said, I will...
You better hope there's no afterlife, because if there is, your mother's never going to let you live this down.
I heard that from the kitchen. I instantly busted out laughing. Because when he gets there, his mom's going to be like, so what did we learn? What did we learn down on Earth, huh? I'm not hearing an apology. Give that fucking commenter a medal. Give that chatter a medal. Because they called it. If there's an afterlife, your mom is going to be waiting, chain smoking cigarettes, just standing at the gates waiting. What did we learn on Earth, huh? We learned on Earth not to question our mothers.
You're right about that. Oh my God.
direct you.
Bro.
Every culture. Asians, Africans, Mesoamericans. Every culture starts taking hallucinogens and then starts worshiping entities that demand blood. And once you've taken it enough times, ladies and gentlemen, just like substance D in PKD's Scanner Darkly, they've got a government rehab program to take you in. It's the university. And now you're a programmable zombie they control.
Oh my God. What do you think will happen to these people? Nothing. Nothing's gonna, nothing's gonna happen. But, you know, it's just...
Alex Jones did a hilarious rant where he
This is Kyle? What the fuck happened? Wait, what? What the fuck? You're telling me it used to just be normal? Oh my God. I had no idea.
Dan, it's not just Alex Jones out here fighting these people. There are a lot of other folks fighting them as well. But the fact that our audience, let's not exaggerate, has doubled the last 3-4 months, and now it's starting to exponentially increase. If they're ever going to come after me, it's probably right now. Because we're just turbo exploding. Hey, but blow me up, baby. You'll just light fires even bigger. I know what waters these trees. And if I can be smart enough like Obi-Wan Kenobi not to strike any of you down and let you just cut me down right in front of everybody, you know what'll come out of that. Because all I want is to beat you. I'm not afraid one bit of dying or being thrown in your dungeons because I'm not a coward like you. I don't come from bottom-feeding trash like you. I'm not afraid. All I'm afraid of is failing. All I'm afraid of is bowing down to you murdering trash. All I got to think about is those hundreds of thousands of Christians that you raped and murdered with the jihad armies they put into Syria to slaughter that peaceful country and overturn it where people lived in peace. All I think about...
Syria was one of the countries that had all of the people that were being raped in the prisons, and the women had babies running around in the jails. Whenever Assad was deposed, it was exposed. Like, you can look this up.
What type of government do we have that engages in these forms of incredible evil? You baby harvesting demon maggots? I'll never back down. I'll never bow to you. I'll be free until the day I stop sucking air into my lungs. And all the ideas I put out and all the freedom and all the Americana I've spewed out against you will never die. It'll never stop, and you know it.
Oh my God.
I told the globalists a long time ago, and I meant it. You want to fight, you better believe you've got one. And there are people all over this country engaging in the information war, and we're going to smash your system. We're going to return the republic.
10 years ago.
We'll never be perfect, but my God, we're not going to keep babies alive and harvest their...
The crazy thing about it is, this is 10 years ago. He's been doing this for a lot longer than that. Alex Jones has been doing this for his entire life. And now, I mean, he's the name that people hear when they want to make fun of conspiracy theorists. Anytime anybody hears about a conspiracy theory or conspiracy or people that are talking about them, they instantly get lumped in with, well, Alex, you're probably one of those Alex Jones people, aren't you? You watch Alex Jones and you just have all these weird, crazy conspiracies that go on that it seems like all of them are true. So it's like, is Alex Jones really crazy, or is he just tired of the bullshit, so he's willing to say any and everything possible to at least get you to wake up? Because maybe he'll get a word in edgewise and get you to actually hear what needs to be said.
Their organs. We're not going to sell their parts for women's cosmetics. We're not going to have Pepsi with baby flavoring in it. I mean, what the hell have we become? Excuse me, but I'm tired of it.
I gotta give him one thing. He is fucking entertaining. My favorite.
And the other thing is that part of what he was saying, I think, might have actually been right. Oh my God. No, Pepsi. So Pepsi used baby stem cells or something like that. I remember my mom read about it, and she said, we're not going to drink Pepsi anymore. And we didn't drink Pepsi for like 2 weeks. And then we just went back to drinking Pepsi. Yeah, kidney cells? Yeah, it was something like that. I don't remember all the details about it. But no, there is an element of truth in that. There is. Holy shit, that wasn't AI? No, I'm like, again, guys, I hate to say it, but people don't, I feel like I'm going insane. Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video. What the fuck? God damn. This is...
And remember, this is on Gmail's servers. This has been on Gmail servers since 2009. 5 years after Gmail was created, Jeffrey Epstein and all his cohorts were in there trading child porn, trading torture videos. So you can't tell me that Google isn't involved. Especially when the shit was taking place on their servers. Google has access to all of this stuff. Don't let them lie to you. They absolutely do. They were able to see what he was sending back and forth to people. And if you want to question it, throw into Google how many people have been taken down because of their email. We'll do it here. What's the approximate number of people who've been convicted of crimes because of the contents of their email? I'm just gonna leave that here. So again, you can't tell me that Google execs aren't part of it when it's very easy to use digital signatures, footprints, and carbon emissions. So yeah. Explain that one, Google folk. Which, funny enough, it makes... Where is it? Wait, what? Oh, here we go.
I can assure you that you're just wrong, and I suggest that you stop.
Well, and as a man, you can say that, but you were the boss of Google who brought in a wave of censorship, particularly targeting conservatives.
And she's trying to put herself in between them all.
Really? Wow, amazing how guilty I am, according to you. My God.
No, Mr. Google guy. According to these emails on your server, you're guilty of so much more than what these guys are coming at you for. So while you might crash out here, I can only imagine the crash out when unavoidable law enforcement shows up at your door. Because looking at that dude, yeah, he looks like one. He looks like one. a very malnurtured, incestuous, genetic bloodline type of person. So yeah, you will be, buddy. You will be. You're gonna wish you all got this hardcore censoring agenda pushed a lot harder than what you actually did, because now you'll see it. You'll see all of your hard work and sacrifice come to fruition. Maybe not soon, but it will be, or later.
Who's redacted? I don't know.
Might be later. It's coming. It's coming for all of you.
Oh, I don't know. The China, I am in China. I will be in the U.S. second week of May. I feel like that's enough information that you can triangulate any sort of world leader or very famous person. You might be able to find out who that could be. I think that somebody who the collective autism of 4chan might be able to find out who it is. A lot of people are saying Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't know. They couldn't come up with a dog whistle for torture? Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? Oh, but it says in Jerusalem. Wait a minute. No, false alarm. They met in Jerusalem. So, I mean, there's a chance they could have met in China and then met in Jerusalem later. I mean, I don't know. Say you're not suicidal? I'm not. Look at the second week of May.
All right, I'm going to pause this because the noise I'm making in there is going to cause me to not be able to hear, and I'm going to be running back and forth, not being able to do my stuff. Thank you for the follow, Smeeden, but I'm not going to go offline. I'm just going to, for like the next 5, maybe 10 minutes, I'm going to go in here and prep these hash browns, because once I get them prepped to a certain point, I need to let them set so that they can drain out liquid and shit like that. So I'm going to go away for like 5, maybe 10 minutes so I can get all this shit prepped in here so I can do these hash browns. So just take 5, go smoke a cigarette, go smoke some vape pens outside, go for a 10-minute run, 10-minute power nap, do something. I'll be back very shortly. And we're going to continue down this line because, like I said, we're going to watch the evolution of Asmongold happen over the course of this video, and we've already been watching quite a bit of it. So we'll be back after these quick messages. So this is what my hash browns look like. Obviously, just regular potatoes. Regular russet potatoes, flour, cornstarch, salt, pepper, a little bit of garlic. Kind of mix it around, but you got to dry out a lot of the liquid. Dry out tons of the liquid. That's what they look like. Kind of shake around. But those are what hash browns look like. Hash brown patties, hash browns. In general, I could basically take and dump this all into the skillet, into my cast iron with the oil in it, and it would just be regular hash brown. Regular shredded with a box grinder, box shredder hash brown. But you want to make them into hash brown patties, you basically want to add the cornstarch and the flour so that it makes them stick together. And that's the same thing you would do with mashed potatoes. If this was mashed potatoes, if we're all mashed up to make potato patties, kind of basically do the same thing. You put your seasonings into it, and you add some flour, cornstarch. You don't need an egg, flour and cornstarch. Those are your two binders. Put it in there, mix it up really good, and it'll start to dough up. If you put a good amounts of them in it, it should start to kind of like coagulate up, and you can reach your hand in, grab you a mashed potato ball, take it and smush it down into the form you want, and boom, drop it in the skillet. It'll brown up. You want to leave it in there for a good amount of time because it needs time to get into the middle, which potato patties are a little bit tougher to do because they're really dense. Mashed potatoes, when you kind of pack them together, they become really dense. So your potatoes are going to end up being on the crispier side if you have the heat too high. Between 6 and 7 is where you should put your heat for your cast iron. It should just be hot enough to where you drop them in there, it'll cook all the bits of it. Flip it over, other bits of it, and then you're done. Then you're done. Literally it. Hash browns, hash brown patties. I'm gonna turn this into. So just give me some more time. Starving to death, and this is gonna be my food. I'll be back. Let's see if I can get this crunch to come through. Nope. Oh my God. Exploded everywhere. Hmm. Made hash browns. Are very crispy. If done right. Hmm. All right. Oh. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Holy shit. It fucking crashed hard. It was back over 95 grand. Mm-hmm. Look at the date. Look at the date. 2009. During the housing market crash. It's all validated. Yeah.
Is those people within the U.S. government that are career employees that cannot be fired by people that we elect by the Congress or the president. There are the FCC, the CIA, the Securities and Exchange Commission, the IRS. Are these people in control? Can they enact laws? Fuck yes. They're called regulations. For every law that Congress passes, and we elect Congress to pass our laws, there are 20 regulations enacted by federal agencies that have far more impact on our lives than anything Congress can possibly pass. Is there a deep state? Yes. Can we fire these people? No. Can presidents fire them? No. It's designed that way so that political parties and political interests cannot affect the deep state. Do you understand the nightmare of our situation, people?
Man.
I'm sorry. It's not secret. It's as open as anything could be.
Wow.
In the past, since 1975, 200,000 regulations have been passed by our federal agencies, encompassing 800,000 pages of fine print. People.
Oh, man.
It is no secret.
Is this man safe?
It is as
he died, like
as
maybe
it can be. The deep state does
6-7 years ago, something like that?
America. Wake up, people, please. God.
Yeah, it was a while
Use
ago.
some common fucking sense.
5 years ago.
Thank you.
Killed him 5. Yeah, he died. Yeah, he died 5 years ago. Holy shit, man. And then, oh, there's even more. Get ready. Epstein files. And here's more of the pizza references, too. Jeffrey says he wants to go get pizza. Oh, I'll just click on this, right? I'll look at everything. And open a new image. My grief counselor, and it's a girl. Super Jew, call me when you awaken. I don't return until Saturday afternoon. I'll plan on a return trip this summer if I can. A lot of pizza this week and a lot of walking. Almost 150 blocks today. Safe travels. Haha, I don't need the pizza, but thank you for offering. See you at 4 p.m. Thanks on the apartment info. Leaving tomorrow morning early, and yes, of course, you'll be there at 4. Do you need a pizza or anything? Man. I'm sitting on number Q subway. What is this here? And then to Totano's in Coney Island. I've never been there either. Then I need to find a good place for us tonight, the trifecta. I'm thinking John's. It's close and delicious. Jeffrey says he wants to go to a pizza place with you. He did not mention any particular pizza place, but he knows you are in the know on this. Are there any images of Jeffrey Epstein actually eating pizza? Because as far as I know, I haven't seen any of these.
There are no images of any of these celebrities ever eating pizza or having pizza somewhere in there.
Yeah, that's
the Ellen
very odd,
DeGeneres
isn't it?
thing is the only thing I've seen so far where pizza reference is actually
Holy
followed
fuck.
up with actual pizza.
No. Give me a minute. Let me look at the rest of these. The craziest thing, and this is also, too, this is another big factor. Epstein victim says there are tapes of the Donald Trump that will force him to resign from the presidency. Well, let's see him. Let's see him. I'm ready. Yep, because again, like I feel like they probably deleted those, right? I mean, I bet they deleted those. What do you think pizza is code for? I think it's code for kids. Yeah, I think it's code for kids. That's what I'm guessing. I think it's kids. And the cheese pizza is probably, or actually, you know what? Let me actually take a step back there. I think that it's code for prostitution or something like that. And the cheese pizza
is the,
you know, again, it's for child, right? For kids. So like the cheese pizza might just be kids, whereas the other ones are different. You see what I'm saying? Like CP, exactly, right? And so hot dogs? Yeah, the hot dogs are young boys. Chicken are young girls. I mean, I don't know. I asked Grok, and there are, in fact, no pictures of Jeffrey Epstein eating pizza. This is the craziest thing about all this. There are millions of files that are still unreleased. Some of the reasons are because the death, extreme sexual assault. So, yeah, keep this in mind. The stuff that they're releasing now isn't even the bad stuff. What do you think about the grape soda? I think, you know, again, grape rape, that's probably could be it. I mean, I have no idea. I mean, all of this is like, I mean, I don't know if there's not enough. There's not enough to like really create a pattern of behavior there. It could be black kids. I don't think so. I think that you're just saying that because it's like a, you know, the grape drink stereotype, right? I don't really think so. And maybe, I mean, it's just, I don't think there's enough to really base or make a decision off of that with, right? The white stuff, I don't know. Why are they releasing it now? Because there was a court requirement that they release it. I mean, obviously, like, that's clearly the reason why. Jay-Z apparently wiped his Instagram account after being named in the files. Huh. Wow. Wow. It's a marketing thing? Really? What's he marketing himself for?
A gulag?
I mean, this is just, did you see the raw chicken photos? Oh, bro, I'm not even going to show it. But I did see it. I did see the raw chicken photo. I'm going to draw it out on MS Paint, okay? So there's like a table, right? And inside of the table, there's like 2 chickens, okay? Let's assume this is a chicken. It's kind of hard to see. Let's use orange. Okay, like I don't know what a sitting down chicken really looks like, right? But like, let's say that's a dead chicken. All right, it's fake. Oh, the photo's fake? Okay, good. I didn't know that. I mean, honestly, at this point, I just assumed that it was real. That one got debunked? Okay, good. That was sick. And yeah, anyway, fake. Yeah, we don't even need to look at it. And people are saying it's fake. Yeah, I mean, probably the real one will be worse. But, you know, at least for now, it does look like that's bullshit. So it doesn't matter how repulsed you are about reading about Trump. It doesn't matter what DOJ are still hiding and may never come to light. It never matter because his base, after all, even if he's pedophile, rapist, murderer, he's bringing Christian values back to the White House. I think, again, it's just politicizing. I think that most normal people think that anybody who's implicated in this stuff is, you know, they need to go through a trial and an investigation, right?
Yeah.
I mean, like,
yeah.
I don't
you
know.
got
You
any
don't have
connection
to
point with that
politicize
dude,
any
you
of
need to
this.
be
It's
highly
obviously
scrutinized.
a huge problem for multiple people. And people that try to blame this uniquely on Trump, I think, is bullshit.
They're idiots.
It's, again,
anybody trying to just blame him and point fingers at him, no. And it's and anybody really just defending one person, one this, one that, no. Keep the same energy with everybody else. You can't just defend one person and you got to defend them all. Because he still appears in it and he still needs investigated for why he's appearing in them. And if it's for the finance crimes that I say he was, I'm going to say he's in them for finance crimes. His family is they're probably money criminals. Donald Trump's family is probably straight up money criminals. Money criminals and land criminals.
and like a lot of people were involved. Why not? Well, the reason why, I mean, like, you need to have an investigation and look into this stuff. But I think that a lot of people are jumping to conclusions because it's with a person they don't like.
Yeah.
That's really it. I'm just I have to refresh my
I like
screen,
making jokes about it, though.
you know, off camera because of how bad some of this stuff is.
Mm-hmm.
And how can you investigate when it's clear the entire system is so badly compromised? Well, I mean, like, if you can't investigate, I mean, like, I mean, what else are you going to do? I mean, I think that you bring up a great point. That's true. But at the same time, so the 2016...
I mean, you have to start somewhere. And if the investigation is plagued from the get-go, it won't be the whole time. As we've seen, it's becoming harder and harder for these people to hide stuff. So... while it still does take time, we do still gotta go through investigations. That's why I say, hem them all up, pull them in for questioning. Don't give them any of them time to use their money to fabricate an alibi, because you know they will. Because let's face facts here. The only reason Diddy's in prison is because they needed somebody to buy him some time. The only reason Diddy's in prison is because they needed somebody for them to buy themselves some time. Because yes, the walls are crashing in on them. So, and I do agree with that. You need to investigate the stuff. Because while, yes, a great portion of them are like this, how did you get compromised like that? How did you not use your greater intelligence that you somehow have to not protect yourself better? That's a suck. Somehow my thumbnail chipped underneath where it's connected. I had to rip it out.
Election Trump meme wars on here were all orchestrated by them? Oh no. Anti-Semitism is a psyop. How are we coping, Paul? Oh no. Epstein had a direct line to Poole. Once again, I'm reminded that Moot is, in fact, an individual. This has, in fact, been a psyop. What did we learn? What the fuck, Yuri individuals? Man, how about that? Wow. That's crazy. Oh my God. You see the Prime Minister of India mail? No, I didn't see that at all. He's talking to the Prime Minister of India too? What is this? Oh my God.
India's a powerful.
Oh, where is this?
I mean, they're
let me pull this one up too.
they're not
Epstein
powerful in the
suggests
sense we
plot
would
where
think, but
really
they're
bad
still
fake
powerful. They
emails
still
are
got.
released, and then they get out in the media. And
still got
Epstein,
sway.
wait, so they're openly conspiring. Wait, they're openly conspiring about making fake emails. The question I have is imagine he releases fake emails that purport to show really bad stuff, but then his team crafted, they get out into the media. What a trick that could be played. And this is about WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange says the next batch of hacked emails plans to release the arrest of Democrat presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. 2 days ago, the FBI opened investigation into her private server as Secretary of State, knocking her campaign sideways. Oh my God. Well, that's insane. Assange was, you know, a lot. Elon knows the truth. I don't know what the truth is, man. I really don't. But it sure seems like it's weird. I'll tell you that. This is insane. Here's another one right here. This is a email from Peggy, I guess. Bro, they're just saying it.
Damn.
We cannot thank you enough for yet another life experience. If the Maasai warriors don't eat us, the pirates of Somalia will. How about that? Wow. Coming from PB to see you in January, taking photos, we'll have a ball and think of you all the time. Can bring a little baby back for you or two. Boys or girls, so Madonna. Oh, man.
And they're using so Madonna, not in the
Bro.
name Madonna, but Madonna. I think it's a verb as a noun. I think it's as a noun. When you use it as a noun, yeah. It's not literally referring to her, it's referring to what she symbolizes. It's like purity, whatever. When you see stuff like so Madonna, they're saying it's like rich people speak for saying it's heavenly, it's divine, it's like it's the best thing the bee's knees. That's what it means. That's what that means. It's not saying Madonna. Because I believe if it was referring to actual Madonna, it would actually have a question mark, because it would be otherwise asking her if this is what she wants brought back.
What the fuck, man? This is crazy.
But she's saying it in the sense of a noun, not as a person.
Wait, what is this? Epstein supposedly had a hand in the appearance of microtransactions in Call of Duty? What? Wait, what? What the fuck? And this is to Bobby.
I'm all for indoctrinating kids into an economy.
Dick. Wait, X Prize is a good idea, but the key are real world rewards. Learn to read cell phone. Oh, here we go. Learn to read cell phone virtual items and games. I'm all for indoctrinating kids into an economy. You gotta love how his example of real world rewards are virtual items in games. And that was sent to President of Call of Duty Dude. Was this guy like the main character of the world? I mean, really? This is insane. Like, everything ties back to
Jeffrey
this
Epstein
one guy.
started microtransactions.
He was the main character. The main villain, yes.
We Scooby-Dooed his shit.
God. This is unbelievable.
You unmask Epstein, you get the rest of them. That's really
think that
what
he's
you
dead?
do here. You unmask
I don't know,
him.
man.
He's just
after seeing all
he's
this,
all
this
of them
guy
in a
was
Scooby-Doo
generational.
mask, in a Scooby-Doo villain mask. That's what
Wait,
it is. Jeffrey
bro,
Epstein
what
is
this?
all of them in a
I give you
Scooby-Doo villain
permission
mask.
to kill him. He is apparently with this person. He lied to you and he lied to me. Sent from iPhone.
That makes sense. Makes sense. Look at that smug ass look on his face. That smug ass look. Look how bought and paid for your government is.
The crowd sits frozen in silence. The president is in total control, confessing to crimes of wanting to overthrow Saddam Hussein. I was the one behind the plot against the new president, the man says.
Where's them
It was
all
me
clapping?
who tried getting up.
I can't find it.
And here came the moment that terrified everyone in the room.
No, this isn't the part that's important. So at the very end, he goes and everybody starts clapping for him too. This happened with Stalin too, the 5-minute standing ovation. That's crazy. Wow, the Stalin clap, is that the same thing? Holy fucking shit, man. And I don't even know what to say. This is getting even more insane. Jeffrey Epstein and someone from the Rothschild family discussed the coup in Ukraine. Oh my, someone from the Rothschild.
The one that put the Softlinsky into power? Is this the one? In 2014.
Child.
I believe this is the coup that happened where Softlinsky was put into power. Almost positive.
Very long day sitting on a bank board. They're fine. I'm putting them in the innovative. We'll be home tomorrow night, and let's discuss Ukraine. Ukraine upheaval should provide many opportunities. Many. And that's what Jeffrey Epstein said. Oh, man. Putin was right. I don't know about that one, okay? Yeah, I think that might be a little bit much, but this is just deranged. Holy fucking shit. Conflict started in 2014. The main invasion was in 2022. Yeah, we're in perpetual war because of these demons. The Rothschild family has always run the banks. They started the credit card stuff to run the world.
The Rothschilds are the only reason centralized banking took hold anywhere. The Rothschilds, that inbred ass family, and you saw his nasty, ugly looking ass face. Dude looking like a dinosaur in real time.
Jeffrey Epstein and
He's a Rothschild. Looks like a rat. One of the most inbred families on earth. They're just rich enough to be able to mess with science. That's the difference between these motherfuckers and the backwoods incestuous families in the United States. Because these motherfuckers had the money to mess with the scientific side of it, where they don't. They all look like goblins and ghouls and goddamn gargoyles. Look at him, looking like a goddamn gargoyle.
Someone from the Rothschild family discussed the coup in Ukraine. Oh my, he's rebuilding. Started in 2014. The main invasion was in 2022. Yeah, we're in perpetual war because of these demons. The Rothschild family has always run the banks. They started the credit card stuff to run the world. Yeah, I think everybody knows that. I mean, sure. Wait, so wait a minute. Jeffrey Epstein and an associate named Greg discussed plans to extort Libyan officials and seize state assets on the pretext of helping rebuild. Wait, so now he's rebuilding.
Now he was helping and taking down Gaddafi. You got to be fucking kidding me. All conspiracy theories are true.
And seizing
all the conspiracy theories are true.
Who is this guy? This is insane.
That's funny. Oh, I mean, we all.
What the fuck?
Those of us that knew would never have let it go.
I know.
And that's why I was making a joke of it, because we already knew.
Remember,
that Israel had a hand in
frozen funds assets internationally,
regime changing them.
$4 billion is in the U.S., and it's estimated that a real number is between 3 and 4 times the number in sovereign, stolen, misappropriate assets. So if we can identify or recover 5 to 10% of the monies and then receive 5 to 10% of compensation, we're talking about billions of dollars. But dude, this is like what the fuck? Yeah, the more I'm reading about this, the more I'm thinking to myself, he's not dead. Like has there ever, in the entire history of mankind, has there ever been someone that has had more motion on a worldwide stage than Jeffrey Epstein?
Damn. Literacy rate of almost 80%. Like, look at this. This shit right here. Libya was was a very rich country. Its population is 2 million less than the city of New York and has the 9th largest crude oil and natural gas reserves on the planet and a literacy rate of 80%. This is in 2011.
Rasputin.
I've been speaking to law firm Paul Hastings, Janowski and Walker, 24 partners, to go after the money on a contingency basis, and they're considering this because Patton Boggs is representing the TNC on a contingency basis. But it would be more to our advantage to pay them on an hourly basis and initially go after the low-hanging fruit, which would enable us to keep more of the money. I also have friends, formerly with MI6 and Mossad, willing to help identify stolen assets and get them recovered. This is a give me if we can get it in early. Let's speak as soon as possible.
But that was only in Russia. That was only in Russia. Hitler? Yeah. Maybe Hitler was more. Yeah. Maybe Hitler. I mean, Genghis Khan. I mean, this is unbelievable. Genghis Khan. Yeah, I mean, maybe Genghis Khan. I mean, this is unreal, guys. I don't even know what to say.
Somebody said
Henry
Jack the
Kissinger?
Ripper. Bobby O. Napoleon.
That's probably the first good actual answer that I've gotten. Maybe Henry Kissinger. Dude. This guy, like, yeah. Jesus? I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, Jesus was only in a small area. A lot of Jesus's motion was, after he died. King of England, yeah, this is nuts.
Yeah, not really
is-
anybody in history with as much motion as Jeffrey Epstein, really.
Wow.
This dude had his hand in everything.
No, this is real. Is Jeffrey Epstein as Satoshi? It's possible, right? Definitely as Christopher Lee. Dude, I really think this is on a whole different level, man. It really is. Like, it's just, and the real characters, again, the go-to guys, if they spend at least $100 billion next year to rebuild their country and jumpstart the economy. Also, remember, Libya is a rich country, as its population is 2 million less than the city of New York, and it has the 9th largest crude oil and natural gas reserves on the planet, and a literacy rate of almost 80%. Gaddafi was a G. I'm just gonna say it. He was a real one. Like, I don't know why we got rid of him. You know what he said? He said that if they got rid of Gaddafi, that Europe would be overrun by Muslims.
Mm-hmm.
He said that. He said he was holding them back. That's crazy. What are the odds of that? Wow. Israel got rid of him? I don't know about that. Yes, this is nuts. He said the Browns. Did you see the Browns? I don't think he said the Browns. I thought he said Muslims. Yeah, I don't know about that. As people fucked them? I don't know. Epstein wanted him gone. Gaddafi was killed in 2010, 2009, something like that. I don't know. And let's see here. I've been speaking to a law firm, Parr Hastings Walker's 1,200 attorneys, and all the money on a contingency basis. They're considering this because Patton Boggs, dude, this guy. I also have friends formerly with MI6, that's British intelligence, and Mossad. I have friends formerly with MI6 and Mossad. This is wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So
this guy had fucking this is levels of motion that I don't
it's
even
one of
think
those
that
things
a
that
president has. Really? I mean, this is insane. Like, I mean, I what the fuck is going on here? I don't even know what to say. This guy's a real life shadow puppet master. We're living in a James Bond movie. I mean, yeah, if James Kissinger, yeah, these guys are huge. Like, if you can't acknowledge that, you need to stop being a little bitch. Stop being a bitch and pay attention.
Yeah,
he's right, but I'm right. I'm right. This is the way it is. They think influential equals good because they stupid. That's the reason why. Let me go back. I'll pull some more of these up here too. But oh my fucking God. I'm trying to see if I can find a few more of these that are worth looking at here. And wait, what's this one? If this is real, it's from Richard Branson. So even Richard oh my God. This is the guy who this is the
created
owner of
Virgin Mobile. Yep.
Not link, open image, new tab. Oops. Okay, there we go. It was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you're in the area, would love to see you as long as you bring your harem. So water sports is I don't know what this means, right? But I do know that this is a euphemism for people pissing on each other as like porn.
Yeah.
You know, I think, it's very, very commonly referred to.
Yep.
Yeah, water sports, pee porn. Yeah, exactly. You remember about Epstein and Atlantis? Atlantis.
And look at that first
No,
line.
I haven't seen any.
I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old woman and were punished for it, that you've been more than learnt your lesson and have done nothing that's against the law since. And yes, as a single man, you seem to have a penchant for women, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines.
Anything about Atlantis yet. If Bill Gates was willing to say you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half, the meme, the fucking meme, 17-and-a-half-year-old woman, and were punished for it, that you've more than learned your lesson and you've done nothing that's against the law since then. Yes, as a single man, you have a penchant for women, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines. September 20th, sadly, I'm in the UK. Wait, so he's
replying to his email. Oh my God.
I appreciate your thoughts on public relations. The head of the Nobel Peace Prize Committee. Oh my. I'm on the island till Christmas. From Jeff. The head of the Nobel Peace Prize Committee will be staying in New York with me. I'm on my island until Christmas. Dude, this is what the fuck? I don't even know what to say. This is why Trump can't get the Nobel Peace Prize. Yes. And he knows everybody. Yes, this is insane. All roads lead to Epstein.
The previous trade was buying out of the money calls on oil and selling out of the money puts for a cashless transaction. Not bad.
Every celebrity's fault. Yeah, the Peace Prize has been compromised. I don't know about that. I mean, he's got motion blur. Yes.
He's got motion blur.
This is insane. I imagine Trump was promised the Nobel Peace Prize, and that's why he's mad. Jeff promised him the Nobel Peace Prize, but now Jeff is gone, and so he can't get it. I don't know. At this point, we get so much info, our brain can't comprehend it anymore. Yeah, it's like, I mean, my brain is like turning into a soup reading them.
I was sitting here. One of the thoughts came into my mind is like, you need to, you need to compartmentalize everything you've been taking in. So you should probably play some video games. Probably play a video game or two so that you can kind of like digest everything that's been going into your mind.
All this. I don't even know what. Wait, so, oh no. No, they're talking about Somaliland?
Oh, hell.
Is named as a strategic commercial opportunity. Wait, so he's trying to. Bro. No. I just. We should talk to the boys in LA about this. What if we put together a group that professionalized in the African film industry? There's currently a small movement called Nollywood in Nigeria. We could build a small studio in Somaliland and call it Somaliawood Studios. Imagine the cool filming. We could invite Muslim and all sorts of film groups to be there. Oh my fucking God. They could be some Yemen as well? My water company could start really soon, as fast there's huge water reserves, untapped, near port city of Barbara, direct access to Saudi market, easy to ship, minimal support, again, Somaliland. I keep reading the other email. Could do Sesame Street stuff, children's programming, etc. for African kids. I don't think there's really a lot to say about this, right? I mean, like, there's nothing else really that's condemning here. Water sources already mapped. Might be fun to start there since it's very straightforward. Hard but straightforward. Need bottling capacity. Actually, there might be some benefit indirectly from. So
that's another person.
Didn't USAID have that? They did, but it was in Iran or Iraq. I forgot which one. That was the Sesame Street thing. So that's not a direct correlation. I thought about that, but no. And as a list, oh my, bro, this is just, Epstein got a list of the world leaders he could meet. Insane how he had access to literally anyone he wanted.
Damn.
Jeffrey, please come by. You may have private time with each people. Your security clearance is approved. That's amazing. South Korea, Spain, Switzerland, UAE, Qatar, Portugal, Pakistan, Nigeria, Morocco, Luxembourg, Lebanon, Kuwait, Egypt, Bahrain.
Jeez.
What the how can this possibly be real? He's the yes,
He's the Antichrist.
He's him. Yeah. This was actually the main character. It wouldn't, what if, like, what do you guys think at this point the probability is that Jeffrey Epstein was aware of or had something to do with 9/11? Like, really?
We're going to go down that hole too?
Percentage here? Because, like, I'm thinking about this and I'm like, bro, I'm not, I don't know what to think. I really don't. Like, it's 100%. Yeah, I mean, like, there's got to be something he knew what was going on. Every government works with Epstein as a middleman. Yeah. Like, he was just... I don't even know what to say. I really? How did we catch him? How did he fuck up? I don't know. That's the question, right? How did somebody like this get got? So, let me see if I can find a few more of these. Okay, so here's another one. I wish this one was not redacted. You ruined it? Just tell the police. You wasted a month on me. I gave you a lot of information. You're the most miserly person. I was a member of the police. I was fired for stealing police information. Right now, I have friends in the police and the FBI who give me secret information. My daughter is being treated for $25,000. It's not a lot of money for you, but it solves my problem. I also gave you information that could save your life and that of your family. Do you think that they will let it go? Haha, I see the day when you'll regret it. The purpose in threatening was to find out what information you had. They don't warn you in advance if they want to kill you. Their only goal was to create fear. They will kill you the day you forget this story, I'm sure. I have at least 20 years of work experience in these cases. What the fuck? No one understood why Blank and Jeffrey and the others died. Some of them were not even found. Who's this? Nobody knows. I'm just looking at even more.
People from your brother's killers want to buy information from me. The name of one of them is Blank. He knows very well that if he hurts me, the information about the killings will be sent to many people and the media. He asked me if Blank had access to this information. Now he knows that you have no information.
More of this. Wait, whoa. In an email CC'd to Jeffrey Epstein on June 20th, Martin Nowak, an Austrian-born professor of mathematics and biology and close confidant of Epstein, said to a redacted individual that it is believed that to be Seth Lloyd, a quantum information scientist, a professor of Massachusetts. We should explore the biological consequences of time. Travel. It would be amusing to calculate the rate of evolution of a population or a mutant that can travel through time. CC Jeffrey Epstein.
Well, I'm pretty sure he was putting
Jeffrey
money
Epstein
into
didn't
it.
Die, he went home. Yeah, I mean, oh my God. This is what the fuck? Mark, I have no doubt that you're a partner in your brother's case and you should go to prison. You know you cannot escape from me. You know that I can determine your crime. I do not want to bother you. I'm looking for my money. Give me $10,000 so I can not text you again. Mark, and I'm an IRGC informant. I told you before, I got my master's degree from the military university affiliated with the IRGC. Suffice it to say that you know Trump had sex with a girl under the age of 18 on your brother's island. Trump has assassinated an IRGC commander. They hate Trump. If I tell them that they can expose Trump through you, then it's not just a matter of hacking information. Even your life will be in danger. I can send you the membership card in the IRGC in the secret Telegram chat to use. What the fuck? So this is Iran, and now Trump's attacking Iran. Look at this. Oh my fucking God. So we've got even more of this here too. Here's Epstein after being told he has permission to kill an unidentified man. Yep, there we go. And he is apparently with Olga. He lied to you and me. No one will lie to you and get away from it. From me. No one. Whoops is correct. Oh my God. Yeah, whoops. Wait, so he killed the wrong guy? What the fuck? Did Mary Kennedy change her mind about hanging herself? In shocking evidence revealed in her autopsy report, the estranged wife of Robert F. Kennedy Jr., had her fingers between her neck and her noose when she was found dead in Mace. What the fuck?
No.
Oh my God.
People who normally hang themselves don't really have regrets after. Like, anybody I've ever heard of that hung themselves, it's just the same as that's it. They're literally at the end of the rope at that point. So in a normal circumstance, someone's attempting to take their own life in that manner, they're not going to try to cop out at the last moment and then not make it. Because it says she was found with her hands up here, which means that she already knew. That's actually the tactic. If you're being lynched, the tactic is to try to get your fingers up between the rope and your neck, try to create a space between it. I mean, it's very hard, but it's not impossible. Hey, if you have enough strength in your upper body, you can kind of like grab the rope and pull enough tension off of it, and then essentially kind of like lock one arm. You got to do it quick, because once you get the tension off your neck, it will loosen here. It won't loosen the noose, but it'll loosen around your neck to where you can actually slide fingers under it. But you have to have good upper body strength. You can't be a scrawny person to try to do it. You have to have good body strength to be able to wrench your whole body up and be able to essentially do it with one arm. And not really do it with one arm, but hold yourself stay still with one arm, basically locking the rope with that slack in it. Once you pull yourself up, because you're going to essentially be trying to pull the rope down, but you're going to pull your body up instead. So if you have the upper body strength in that instance, you can get enough slack in there that if you can maintain that strength, just essentially tightening your muscles, pushing out all the oxygen so that your muscles are as contracted as possible, then you can kind of fight your hand up in there and get it up under and then push it. Because unfortunately, how that works is, yes, it's pulling against your trachea, but it's also pulling against the blood. So it's with that constriction against your jugular vein, it's going to cause you to pass out. You will pass out really quickly with that blood flow cut off here. Which, if somebody survives the fall, because a lot of times when you lynch yourself or are lynched, the fall breaks your neck and you're basically done then. Even from chairs, our necks are strong, but unless you work the muscles that are around it,
Those bones snap easily. You can break your neck really easily.
Trump trying to cover it up? Maybe, dude. This is RFK. Yeah, what the fuck is going on?
RFK's wife.
This is brutal. I don't even know what to think about all this. Go back to the second picture, read the bottom. Mary Kennedy found dead in her backyard from Jeffrey Epstein. Whoops. What?
Wow.
What the fuck?
I was wondering what this was saying, because you could see it poked out here.
I don't even know what to say. This is unreal. Can we have a break? This is nuts. Everything goes back to him. What the fuck? Yeah, every single thing, somehow this guy is tied in with it. What a way to end January. I know, right? How much of this is true? We already have a clear redaction of retarded info, so what's real and what isn't? I think the IRGC email, so basically the random email tips that people get, for example, this is just a random, there are a lot of messages that are sent as informant messages for whatever reason. I don't really think that that's really worth looking at, but these are emails before, between Jeffrey Epstein. So there's information about, for example, Epstein as regards to him and also other people's messages, right? People sent fake stuff on purpose. Do you believe he was a Mossad agent? It's hard not to. Epstein, oh, here we go. Here's the answer. Epstein worked with Mossad in connection with assassination in Dubai. An email sent from Sultan Ahmed bin Salman, Emirati businessman, to Jeffrey Epstein in February 2010 implies that Epstein had a hand in Mossad operation in January 18th, 2010, where his elite Israeli squad arrived in Dubai to kill a high-ranking member of Hamas. Dear Jeffrey, I'm attaching some media regarding the Israeli operation in Dubai. I will call you around 7 p.m. Eastern time. What happened doesn't help anyone. Man. I don't even know what to say. This dude is behind everything. Yes. What the fuck is this? What's Mossad? Mossad is the Israeli intelligence agency. A lot of people might not know that. No, it's not a stupid question at all. I think it makes sense. So, oh my fucking God.
You're talking about people that have been logged into the internet since the dawn of the internet, only watching videos and YouTube and social media. So, yeah, I would assume that a lot of people don't know anything about Israeli intelligence, any of this stuff. This stuff is this is overload to a lot of people. Just this 2 hour and 40-minute stream alone is overload to a ton of people. And I'm just over here laughing and joking around because this is the shit that me and my friends have been talking about for 20 plus years. And we get to see the age of not being able to hide it.
I'm just reading some more of these here.
A lot of us feel very fucking vindicated right now. A lot of us feel vindicated.
Okay.
This is peak fucking content for a lot of us because this is answering all those questions that we've had for so many years.
Emails released from the Epstein files show Jeffrey Epstein conducting business in 2016 with Emmanuel Macron.
Did I say about Macron earlier? What did I say about Emmanuel Macron earlier? I didn't even see this yet. I hadn't even got here. And what did I say about Emmanuel Macron earlier?
Macron. Sent from an email, described Macron allegedly seeking Epstein's help with governance and public relations after Macron had already become the French president. Oh my God.
And there's
to Jeffrey
images.
Epstein, had a nice conversation with French Minister of Economy, Mr. Macron, regarding our business in France.
That's
Oh
Tom
my
Pritzker.
God.
That
This
name's
email
familiar.
originated outside of Warner Brothers.
Jack
Tom Pritzker
Lang,
would
that's
like
another
a direct
familiar name.
contact with someone in the Macron admin. Is this doable? Yes, I think so. I will ask my father and return to you. From Macron, I believe we need to rethink and rebuild and reinvent and invent governance and format international institutions, commitments, and relationships between public and private stakeholders and socioeconomic instruments to better address these challenges. And this is from Jeffrey Epstein. And it was like, what socioeconomic innovations would you support to promote? Oh my God. Well, who connected Macron with Epstein? I have no idea. He was an excellent accountant. Yeah, I
just caught that question. Who the hell do you think? Who do you think? The only person that Macron has been around since they got married. That's who. Candace can give you that answer. Dude's become pretty famous as of late. And not in a good way. Not as that chosen identifier either.
it seems that way.
You know where
At no
Macron
point,
got
no
that
one can be charged
connection
or arrested due
from.
to relations with Epstein. He's too well connected. I mean,
Be
yeah,
real.
everybody knew this guy. I mean, like, he's the Macron's the most obvious pedophiles of all time. Sure.
Jean-Michel
How powerful was
Trogneau.
Epstein? My God, as I said,
That's where
generational
Macron got the
levels of
connection
motion.
point from.
This is insane.
Jean-Michel Trogneau.
Like, I like, how is it that, like, this is just some guy, and he was like one of the most powerful people in the entire world. How
And
did this
nobody
start,
even knew about
honestly?
it either.
I don't know, probably 50 fucking years ago.
He's the person we've been
Yeah.
trying to find forever.
Like, can you believe that all of this started out with Jeffrey Epstein playing World of Warcraft? Like, 'cause that's how I got involved in this in the beginning, is we were looking at Jeffrey Epstein playing WoW.
Playing WoW and getting banned on Xbox
Holy
Live.
shit, man. The banking system? Yeah, I don't even know what to...
And what did I say? He is about to travel down a rabbit hole that is not just a hole. It's a cavern. It's a hotel. It's a bowling alley. It's a basketball court. We got all the amenities up in this bitch. Come visit, join, and have fun at the party. Because there's no pizza here. And there's no children. And there's nobody that's not here of their own volition. We choose to be here. And no, we all don't float.
to say. I really don't. This is just unbelievable. He expanded his portfolio.
I told you we were going to watch, or I was going to watch, an absolute cinema of an evolution. And it's been absolute cinema the whole time.
Oh, yeah, I bet he did. Do you think Jeffrey bought gold and WoW? If he got farmed, I bet he did, yeah. And yeah, he got banned on Xbox. Yeah, he got banned on Xbox Live. And that's it. Can we found his Wildhead account? I don't know if he had one of those. But the dashes mean a coded message. I don't know what it means. Honestly, I have no idea. So, yeah, it's just insane.
That's
Seem to
funny.
leave on Twitter says the Epstein was a fraud. Some people in Wall Street in the comments confirm. They say Epstein was a fraud.
Of course they're
I
gonna
don't
say it.
know. I mean, it's very hard to say.
I mean, he's not very intelligent. Even there's been tons of documents from Robert Maxwell talking about Epstein not being very intelligent, but they can still use him. And they're basically installing him over here as the blackmail guy, building all the blackmail material.
Wow. I was watching him throughout the last hour.
Trying to remember who was it, Eisenhower?
Oh. Sasuke. You'll be able to find it easier than. I want to say there was somebody in politics who was yeah, we already know about Tricky Dick. Yeah, it's J. Edgar Hoover, FBI director. He maintained private files on presidents and members of Congress for decades, using the information to ensure he remained in power under 8 different administrations. Presidents like LBJ and Nixon were famously wary of Hoover because they knew he held compromising material on them. So it was Hoover. He wasn't the president. He was just FBI director at the time. I knew it was somebody up there, but still, Nixon. Everybody knows about Nixon using blackmail material. They're trying to use it. Yeah.
Or before becoming president of France, Emmanuel Macron worked as an investment banker at Rothschild. Really? Is that right? And Gus the Warlock, for sure, you've raged at Epstein. Yeah, he was Gus the Warlock. Maybe you're right. He was the gold seller. You know what's funny is Steve Bannon, the guy that was interviewing him, actually was. That's what's even funnier about that. All right, one more Epstein one. One more. Now he's involved with the Vatican.
Oh, goodness.
Yep. There it is. From Jeffrey
the Vatican's
Epstein.
Bank.
Yep, of course, right? I knew it. Of course he is. Yep, 100%. No surprise there. So let's read this right here. Oops, let me go ahead, open the link in a new tab. There we go. The most important change in the Vatican may not be Pope Benedict's sudden retirement, but the change in leadership at the Institute for Works and Religion, the Vatican's bank. Because of the Vatican's status as a sovereign country, it's exempt from transparency rules of not only Italy, but the European Union. This status allows its elite clients to evade any scrutiny for their money transfers. Last May, Vatican Bank President Ettore Gotti Tasciti was fired after Italian authorities opened an investigation into far-flung bribery scheme where he was allegedly involved.
Damn.
Dude.
47 dossiers.
The 47 dossiers, including compromising about internal enemies in the Vatican, was found in search of his home. They had instructions on how they were used in case something happened to them. Tasceti's intercepted calls further revealed that his concern was that he would be assassinated because he knew the Vatican's secrets. By late 2012, he was cooperating with the ongoing Italian investigation. It was at this point that the all-powerful College of Cardinals, in one of its last acts of the Benedict papacy, appointed German lawyer Urs von Freiberg as the president of the bank. This came at the extraordinary resignation of Pope Benedict. Oh, man. Does this guy know everything? I don't even know what to say. Like, it's just, this is crazy. Holy shit. Yeah, He is an intel agent? I guess so. I mean, I
crazy.
don't even know what to say. Who is this guy? I'm hollow at this point, dude. It's just unreal. Everybody is involved. Vatican is laundering money for the Italian mafia for
We're
decades.
actually going to stop this there because that's exactly what I've been saying. Exactly what I've been saying. Everyone is involved. So until we nip this Epstein thing in the bud, we can't heal. We can't start to suture up our wounds. Until this stuff gets taken care of. And if the United States government and the Department of Justice is smart, they'll make sure that they keep the cameras rolling the entire time. You better keep the cameras rolling the entire time.
Even the
Yeah, 2026 has been a long year. It's crazy. Absolutely insane. And there are people that don't want to believe it. Don't want to believe any of it. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go feed my boy. Check out some schoolwork. See what we got coming up. And I might be back on later on. So until then, start paying attention. I'm telling you. Been telling you for a long time. Start paying attention. Because if you think this is only in the United States, as you've seen for the last 7 hours, 8 hours, it's not. It's everywhere and involves all of them.